Chapter 1206. When Ling Xiao walked out of the cave, Xiao Zhensai immediately went to his side and asked, "Brother Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, "I'm fine. It's just that my realm became unstable while I was refining, so I had to find a place to adjust it." Only then did Xiao Zhensai examine Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes instantly flashed with astonishment as she said, "Brother Xiao, You've reached the peak of the low level. How is this possible?" This was the first time she had heard that one could advance their strength while refining pills. She was suspecting whether Ling Xiao was really cultivating the ancient emperor divine art of the clan. Otherwise, how could there be such a miraculous effect? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I took the golden dragon fruit. Otherwise, how could I advance so quickly? If it was inexplicably advancing in strength, it would indeed be too shocking. However, it was different after taking a divine pill or divine grass." Xiao Zhensai said in relief, "So that's how it is. I thought you could cultivate while refining pills." At this time, Lu Fangyi also walked over and said with a smile, "Divine Master Ling, are you all right?" "Thanks to you, there was just a little problem." "Sister Lu, please forgive me," Ling Xiao replied. "Hee, it should be Sister Lu who is indebted to you." Lu Fangyi laughed and then said, "Our sect leader invites you over to thank Divine Master Ling for refining so many divine pills for us." Lu Fangyi really didn't expect that when she met Xiao Zhensai again, she would accidentally get to know such a genius in alchemy. Even Divine Master Jiang from her sect admired Ling Xiao to the point of prostrating himself. Just based on the fact that Ling Xiao was brought by her, her position in the sect would definitely rise further in the future. Naturally, the resources she would enjoy would also increase by a lot. Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhensai followed Lu Fangyi to the Lotus sect leaders' hall. Bai Yilua and a few other elders with high status and power were already waiting for Ling Xiao. When they saw Ling Xiao, they all stood up. Bai Yilua took the initiative to welcome them with a smile. "Welcome, Divine Master Ling, Madam." Her attitude this time was different from the first time she met Ling Xiao and Xiao Zhensai. Ling Xiao's title was undoubtedly at the forefront, which meant that in Bai Yilua's eyes, Ling Xiao's status was undoubtedly higher than Xiao Zhensai's. "Cult leader Bai, there's no need to be so polite. I'm really sorry for bringing you trouble." Ling Xiao changed his attitude and said humbly. He had already tried his best to attract attention, and almost everyone in the Lotus Order knew of his existence. It was just that he hadn't seen the person he wanted to see. Hee, if Divine Teacher Ling bothers us like this every day, I definitely won't mind." Bai Yilua smiled. She really didn't think that Ling Xiao was really a divine alchemist, and that his success rate was so high. Even the divine alchemists of her sect were ashamed of their inferiority. She had no choice but to put down her pride and befriend Ling Xiao. Now, she found that Ling Xiao's strength seemed to have improved again, which made her even more astonished. She remembered that a few days ago, Ling Xiao hadn't reached the peak of low-level Divine King. What an abnormal monster, I must find a way to make him stay. Bai Yilua thought to herself. At this time, Ling Xiao gave the divine pill he had refined to Bai Yilua, which was considered fulfilling his promise to refine pills for the Lotus Order for free for a month. "Cult leader Bai, Ling Xiao has a request, I hope cult leader Bai can agree." Ling Xiao took the opportunity to say. Xiao Zhensai and Lu Fangyi were looking forward to it. They both felt that Ling Xiao might ask to see Mengran. "Oh, I don't know what Divine Teacher Ling needs our help with. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do our best to satisfy Divine Teacher Ling," Bai Yilua said very generously. She wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao asking them to do something, she was just afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't ask for anything. Ling Xiao said, "You should know that she is the wife of our Dragon Gate's leader, and the Xiao family is also our leader's family. I believe that your sect has heard about the recent war between the River Diagram sect and the Xiao family, right?" Bai Yilua nodded lightly and said, "Of course I know about such a big matter." Ling Xiao then said, "That's good, now that the River Diagram sect has been intimidated by us, they don't dare to act rashly, but our Dragon Gate can't stay in the Profound Sky region for a long time, so Ling Xiao hopes that your sect can announce an alliance with the Xiao family. I wonder if cult leader Bai can agree to this request? If cult leader Bai is willing to agree, then Ling Xiao will be a good friend of your sect in the future, and if you need anything in the future, Ling Xiao will naturally not refuse. Ling Xiao did this as a way of repaying Xiao Zhensai for bringing him to the Lotus sect. After all, without the relationship between Xiao Zhensai and Lu Fangyi, he definitely wouldn't have known that Yun Mingqi would be here. Although he couldn't see Yun Mingqi right now, he knew that she was here, and he would have plenty of time to create opportunities to meet her in the future. Therefore, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to help the Xiao family solve their worries. He believed that as long as the Lotus sect announced an alliance with the Xiao family, the River Diagram sect wouldn't dare to touch the Xiao family even if they had 10 times the guts, and the Ice Blade Alliance wouldn't easily make a move against the Xiao family. I didn't think that Divine Teacher Ling would be such a righteous man. Alright, my Lotus sect is willing to help the Xiao family. In the future, Divine Teacher Ling will be a friend of my sect. Bai Yilua displayed the magnanimity of a sect leader and agreed without even thinking. The reason why Bai Yilua agreed so straightforwardly was naturally because she had her own thoughts. The Xiao family and their Lotus sect both belonged to the category of superpowers. Although the Xiao family was a bit weaker than their sect, it wasn't too far off. Allying with them wouldn't be a disgrace to the name of the Lotus sect. Although the Xiao family lost many divine kings, they made the River Diagram sect return empty-handed. This was enough to prove that they had a certain level of foundation, and with the aid of the Dragon Gate, the Xiao family definitely wouldn't have an accident easily. The alliance between the Lotus sect and the Xiao family could also use this relationship to form some relations with the Dragon Gate. When their people go to the Sky Dragon domain in the future, it could be considered as looking after each other. Who would dare to say that they would only live in one domain? Of course, the most important point was that she was very optimistic about Ling Xiao's potential. A divine king who hadn't even reached 100 years old, a divine alchemist who hadn't even reached 100 years old, this was enough to prove how limitless his future was. Bai Yilua felt that it was very worth it to be able to make friends with such a monster. Ling Xiao didn't think that Bai Yilua would agree so straightforwardly. He originally thought that she would say that she would consider it. Then many thanks, sect leader Bai. He paused for a moment, then said to Xiao Zhensai, Madam, are you willing to represent the Xiao family and form an alliance with the Lotus sect? Xiao Zhensai obviously couldn't wait and nodded, that would naturally be the best. She really didn't think that Ling Xiao would actually make such a request for the Xiao family. She was very grateful towards Ling Xiao. Although the Lotus sect was quite a bit inferior to the Dragon Gate was not in the profound sky continent after all. Once something happened, water from afar wouldn't be able to put out a nearby fire. To be able to form an alliance with the Lotus sect, the Xiao family naturally couldn't ask for more. Bai Yilua then said, but I still have a small condition. Ling Xiao replied, Bai Jiaozhu, please say it. I feel that the alliance between the Lotus sect and the Xiao family can't just be based on words. There also needs to be some actual actions. For example, Divine Teacher Ling getting married to an outstanding disciple of our sect. This way, the alliance between the two sides would be within reason. What do you think? Bai Yilua's beautiful eyes flashed with craftiness. After a pause, she then emphasized, our Lotus sect is a large sect famous for gathering beauties. I believe that we won't disgrace your identity as Divine Teacher Ling. Ling Xiao was instantly stunned. He didn't think that Bai Yilua would actually make such a request. At this time, Lu Fangyi took the opportunity to say, Sect leader, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for ordinary disciples to enter Divine Teacher Ling's discerning eyes. There are so many women in our sect, and they don't necessarily have to be disciples. Even if they are deacons or elders, they all have eternal youth. I'm sure they are all very interested in Divine Teacher Ling. I just don't know what Divine Teacher Ling thinks. Bai Yilua laughed. That's what you say. I think that since the two of them are about the same age, I'm afraid that it would be more to Divine Teacher Ling's liking. Divine Teacher Ling, what do you think? Lu Fangyi said to Ling Xiao with a hint of warning. Ling Xiao understood Lu Fangyi's words. She was creating an opportunity for him to meet Meng Ran. Sect leader Bai, if you must add this condition, Ling Xiao naturally won't refuse. After all, to be able to marry a fairy from your sect is Ling Xiao's honor. However, as Elder Lu said, it really isn't easy for ordinary people to match up to me, Ling Xiao. I believe that sect leader Bai can see my current strength. In addition to my identity as an alchemist, I dare say that there aren't many people as outstanding as me at my age. So, if sect leader Bai must do this, unless your sect has a fairy that is less than 100 years old, otherwise, I really can't agree to it. Ling Xiao once again revealed his insufferably arrogant appearance. He was arrogant, but he had the capital. Bai Yilua revealed an astonished expression. She didn't think that the previously refined and courteous Ling Xiao would instantly become as conceited as when they first met. However, she also felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. If it was her, she was afraid that she would have made the same request, or even higher. There aren't many divine kings that are less than 100 years old in the entire heaven region. Bai Yilua sighed softly, then shook her head. It seems that I can't fulfill this small condition of mine. Ling Xiao said in a slightly joking tone, that can't be right. For a sect as powerful as your sect, how can you not find a divine king that is less than 100 years old? Is sect leader Bai hiding them, or do you not want them to marry me? There really isn't. It's really rare to find a tenbin like divine teacher Ling. Bai Yilua hesitated for a moment. Sect leader, don't you still have junior martial uncle? Lu Fangyi took the opportunity to say. Who knew that Bai Yilua would just glare at Lu Fangyi, but didn't reply. Lu Fangyi quickly shut her mouth, not daring to say anything else. Ling Xiao was rather disappointed. He thought to himself, it seems that the other party still hides her. In the following time, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in talking to Bai Yilua anymore. Instead, he let Xiao Jinsai discuss the issue of the alliance between the two sections. In the end, Bai Yilua and Xiao Jinsai reached an agreement, and all that was left was to announce it to the outside world. Because of this, the Xiao clan's disaster was resolved because of Ling Xiao. Chapter 1207. After the initial verbal agreement, Bai Yilua asked Lu Fangyi to stay. Lu Fangyi couldn't help but worry. Leader, do you have any orders? She spoke up for Ling Xiao a bit too bluntly. Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Xiao Jinsai and Ling Xiao? Bai Yilua stared into Lu Fangyi's eyes. Lu Fangyi immediately replied, I've known Xiao Jinsai for a long time and we've always called each other sisters. Ling Xiao is Xiao Jinsai's uncle and I've only just met him. Leader wouldn't think that I have some shameful relationship with them, right? She admitted that she was a bit selfish towards Ling Xiao and wanted Ling Xiao to meet Meng Ran. However, she didn't do anything wrong to the sect, so she wasn't worried about Bai Yilua's suspicions. Bai Yilua's eyes seemed to be able to see through Lu Fangyi's thoughts and immediately said, I didn't mean that. I'm just a bit curious why you spoke up for Divine Medicine Ling. Don't you know that being together with Divine Medicine Ling is a great thing for our sect? That's for sure. I agree with leader's actions, but I think that a young genius like Divine Teacher Ling isn't someone ordinary people can match up with. If we use ordinary disciples or other people to get together with Divine Teacher Ling, I don't think it will reflect the importance our sect places on Divine Teacher Ling. Instead, it will make Divine Teacher Ling hate us. Lu Fangyi replied. Bai Yilua thought for a moment and said, You're right. Since that's the case, you should continue to be friends with Divine Teacher Ling and the Dragon Gate's wife. If they need anything, do your best to satisfy them. I'll also get someone to send a reward to Divine Teacher Ling. Let them play in the sect for a few more days. If they can stay forever, that would be the best. Lu Fangyi nodded. Leader, don't worry. I'll definitely let them live to their heart's content. However, I think leader should consider the person I mentioned. As long as she appears, Divine Teacher Ling will definitely be enchanted by her. Bai Yilua glanced at Lu Fangyi and said, Don't you know that she is old cult master's flesh and blood? What's more, The old sect master wants her to marry the young sect master of the Black Tortoise sect. Otherwise, I would definitely consider your suggestion. After all, a monster like Divine Master Ling is definitely not inferior to the successors of those top clans. So that's how it is. Then this subordinate has been presumptuous. Lu Fengyi suddenly understood. The Black Tortoise sect was the strongest power in the Profound Sky region. If their goddess could unite with the Black Tortoise sect, then to their Lotus sect, it would indeed be considered a strong alliance. In the future, they would definitely be able to sit firmly on the second seat. The Ice Blade Alliance would not dare to challenge their authority. A few days ago, your junior uncle brought some people to Evil Horizon Valley to help the Black Tortoise sect. This is the old sect master's order, so you don't need to mention anything about her in front of Divine Master Ling. If he thinks that I'm lying to him, it'll be a big loss. Bai Yilua said. Yes, this subordinate understands. A strange light flashed in Lu Fengyi's eyes. After Ling Xiao came out of the sect master's palace, he received invitations from many women of the Lotus sect. Each of them were as beautiful as flowers, with alluring figures. Their frequent flirtatious glances were enough to make many men go crazy. However, Ling Xiao's heart was as straight as water, and he was not moved at all. His heart now only belonged to one person, and that was Yun Mingqi. In the end, Ling Xiao rejected the majority of the invitations, but he accepted the invitation of the only divine alchemist of the Lotus sect, Jiang Liezhen. He would go to her peak to discuss alchemy with her. Ling Xiao had already received the inheritance of the alchemist god, so his knowledge of alchemy was much richer than any other divine alchemist. He was not stingy in discussing some matters with Jiang Liezhen. Of course, Ling Xiao had the intention of befriending the people of the Lotus sect. His goal was still to see Meng Ran as soon as possible to confirm whether she was Yun Mingqi or not. Jiang Liezhen had seen Ling Xiao's alchemy skills and his terrifying success rate, so she admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of her heart. In all of the discussions, she was more inspired by Ling Xiao. She was so excited that she repeatedly expressed her thanks. If it wasn't for her face, she would have probably knelt down in front of Ling Xiao to acknowledge him as her master. After listening to divine alchemist Ling's words today, Liezhen felt as if she had seen the bright moon. I was suddenly enlightened. Jiang Liezhen sighed. Ling Xiao modestly said, Divine alchemist Jiang, you also have many unique insights that have enlightened Ling Xiao. We have both gained something. Jiang Liezhen's overall alchemy skills couldn't compare to his, but she had been alchemy for tens of thousands of years. She had a good grasp of many details, and this allowed Ling Xiao to gain something. Divine alchemist Ling is truly a modest gentleman. No wonder you have such accomplishments at such a young age. It really isn't a coincidence. Jiang Liezhen praised. She then continued, previously, my sect leader suggested that any member of our sect could be chosen as a partner by Divine Alchemist Ling. However, there aren't many people in our sect who are worthy of Divine Alchemist Ling. Fortunately, I have an adopted daughter named Jiang Min. Although she isn't as young as Divine Alchemist Ling, she isn't too old either. She's only a little over 200 years old. She's already at the peak of the Holy Emperor and is also a great Saint Master. Her looks are also quite outstanding, so I let her come in and see if Divine Alchemist Ling is interested. With that, she clapped her hands and called out, Min Min, come in for a moment. Then, a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes walked in with graceful steps. Although this woman was over 200 years old, she only looked to be in her 20s. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her skin was fair and rosy. Her pair of eyes carried a hint of charm, and her figure was full of charm. She was indeed a rare beauty. She was Jiang Liezhen's adopted daughter, Jiang Min. She looked at Ling Xiao with a scorching and straightforward gaze, not concealing her deep affection for him at all. Ling Xiao's 1 month of alchemy had long been deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the women in the Lotus sect. Even the arrogant Jiang Min had been deeply subdued by him. Greetings, Mother, Divine Alchemist Ling. Jiang Min greeted. Jiang Liezhen had always been very satisfied with this adopted daughter of hers. Whether it was in cultivation or alchemy, she was always able to understand everything with just a hint. She had poured all of her resources into her daughter, and she believed that Jiang Min would quickly surpass her. Therefore, there had always been many people who came to propose marriage to Jiang Min, but they were all rejected by her. But now that they had seen Ling Xiao, they didn't have any reason to be picky. Instead, they were afraid of entering his eyes. Divine Alchemist Ling, look, Min Min is definitely a good girl. If you can become good with her and give her some pointers, I believe that it won't be long before she becomes a divine alchemist. At that time, the two of you will definitely become a great story in the heaven region. What do you think? Jiang Liezhen said with great confidence in Jiang Min. From all aspects, Jiang Min was indeed very outstanding. If it was the Ling Xiao of the past, he would also be moved by her. But now, how could Ling Xiao have the leisure to take in women? One had to know that Yun Mingqi was in the Lotus sect. If she knew, it would only cause more trouble between her and him. Jiang Min revealed a blush as she looked at Ling Xiao and said, Divine Alchemist Ling, this little girl admires you very much. I just don't know if Divine Alchemist Ling will give this little girl the chance to serve you. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak as they blinked incessantly, giving off a lovely and moving feeling. Ling Xiao took a light breath and said, Divine Alchemist Jiang, Miss Jiang, I appreciate your good intentions. Actually, I, Ling Xiao, already have someone I like. She has a strong personality and won't allow me to have more than one wife and 3 concubines. Ling Xiao said a little lie, which could be considered as tactfully rejecting their good intentions. Jiang Liezhen and Jiang Min's expressions stiffened. They both knew that this was just an excuse for Ling Xiao. Jiang Liezhen was too embarrassed to force her, so she could only let Jiang Min go first and force her to take another blow. Ling Xiao and Jiang Liezhen exchanged a few more words before saying goodbye and returning to Lu Fangyi's mountain peak. As soon as he returned to the mountain peak, Xiao Zhensai came up to Ling Xiao and said, Little brother Xiao, I will remember everything you have done for my Xiao family. Xiao Zhensai's words were extremely solemn, showing how grateful she was to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, We're family, there's no need to say 2 words. Sister-in-law, you don't have to take it to heart. Besides, if you hadn't brought me here, I might not have been able to find my friend. But you still haven't seen your friend. Are you going to keep waiting? Xiao Zhensai asked. After thinking for a moment, she said, Why don't you directly ask sect leader Bai to meet your friend? I believe she will understand your intentions and let you meet. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I also thought of doing that, but didn't Sister Lu say that she is the direct disciple of their old sect leader? I don't think sect leader Bai will be able to let me see her so easily. Instead, she will think that I have designs on their goddess. This matter can't be rushed. Xiao Zhensai thought about it and also felt that what Ling Xiao said made sense. How about you bring some people back to the Xiao family first and tell them about the alliance with the Lotus sect, in case they don't know what's going on. I still want to stay here for a while. Ling Xiao suggested. It had been a long time since Xiao Zhensai came to the profound sky region from Dragon Gate, so Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to let her accompany him any longer. Now that he knew that Yun Mingqi was here, he could only slowly plan the rest of the matter. Xiao Zhensai replied, That's fine too. In any case, sect leader Bai values you so much, and Fangyi will also help you. I am relieved, but you should go back early, don't let us worry. I know what I'm doing. Ling Xiao replied. At this moment, Lu Fangyi appeared in front of the two of them. Lu Fangyi sent a sound transmission to Ling Xiao, Divine Master Ling, Junior Martial Uncle is no longer in the sect. She went to the Evil Cliff Valley a few days ago. This is what the sect leader told me just now. Really? Ling Xiao exclaimed. Lu Fangyi looked a little flustered as she said, Don't shout randomly. The sect leader won't let me tell anyone else. It's fine if you know. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Fangyi gratefully and said, Thank you so much, Sister Lu. I'll go find her right now. Chapter 1208. Evil Cliff Valley was a dangerous place in the Tianxian region. There were many holy beasts there and normal warriors did not dare to enter. Rumor had it that there was some unknown divine beast living in the depths of the valley. That was why it commanded the holy beasts to guard the place and not let humans enter. This place was surrounded by mountains that stretched on for tens of thousands of miles. At the center of these mountains was a coiled land that formed a coiled valley. There was a lot of evil and cold chi coming out from it, as if it had formed an ancient ferocious beast, giving off a feeling that no one should approach it. There were many ancient trees that covered the sky. Spiritual beasts roared and growled. Spiritual herbs that gave off a strong medicinal fragrance flashed resplendently. Even though the evil cliff valley was filled with dangers, there would always be adventurous mercenaries roaming around here. One reason was to make a living, the other was because they hoped to run into some good luck and obtain some sacred or divine materials so that they could cultivate better. Of course, when they were hunting spiritual beasts and looking for spiritual herbs, they had already disregarded life and death. After all, they had been walking in dangerous places for years and had seen many deaths. They were numb to it. The mercenary teams that often hunted spirit beasts in the evil cliff valley looked as though they had encountered something terrifying. One by one, they flew out of the evil cliff valley in fear. Their faces were filled with fear. They ran as fast as they could, afraid that their lives would be in danger if they were any slower. Among these people, only the divine kings could escape the fastest. Naturally, there was a gap between the demigod kings and saint emperors. Seeing that they were about to rush out of the valley, a black storm suddenly appeared and engulfed them with terrifying sucking energy. The demigod kings and holy emperors were all sucked back. Each and every one of them revealed an extremely panicked expression as they cried out incessantly, hoping that someone would come and help them escape. Unfortunately, no matter how they screamed, it was useless. In the end, it entered a direction and all sound stopped. There was no more movement. The divine kings did not even have the guts to look back. They ran as far as they could. Only when they were far away from Evil Cliff Valley did they stop to recover their divine power. The few god kings who managed to escape all had pale looks of relief on their faces. Did you see what that thing was just now? How could it have such a strong suction force? It was as if it could devour anything. It was too terrifying. A middle-stage divine king wearing a black robe said with lingering fear. The other frowned and said, "Maybe it's the mythological beasts inside. Don't they only move around inside? Why did they suddenly come out? How unlucky. What kind of divine beast is it? If that's the case, let's call for others to come together. If we can capture it alive, that would be great. You have guts. Go do it yourself. Don't drag me down with you. No matter what, let's spread the news first to prevent more people from suffering." After a few god kings escaped from Evil Horizon Valley, some of them spread the news that a mysterious divine beast had appeared in the outskirts of Evil Horizon Valley. It possessed a powerful sucking power and was a terrifying existence that could devour everything. The mercenaries that went in and out the Evil Valley all year round did not dare to enter again. However, the great powers near the Evil Cliff Valley all moved when they heard the news. They all wanted to capture this mysterious divine beast. If they could subdue it and use it as a protective spirit beast, it would definitely be a very honorable thing. At the same time, through various methods, they guessed that the mysterious divine beast might be a chaos divine beast. Chaos divine beasts were the strangest existences among all the divine beasts. They possessed the most terrifying devouring power and could devour all living things. When they found out that it was such a terrifying divine beast, ordinary small powers immediately gave up on the idea of participating in the hunt. If they did not have absolute confidence, then no matter how many people went, it would be useless. They would only be throwing their lives away. This was because chaos was a type of divine beast that was least afraid of group battles. The people who dared to make a move against the divine beasts at the periphery of the Evil Cliff Valley were the people from the Ice Blade Alliance, because they were the closest to the Evil Cliff Valley and received the news the earliest. There were also 2 or 3 other great powers that were second only to the Ice Blade Alliance. Although they could not directly challenge the Ice Blade Alliance, if they joined forces, they would not be afraid of them. After all, everything in the evil cliff valley had no owner, including the divine beast. Whoever captured it would belong to them. Just as these powers were gathering and heading towards the evil cliff valley, another shocking news came out. In another part of the evil cliff valley, a high-level origin flame was discovered. When this news came out, all the warriors were in an uproar, especially those who were alchemists and refiners. A type of origin flame was undoubtedly as important as a second life to them. Compared to divine beasts, this origin flame was even more tempting and easier to obtain. Thus, many of the powers that did not dare to set their eyes on the divine beast started to place their thoughts on the origin flame. But unfortunately, the first batch of divine kings who went to capture the divine beasts and search for the origin flame did not return alive. All of them died in the evil cliff valley. In an instant, everyone began to panic. They never thought that this would be the result. This was too terrifying. Just as many of the powers were hesitating on whether or not to send a second batch of people, a group of more than 100 people was quietly approaching the evil cliff valley. There were men and women in this group, all of them were dressed in fresh clothes and looked extraordinary. All of them were riding on stage 9 or stage 10 holy beasts, looking especially majestic. If someone were to see these people, they would definitely be extremely shocked. Because they could tell from these people's characteristics that they were actually people from one of the top superpowers in the profound sky region. The person wearing the robe embroidered with a black tortoise divine beast was a member of the current profound sky region's #1 hegemon force, the Black Tortoise sect, and the people with lotus patterns on their foreheads were people from the Lotus cult. Did these two superpowers actually form an alliance? If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a huge uproar. The man and woman in the lead were the representatives of their two forces. The man was extraordinarily handsome, with a demonic aura. He wore a blue robe, and his beautiful hair was somewhat untidy, giving off a wanton and unrestrained feeling. This kind of man was definitely the type that could instantly kill any young girl. The woman next to him was like a proud and aloof snow lotus flower, making people only dare to look at her from afar, not daring to blaspheme her. She was like a fairy descending to the mortal world, beautiful beyond compare. The top-grade beauties following behind her were all ashamed of themselves in front of her, unable to compete with her. When the man and woman stood together, they looked like a perfect match, like the sun and the moon, giving people a feeling that they were a perfect match. This young man was one of the most popular candidates for the Black Tortoise sect's young sect master. His name was Xian Shui, and he was as handsome as his name suggested. He was a low-level divine king, and was only a little over 120 years old. He was definitely a peak monstrous genius in the heaven region. And that woman was the Lotus sect's new generation goddess, Meng Ran, who possessed the water god's body. She was a low-level divine king who wasn't even 70 years old, and the speed at which she broke through was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. The goal of their trip was precisely the evil Horizon Valley that was currently causing an uproar. We'll reach the evil Horizon Valley in another half a day. Little sister Meng Ran, you can help big brother at that time. Xian Shui said as he looked at Meng Ran with an infatuated expression. He didn't know how many times he had said to Meng Ran along the way, but the other party acted as if she hadn't heard anything, causing him to feel depressed. However, he had patience. He believed that the goddess of the Lotus sect would eventually be his woman, and only such a peerless beauty was worthy of him, Xian Shui. Indeed, the heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. Goddess Meng Ran finally replied, I will naturally do what I promised. Xian Shui was startled for a moment, then laughed out loud, Haha, Meng Ran, you're finally willing to speak. I knew you would be moved by me. Meng Ran rolled her eyes at Xian Shui and no longer paid any attention to him. She closed her eyes and allowed the holy bird to bring her forward. She knew that this Xian Shui was the marriage partner that her master had arranged for her. From all aspects, Xian Shui was undoubtedly very outstanding, but for some reason, she felt especially disgusted with this kind of marriage. However, she didn't go against her master's wishes and agreed to this trip. She felt that she needed to talk to her master after this trip. She would rather spend the rest of her life in the Lotus sect than marry out through marriage. At that time, we must be careful not to be devoured by it. This report says that many people have discovered its existence and are currently surrounding it, but those people overestimated themselves and have all died. Another interesting thing has happened, and that is that the chaos divine beast that was rumored to be extinct has reappeared, and it has also devoured a lot of people who have their eyes on it. Just like the heavenly fire, it is also in the evil Horizon Valley, and the evil Horizon Valley is becoming more and more lively. Primal Chaos Divine Beast? Is there any basis for this? Meng Ran's curiosity was finally piqued. Xian Shui smiled and said, quite a few people have already been devoured. This is the evidence, so this trip will become even more interesting. Is that so? Then you mean you have the ability to deal with the strangest chaos divine beast? Or do you really have the help of the black tortoise? Disdain flashed across her eyes. She didn't think that with Xian Shui's strength, he would be able to do anything to that divine beast. Even if everyone behind them attacked together, they wouldn't be able to. This was because she knew that although the battle power of the Chaos Divine Beast wasn't as strong as that of the True Dragon and the White Tiger, the ability to devour Tenbin was definitely the most terrifying ability in the world. Without the help of an ancient divine artifact or a divine beast, she didn't have the qualifications to fight against it. Therefore, she didn't want to think too highly of herself like Xian Shui. You don't have to worry about that. When the time comes, I will let you experience my power. In the eyes of others, the Chaos Divine Beast might be terrifying, but to me, it's really nothing. Xian Shui laughed confidently. Chapter 1209. The area occupied by the evil Horizon Valley was rather vast. Mountains and ridges stretched endlessly, towering ancient trees covered the sky, and many holy beasts roamed the wilderness. Originally, there would be many mercenaries hunting for food outside the evil Horizon Valley. But now, there was not a single soul in sight, and it was unusually quiet. Tens of thousands of miles away from the evil Horizon Valley, there were already many troops stationed everywhere. Among them, the Ice Blade Alliance was the strongest, followed by the Snow Bull Gang and their allies. The rest were just some low-level forces or rogue cultivators, but every single one of them had the strength of a divine king. There was not a single demigod king or holy emperor. These people did not dare to act rashly now, because the first batch of people who went in to scout had been completely wiped out. They could only wait for their forces to send strong reinforcements, or even their sect guarding ancient divine weapons. Otherwise, they would not dare to enter again. As the leader of the Ice Blade Alliance's reinforcements, Bing Wuji was a middle-aged man. He was handsome and angular, and his brows were filled with a chilly killing intent. He had the strength of a peak divine king, and was one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the Profound Sky region. He was ranked in the top 100, and was definitely a top-notch powerhouse. He had brought dozens of mutant Snow Eagle troops from the Ice Blade Alliance, and even brought out the Ice Blade Alliance's top-notch divine weapon, the Divine Ice Blade, to capture the divine beast Chaos. When they arrived, the people of the Ice Blade Alliance immediately greeted them. Greetings, Elder Wuji. Everyone greeted him respectfully. Bing Wuji glanced at them arrogantly, then asked one of the high-level divine kings, "What's Lan Wen's situation now?" The old man called Lan Wen stepped forward and said, "Elder Wuji, a few days ago, I sent people to investigate, but none of them survived. We only heard Elder Fu's screams, and finally confirmed that it was the divine beast Chaos. It really is Chaos, haha. Alright, let's go now. This divine beast will definitely be in the bag for the Ice Blade Alliance." Bing Wuji did not show any signs of fear, and instead laughed loudly. With the divine Ice Blade, he was undoubtedly very confident, unless that Chaos was a transcendent 10th level existence. "Elder Wuji, I don't think this matter should be rushed," Lan Wen suggested. Bing Wuji furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Do you want to wait for others to make a move first? I know that the old leader of the Snow Bull Gang is already here. Rumor has it that they have an incomplete ancient divine weapon. If we let them capture Hun Dun first, then our losses will outweigh our gains." What? No wonder the Snow Bull Gang rushed in not long after. We can't wait any longer. Lan Wen exclaimed. Bing Wuji nodded and said, For safety's sake, those with low levels of strength will not be able to enter. Lan Wen responded with a yes and turned around to give the order. Then, with Bing Wuji in the lead, they flew towards the evil Horizon Valley with a total of 49 godly kings whose strength was above mid-rank. The mutated snow eagles let out loud cries of alarm, causing the weaker spirit beasts to freeze in fear. As the people of the Ice Blade Union rushed in, those forces and rogue cultivators who were hesitating also rushed in. They all planned to fish in troubled waters and pick up the ready-made ping-e. In the outermost area of the evil Horizon Valley, close to 100 godly kings from the allied army had already arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was the old leader of the Snow Bull Gang, Mo Inyo. He had the strength of a peak godly king and was also a Senjin of Goguryeo. He rode on a stage 10 triangular snow bull and carried a simple and unadorned longbow on his back. The longbow did not look special, but for Mo Inyo to carry it at all times, it was definitely not an ordinary item. At the same time, he wore a piece of divine armor that emitted a strong elemental energy. There were also several high-level godly kings beside him, all of them full of vigor. They were all riding stage 10 saint beasts, and their expressions were very cautious. Such a group of godly kings was an existence that could destroy everything. However, they were in such a state in the evil Horizon Valley. It was obvious what kind of terrifying existence they were about to face. Why haven't we seen that guy yet? Mo Inyo growled impatiently. A high-level godly king beside him said, "This place is very strange. Our divine will can't search a large area, and we don't know if it has already returned inside." Impossible. Since it came out, how could it go back so easily? Keep looking. Mo Inyo said. He had brought the ancient god artifact that he had obtained from a secret realm many years ago. He had to take down the primal chaos, and he definitely did not want it to return to the depths. Suddenly, at this time, there was a commotion in front of them. Mo Inyo and the others all became nervous. They all took out their divine artifacts and entered a state of vigilance. Roar! A series of roars rang out as a number of sacred beasts began to appear around Mo Inyo and the others. Lion, tiger, leopard, wolf. A group of mutated holy beasts. There were stage 9 and stage 10 existences in total. There were hundreds of them, causing their scalps to go numb. They immediately attacked Mo Inyo and the others. These might just be the vanguard. We have to end this battle quickly. Mo Inyo shouted softly, holding a trident divine artifact in his hand. He took the lead and charged forward. Although there were a lot of holy beasts, not many of them had reached the middle stage of the 10th order, and there were even fewer at the high stage of the 10th order. Therefore, Mo Inyo and the others didn't feel too much pressure dealing with them. The godly kings all used their terrifying divine powers, raised their divine artifacts, and began to kill crazily. However, these were the allied forces of several forces, and some of them had the strength of a low-level god king. If they wanted to deal with these holy beasts, they would still suffer greatly, or even die. While Mo Inyo and the others were trying their best to kill these holy beasts, there was a figure sitting on a fallen withered tree not far from here. This figure was round like a ball, and the fat on its body was no less than a few hundred kilograms. It looked very disgusting. This lump of meat was still naked, without anything to cover it. Its head was also very big, but its facial features were very small. It looked very ugly. There were many human skeletons in front of it, and it was also holding an arm in its hand and chewing on it. It was obviously eating human flesh, and its bloody mouth looked extremely hideous and disgusting. Its slender eyes kept darting around as it looked at the battle in front of it, revealing an incomparably cold expression. Humans. Humans are delicious, it said in an extremely unpleasant voice. After swallowing the arm and the bones, it slowly walked toward the direction of the battle. When the energy that was flying toward it got close to it, it was immediately shaken into nothingness by a terrifying aura. On the battlefield, Missouri Inyo and the others were in high spirits. Even if they didn't find Hundun, they could still kill these holy beasts and sell their corpses to make a fortune. Therefore, they didn't think that killing these holy beasts was a waste of energy. Not too far away, Bing Wuji and the others had finally arrived with a few dozen steeds at top speed. Did they find Hundun? Let's hurry up. We can't let them beat us to it. Bing Wuji cried out in surprise. He urged the mutated Snow Eagle King beneath him to fly even faster. Just as the people from the Ice Blade Alliance were rushing over, Bing Wuji called out, "Don't be hasty. They don't look like they're fighting Hundun." Lan Wen also looked in that direction and immediately sneered, they're fighting the holy beasts here. Let them exhaust themselves. We won't participate, Bing Wuji said. To them, there was no need to waste time on these holy beasts. On the contrary, these holy beasts were exhausting Mo Inmyo and the others' divine energy, which was beneficial to them. Just as Bing Wuji and the others were enjoying the show, Bing Wuji glanced in a certain direction from the corner of his eye. His eyelid twitched slightly as he muttered, "What's that?" He focused his gaze and looked toward the forest, only to see a pile of meat rolling slowly. Bing Wuji didn't feel like vomiting at all. On the contrary, he frowned deeply as a rare sense of danger began to fill his entire body. Suddenly, two beams of light shot out from the pile of meat in his direction. Bing Wuji's body trembled, and his expression changed as he shouted, "The divine beast of chaos is over there." Along with his voice, Hundun sneered at him. Then, its huge mouth instantly became incomparably huge, and a terrifying sucking force attacked in the direction of the battle. The divine kings who were fighting with the holy beasts had just heard Bing Wuji's roar, but they still didn't know where Hundun was. All of a sudden, a terrifying sucking force pulled towards them, causing their bodies to involuntarily fly in one direction. Everyone's expression changed. Mo Inmyo sat tightly on his three-horned snow ox. He began to unleash all of his strength and stabilized his body. Then, he looked in the direction of Hundun and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Attack it with me." Mo Inmyo was indeed the leader of a gang. He was the first to attack, and a large amount of ice divine energy rushed toward Hundun. The divine kings also forcefully stabilized their bodies and attacked with the divine weapons in their hands. The multicolored divine power rushed towards the direction of the primal chaos. The gods attacked, and all the trees and mountains in the area were destroyed. Many spatial cracks and turbulence appeared, and all kinds of different energies carried with them the power to destroy heaven and earth, shocking everyone. The surrounding holy beasts took advantage of this opportunity to escape as far as they could. It seemed like they didn't dare to stay for even a second longer. Unfortunately, they couldn't organize an attack as a group like humans. At the same time, they were afraid of Hundun's divine might, so they couldn't even muster the will to resist. All they could do was let out terrified roars. Their huge bodies were also pulled backward by the terrifying sucking force. The ninth-grade holy beasts were directly sucked into the black mouth along with the attacks. Chapter 12:10. Primal Chaos Tenbin Divine Might, Devour All Things. Primal Chaos relied on its huge mouth to feed itself and kill its enemies. Its huge mouth seemed to be able to contain a whole world. It actually swallowed all the god kings and those ninth-rank holy beasts. At this moment, Primal Chaos transformed back into its true form. A chubby, mountain-like divine beast appeared in front of everyone. It didn't have a single strand of hair on its body, only skin and flesh. It also had a pair of extremely thin wings and clawless feet. The most peculiar thing about it was its huge mouth. Rows of cold fangs were filled with bloodlust. Streams of saliva flowed continuously from its mouth as if it hadn't eaten for 10 days to half a month and was extremely hungry. It didn't have a mighty body like the true dragon, white tiger, or other divine beasts. Instead, it looked more like a poisonous beast. Its appearance was strangely ugly and disgusting. However, it was indeed a divine beast of chaos. According to the records, the first divine beast to be born at the beginning of the world was Primal Chaos. It possessed the 5 elements body. It was born from the condensation of the 5 source energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Primal chaos completely absorbed the divine power attacks of several 9th-rank holy beasts and low-level god kings into its stomach. Its body expanded by a few times. Then, it burped a few times and its body gradually shrunk back to its original size. When everyone saw this, they were all extremely shocked. They knew from the records that primal chaos could devour the heavens and the earth. However, they were still terrified when they saw it using this Tenbin divine ability for the first time. Don't just stand there. Continue attacking. I don't believe that it can devour everything without getting hurt. Moin Ox roared again. As soon as he said that, his 3-horned snow ox also launched a powerful elemental attack. The other god kings and their protective holy beasts also launched their attacks. However, this time, primal chaos didn't devour them head-on. It was true that it could devour everything. However, it was only an advanced 10th rank. It hadn't surpassed the 10th rank yet. It hadn't reached the stage where it could ignore all attacks. After devouring so much just now, it didn't want to continue devouring useless energy. It wanted to devour the humans in front of it. Its speed was very fast. With just a light step, it swept past many attacks and headed for the nearest god king. One of the godly kings had discovered this earlier. He used all of his strength and the divine spear in his hand to block the barrage of attacks. Die. However, his numerous attacks seemed to be in vain. A powerful force forcefully sucked his body over. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He kept using his great power to stop himself from moving forward. At the same time, he used his divine power to fly backward. It was a pity that the power of the sucking was too strong, so strong that it could even split open the spatial cracks. He had no way of escaping, and could only watch helplessly as he fell into the bottomless black hole. Primal chaos swallowed that mid-level god king in a single gulp. All the god kings felt like they had fallen into an icehouse at the same time. A chill extended from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. Too scary. If this goes on, we'll all be devoured. Let's escape. It's immune to the power of the 5 elements. Whoever cultivates an attribute other than the 5 elements can attack it with all their might. It definitely won't be able to devour them. That's right. Especially lightning attacks. They can definitely injure it. Hurry up and attack. Not good, it's coming over to devour us. Hurry. Hurry up and escape. Those god kings were all scared out of their wits. The more cowardly god kings immediately ran away. However, they were extremely fast, and primal chaos was even faster. Several black holes appeared in front of them and sucked them in. Ah! They all let out incomparably terrified screams. Then, they were twisted into pools of blood by the terrifying killing light produced by the black hole's power. This black hole devouring was a common attack method used by primal chaos. It was impossible to defend against. Everyone's morale was gone. None of the god kings had the courage to continue fighting against primal chaos. Damn it, it wasn't human at all. It was one of the 9 great divine beasts, primal chaos. Very good, very powerful, but... You must belong to me. Mo Inyo didn't escape. He had already taken down the ancient bow on his back. This bow looked ordinary as it was made of wood. However, no one knew that this wood was made from a branch of the Bodhi divine tree, the leader of the 9 great divine trees. Mo Inyo had experienced many dangers in a secret domain to obtain it. Unfortunately, he only had this divine bow and no divine arrow feathers. Thus, this Bodhi divine bow was just an ancient remnant divine weapon. If he had the divine bow and the divine arrow feathers, it would be the strongest divine bow in this world. It could kill anything, including the sun, the moon, and the stars. Because of this Bodhi divine bow, Mo Inyo had the courage to fight the primal chaos divine beasts. Without the divine arrow feathers, Mo Inyo had asked someone to make divine arrow feathers. Although it couldn't match with the Bodhi divine bow, it could still be used. Moreover, its power wasn't less than a top-grade divine weapon. It might even be one level stronger. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert had to avoid its sharp tip. Mo Inyo sat on the bull's back and pulled the bow, aiming at primal chaos. His spirit, soul, and chi had been pushed to the extreme. Go for me. He roared, gathering all of his energy on the wooden bow. The wooden bow was pulled back a little, but the arrow feathers shot out like meteors. Swoosh! The arrow brought with it a cold air, drawing a bright shadow in the air. In a flash, it had already arrived in front of the target. The primal chaos divine beast's devouring power was amazing, and so was its reflexes. However, after the arrow feathers aimed at it, it couldn't react in time. The arrow pierced through its fleshy body. Roar! It was the first time the primal chaos divine beast got hit. It screeched in pain as the spear-like arrow pierced deep into its fleshy body. Strange liquid oozed out of its body. As it roared, a massive black hole appeared, sucking all the flowers, grass, and trees around it. It didn't die because of this arrow. Its eyes fell on Mo Inyo who had shot it. Human, damn it. It stormed towards Mo Inyo. Its speed was so fast that Mo Inyo couldn't catch its existence. Mo Inyo didn't expect that its arrow couldn't hurt the primal chaos divine beast. Quite the contrary, it enraged it. Mo Inyo cried out, damn it, Xuanyo, let's go. Since he couldn't aim at the primal chaos divine beast, he couldn't shoot it a second time. He could only use the 36 stratagem, which was to escape. The direction in which Mo Inyo fled was coincidentally the direction in which the people of the Ice Blade Alliance were. The expressions of the Ice Blade Union members changed drastically. They had the urge to retreat immediately. They all knew how terrifying the primal chaos divine beast was. Bing Wuji ordered, get into formation. The 49 people behind him immediately spread out and stood in different positions. They wielded god weapons and rode on saint beasts. All of their energy burst forth at the same time and gathered together. This was the heaven-sealing godly formation. It was formed by 49 divine kings. They attacked from different directions at the same time, and it had the power to freeze the heavens and freeze the earth. Just as Mo Inyo rushed over, Bing Wuji smiled coldly and said, attack. The 49 divine kings who were mid-tier and above attacked at the same time. All of the cold energy instantly spread in the area. Ice crystals formed in the surroundings and surged forward. Mo Inyo's expression changed drastically. He had indeed thought of making the primal chaos divine beast fight the Ice Blade Union members while he took the opportunity to escape. However, he didn't expect the Ice Blade Union members to get into formation and attack him as well. If he continued to advance, he would immediately be sealed in ice. If he retreated, he would definitely be devoured by the primal chaos divine beast. No matter which option he chose, he would definitely die. At the critical moment, Mo Inyo knocked his bow and shot another arrow. He used up all of his god power. The feather of the arrow shot towards the layers of ice that were already very close. Rumble. Crack. The layer of ice formed by the 49 divine kings was blasted into a hole that only one person could pass through. At this moment, Mo Inyo gave up on the three-horned snow bull and passed through the hole. Behind him, the three-horned snow bull also crashed into the hole. However, it could only leave a hole in the thick layer of ice. It couldn't force its way through. In the end, it was completely sealed by the ice crystals. The primal chaos divine beast that was chasing after him stopped in its tracks. It realized how powerful the layers of ice were. They were all heading towards it, and a look of fear flashed across its eyes. The reason why it could devour so many god power attacks was because the attacks of the divine kings were uneven and not concentrated together. At the same time, its power couldn't compare to that of the mid-tier and above divine kings. It kept retreating, but its body was still firmly frozen by the layers of ice. In the end, it was completely sealed in ice. In its original position, a huge ice mountain was formed. This ice mountain was so thick that even a divine king couldn't shatter it. The primal chaos divine beast was completely sealed in ice. Mo Inyo, who was lucky enough to escape, looked back and couldn't help but say, "Did the Ice Blade Alliance capture the primal chaos divine beast just like that?" It was undeniable that the Ice Blade Alliance's heaven-sealing divine formation was very powerful. However, Mo Inyo was unwilling to let the primal chaos divine beast fall into the hands of the Ice Blade Alliance. However, regardless of whether he was willing or not, the truth seemed to be right in front of him. The primal chaos divine beast can devour anything, but it was still sealed alive by us. Bing Wuji laughed unscrupulously. However, as soon as he finished laughing, the huge ice mountain started to emit spots of black light. The black light grew larger and larger until it formed a bottomless black hole. Under the powerful sucking power of this bottomless black hole, the huge ice mountain instantly shattered. Many ice crystals were sucked into the bottomless black hole and turned into icy water, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 12:11. The expressions of Bing Wuji and the others changed drastically. They did not expect that the Chaos Divine Beast could still break the ice with the help of Tenbin's divine power. Quick! Hurry up and continue to increase the power. We definitely can't let it come out. Bing Wuji yelled in shock and ordered. The 49 God Kings attacked together once again. Layer after layer of ice crystals fell again, turning the surrounding several tens of thousand kilometers into an iceberg. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. It was quite a grand sight. However, no matter how many layers of ice there were, it was useless. Hence, the bottomless black hole continued to expand, shredding the layers of ice into pieces. A round figure rushed out from the layers of ice. Roar! With a furious roar from the chaotic divine beast, another 3 black holes appeared before the God Kings of the Ice Blade Alliance. The powerful sucking immediately sucked in several panicking God Kings. Then, a series of screams rang out, leaving only a lot of blood blooming in the sky. "Damn it, all of you, scatter and retreat. Let me kill it." Bing Wuji was furious. He had already overestimated the divine beast of chaos. However, it seemed that it was still not enough. He had to kill it personally. Otherwise, all of them would have to die. An ice-sealing divine saber appeared in his hand. This was a divine saber that was infinitely close to an ancient god artifact. Ice cleaves in all directions. Right from the start, Bing Wuji used all his strength and slashed in the direction of the divine beast of chaos. When the blade descended, it split into 8, then 8 into 16, then 16 into 32. In total, there were 72 blades of ice force. The ice force was catalyzed to the extreme by the ice-sealing divine saber, and its power was increased by 30 times. All the ice force slashed towards the divine beast of chaos from all directions. Devouring was the divine beast of chaos's Tenbin divine ability. It was also its attacking method. Facing the 72 saber strikes of a peak divine king, it used the same move. It opened its mouth wide and sucked in all of the saber strikes of the 72 saber strikes. Its body was like a bottomless pit, as if any ability or item that fell into its stomach would be completely digested. Bing Wuji did not look anxious or worried. His attack was just an appetizer, and what followed was the most powerful attack. The reason why the ice-sealing godly blade had such a name was because it possessed the godly ability to seal ice. Icebound world. Bing Wuji's figure flashed, and his blade slashed down from the sky. It was as if hail and snow were raining down on this part of the world. The air in the area instantly dropped to absolute zero, and everything in the air was completely frozen. It was just a single strike, yet it was no less powerful than when the 49 God Kings struck out at the same time. The icy force was extremely cold, enough to freeze everything to death. It was not that Bing Wuji's power had surpassed the power of the 49 Divine Kings. It was that the 49 Divine Kings had combined their powers to attack, and were unable to achieve the perfect balance of power. However, the ice-sealing divine blade had this effect, and it was able to produce the coldest ice force, which was why it was able to achieve such an effect. The divine beast of chaos couldn't swallow everything in its surroundings at the same time. The ice-cold energy froze it once again. The extremely cold energy finally made it feel numb. It roared and struggled continuously. What are you waiting for, Moin Ox? Let's capture it first. Bing Wuji roared at Moin Ox, who was hiding nearby. Mo Inyo, who was far away, hesitated for a while. Then, he drew his bow and shot at the divine beast of chaos again. Shio! Roar! The divine beast of chaos was shot again, and it roared again. A large amount of strange liquid flowed out from its side. This time, it used all of its strength. It opened its mouth wide and produced a massive devouring force that absorbed most of the ice crystal, allowing its body to regain its freedom. It no longer dared to charge at Bing Wuji and the Moin Ox. Instead, it dragged its injured body and fled into the valley. Go after it, don't let it get away. Bing Wuji's confidence soared. He called out to Moin Ox and chased after the divine beast of chaos. Mo Inyo hesitated for a while, but he also sprang up and chased after it. Just as Mo Inyo, Bing Wuji, and the others were fighting the divine beast of chaos, many god kings were also fighting an equally intense battle against many divine beasts in the other direction of Evil Horizon Valley. However, although there were many god kings, their abilities could not compare to Mo Inyo, Bing Wuji, and the others. At the same time, they had many demigod kings and the Holy Emperor's followers with them. Their main goal was to capture the origin of heavenly fire, and the ones leading them were the alchemists and craftsmen. The alchemists and craftsmen were the closest to Evil Horizon Valley, the Fen family, and the craftsman sect, the craftsman sect. They were led by Fen Quanjing of the Fen family, a low-level god king and a great saint master. He seemed to be only one step away from becoming a divine alchemist, but he had been stuck at this step for 10,000 years. The other person was a peak-level divine alchemist from the craftsman sect, Tong Xiu Bian, a low-level god king. Both of them were leading a group of god kings and the Holy Emperor's men to search for the high-level heavenly fire. They thought that as long as they could obtain the origin of heavenly fire, they would be qualified to become a divine alchemist or a divine craftsman. However, they did not find the heavenly fire. Instead, they were attacked by the Holy Emperor, which caused them to suffer heavy casualties. In the end, the two groups of people, as well as some smaller forces and rogue cultivators who were chasing after them, gathered together to avoid being killed. Damn it, Evil Horizon Valley has a lot of holy beasts. I heard about it a long time ago, but I didn't expect there to be so many. How can we kill them all? Fen Quanjing said with a face full of bad luck. Fortunately, he had 2 high-level god kings and several middle-level god kings on his side, which was why he was safe and sound. Otherwise, with his low-level strength, he would have died a long time ago. On the other side, Tong Xiu Bian also said, "That's right. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to find the heavenly fire and we'll all be left here. The main reason is that the ancient trees here are too dense, producing a lot of condensed auras. We can't use our spiritual will to sense them, otherwise it wouldn't be difficult to find the heavenly fire." A high-level god king said. "Cut the crap, let's kill our way out first." Another person shouted in shock. Many god kings and the Holy Emperor used all their strength to kill the holy beasts that were surrounding them. Humans and holy beasts had also suffered casualties before. The power of the battle between them had completely destroyed the hundreds of mountains in the vicinity. Multicolored energy continuously exploded in this direction. At this time, the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus sect's team had already arrived in the sky nearby. Xian Shui grinned and said, "There are 2 places where intense battles have taken place. One should be looking for the Chaos Divine Beast, and the other should be looking for the heavenly fire. It seems like we need to hurry up, in case someone else gets there first." Meng Ran lightly nodded her head and said, "Let's take a look here first. I can feel a scorching and explosive power over there. Although it's well hidden, I can still sense it." If the people on the other side heard Meng Ran say this, they would definitely be shocked. This was because they were unable to see through the seal of these ancient trees and were unable to further explore the existence of the heavenly fire. However, Meng Ran was able to ignore these ancient trees and still find the approximate location of the heavenly fire. Just based on this, they could not compare to Meng Ran. Looks like I was right to let you come, Meng Ran. Then let's immediately go and get it. When the time comes, we'll think of a way to capture that chaos divine beast. Xian Shui laughed. Immediately afterwards, a group of people rushed in the direction Meng Ran had pointed. At the bottom of a huge mountain, there was a very well-hidden cave entrance. The cave entrance extended tens of thousands of meters below the ground, making it difficult for people to detect what was inside. At the bottom of this tens of thousands of meters, there was an extremely violent wave of fire. These flames were like dragons that constantly churned, and the fire bubbles kept exploding. If any holy emperor were to be touched by them, they would probably be burnt to ashes by these dense flames. These fire liquids were impressively already at the initial stage of origin energy. To any fire attribute god king, this was the best energy to absorb. Similarly, if they could refine the origin flames here, they could greatly increase their fighting strength. To alchemists and weapon refiners, this was also a rare source of fire for them, allowing them to improve their alchemy or artifact forging standards. However, there was something strange about these flames. They kept spreading and shrinking, not tiring at all, as if they were floating in some sort of rhythm. It looked like the lava of a volcano was about to erupt, but it was more like it was being controlled by something. In the end, the flames that originally occupied a large area all shrank in one place, and no longer spread out. From afar, it seemed to have taken the form of an unknown spirit beast, which was extremely mighty. In front of the flames, there was a pair of blood-red eyes. They were very vivid and had a very strong demonic nature. They stared upwards, filled with a strong sense of vigilance. I feel that it's nearby, Meng Ran said, pointing at a few nearby mountains. Then what are we waiting for? Destroy them all immediately. I don't believe that it won't come out. Xian Shui sneered. Immediately afterwards, a high-level god king behind him flipped his palms, and two giant palms filled with divine power slammed down on the mountains. Rumble. The mountains were destroyed, and all the trees were destroyed as well. Many stone fragments flew everywhere. Roar. As the trees were destroyed, an earth-shattering roar of a beast soared into the sky, and a thick flame rushed up from the ground. This flame actually rushed directly towards the people of Black Tortoise Sect and Lotus Cult, and waves of raging fire rushed towards them. The people of Black Tortoise Sect and Lotus Cult slightly changed their expressions at the same time, and then they slammed towards the flame together. The divine power of ice and water elements forcibly blocked the flames. Fan Quanjing, Tong Xiubian, and the others who were fighting with the holy beasts not far away, finally sensed the situation over there. The fire source in Fan Quanjing's body jumped, and he looked towards the sky, then exclaimed, "The heavenly fire is over there, let's go there immediately." After saying that, he was the first to fly in that direction. Tong Xiubian was not willing to fall behind, and immediately led his people to shake off the holy beasts and chase after them. Chapter 12:12. After the sound of the explosion, many of the flames were dispersed. However, the original flame continued to rush towards the people of the Black Turtle Sect and the Lotus Sect. It was abnormally fast, as if it had a mind of its own. It chose the weaker divine kings, and the boundless flames had great destructive power. They split into several forces and charged towards them. Bang bang. The fire attack was ferocious, and its power was extremely overbearing. It was definitely not weaker than the power of any peak mid-level divine king. Those who were weaker than high-level divine kings fought with all their might. They were all in a difficult situation, afraid of being touched by the heavenly fire. Even though they were divine kings, it was not easy for them to get rid of it instantly. However, there were 2 to 3 peak godly kings and several high-level godly kings in their group. They managed to disperse the flames in a timely manner. However, the fire source was extremely fast. It actually dodged those attacks and pounced towards the three divine kings. Watch out, dodge. One of the peak divine kings wanted to help, but found that it was too late. He could only warn them. However, those people did not have time to react. The fierce fire immediately destroyed their protective light, and their divine bodies were quickly burned by the raging high-rank heavenly fire. Ah! The three divine kings immediately let out miserable screams when they came in contact with the high-rank heavenly fire. Regular god kings could still forcefully expel regular origin heavenly flames from their bodies without causing too much damage. However, this high-rank heavenly fire had already reached the stage of taking shape. It had already developed intelligence, and its power was terrifying. Even a divine body could be completely incinerated. Their divine power could not force it out at all. Damn it, Elder Xian Ming, quickly suppress it. Xian Shui cursed. Among the three people who died just now, two of them were from the Black Tortoise sect. However, when he gave the order, Fan Quanzheng and Tong Xiu had already arrived with their people. The heavenly fire is mine. Fan Quanzheng showed a greedy look. He cried out in surprise. His palms kept forming hand seals, and he struck towards the heavenly fire. This was a palm technique that was specially used to capture heavenly fire. There was a pair of mid-grade god artifacts in his palms, and what he unleashed was a type of earthen fire. The power that he forced out had a special allure to heavenly fire. The blazing fire palm slammed onto the origin heavenly flame, trying to seal it completely. Hee, don't be in such a rush, Master Fan. I, Tong Xiu Bian, also need it for refining. Tong Xiu Bian sneered and a strange bottle appeared in his hand. He threw the bottle that emitted divine power out. At the same time, his hands kept moving, controlling the bottle with his divine power to cover the origin of heavenly flames. Collect. Tong Xiu Bian cried out in shock. The bottle became much larger, and a powerful cold suction force appeared, enveloping the heavenly fire essence, wanting to absorb it completely. Roar. Just as Fan Quanzheng and Tong Xiu Bian were using various methods to subdue the origin of heavenly flames, the origin of heavenly flames let out a roar of shock. The flames instantly burst out in all directions, and the power of heavenly flames swept towards them like dragons. The power of this origin was extremely dense, and even a divine king would die if they came into contact with it. Fan Quanzheng's fire palms were all assimilated by the origin of heavenly flames, and Tong Xiu Bian's bottle was directly burned into fine powder by the flames. The nearby divine kings quickly retreated one by one. Just what level of heavenly fire has this reached? It's actually this terrifying. Why does it feel like it's a fire-type holy beast? Fan Quanzheng cried out in surprise and joy. Tong Xiu Bian shook his head and said, my bottle is a mid-grade god artifact. The origin of heavenly flames on one side can't possibly burn it instantly. It looks like it has already reached the level of a top-grade fire source. It won't be easy to subdue it. Many divine kings continuously attacked the origin of heavenly flames. They wanted to exhaust its power first, and then subdue it shouldn't be difficult at all. However, this also resulted in many casualties. The origin of heavenly flames very consciously chose to attack the divine kings below the high-level level, burning them to death one by one. The people brought by Fan Quanzheng and Tong Xiu Bian were all so frightened that they hurriedly retreated, no longer daring to fight against the origin of heavenly flames. The high-level divine kings worked together to use their divine power to completely seal it, but unfortunately, the origin of heavenly flames' speed of shuttling back and forth was too fast. They were completely helpless. The people of the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus cult, however, became existences that watched from the sidelines. Not a single one of them made a move, and they were waiting for the moment to reap the benefits. Unfortunately, the people of the Fan family and the weapon creation sect were not good enough. After losing a dozen or so divine kings, they knew that the origin of heavenly flames was definitely not something they could touch, so they could only retreat. Meng Ran, it's time for us to act, right? Xian Shui said to Meng Ran with a faint smile. Are we really going to act? It might not be the origin of heavenly flames. Meng Ran said very indifferently. Xian Shui raised his eyebrows and said, "It's not the origin of heavenly flames?" "That's right. If I'm not wrong, it's a fire Qilin divine beast," Meng Ran said with a slightly certain tone. The expressions of Xian Shui and the people behind him all changed. They all knew that there were divine beasts in the evil cliff valley, but they only heard that there was a chaos divine beast. Now, a fire Qilin divine beast had appeared. This could not help but make them feel shocked. Good. It's even better that it's not the origin of heavenly flames. A Qilin divine beast is even rarer than it. It's said that a Qilin divine beast's assistant is a generation supreme emperor, an envoy sent by the heavens. If I can obtain it, then I'll be the new generation supreme emperor in the heaven domain. Xian Shui laughed wildly. Then, he shouted to the people behind him, "Everyone, get into formation and seal this place with all your strength. We definitely can't let it escape." Xian Shui looked at the roaring flames. He gathered all his power in his eyes and saw through all obstructions. As expected, he finally saw the scene at the very center of the flames. It was a Qilin divine beast with a dragon's head, deer's antlers, a lion's body, eagle's claws, a ponytail, and fish scales. Its entire body was suffused with raging flames, and all its fur seemed to be burning. It looked extremely mighty and extraordinary, and its aura was even more explosive, like a rainbow. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a heavy bloodlust. It was extremely fast as it charged towards the weaker god kings. However, a large amount of hailstones and waves of water began to form an ice prison, firmly imprisoning it in this part of the world, preventing it from harming others. Moreover, the scorching heat brought by its raging flames was greatly reduced. Soon afterwards, a wave of hail and water surged towards the fire Qilin. Rumble. The attacks from dozens of god kings in a formation were extremely terrifying. They smashed down large swathes of space, causing many spatial cracks to appear. It was extremely frightening. The ice bubbles and water waves were all created by the god kings. They were condensed from divine water and extinguished most of the raging flames. The fire Qilin was also smashed to pieces. After a round of attacks, the origin of fire around the fire Qilin decreased by a lot. It actually allowed the others to vaguely see its true appearance. All the god kings were surprised as they cried out. Is this what the origin of heavenly fire looks like? Why does it look so similar to the legendary Qilin divine beast? It's said that it's already reached the realm of transformation. It's not strange for it to look like a fire Qilin. It looks like the origin of heavenly fire is really of a high level. No. Do you feel its life force? It's not the origin of heavenly fire. It's a real Qilin divine beast. Is this evil Horizon Valley the territory of a Qilin divine beast? Didn't I hear that a chaotic divine beast appeared on the other side a few days ago? Why has a Qilin divine beast appeared now? Are there too many divine beasts now? They all stared at the Qilin divine beast as their eyes began to burn with desire. However, the people from the Fen family and the crafting sect nearby were the happiest. This was because they specialized in the fire attribute, so the fire Qilin suited their tastes. As for the people from the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus cult, most of them were water attributed. Even if they captured the fire Qilin, they would not be able to use it. However, there was an exception, and that was Xian Shui. Everyone knew that the successors of the Black Tortoise sect would all specialize in the water attribute. Xian Shui was no exception. He did indeed specialize in the water attribute. However, not a lot of people knew that he also practiced the fire attribute. He was a dual cultivator of fire and water, and he possessed the legendary Yin-Yang body. It was no weaker than Mengran's water god body. In terms of pure battle prowess, Xian Shui would definitely be stronger. This kind of physique was 1 in a million, like Xiao Ling's empty body. It was only second to the chaotic body. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen as the young master of the Black Tortoise sect so early on. However, he did not seem to be interested in this position. He was not too interested in managing those mundane matters. Therefore, the fire Qilin in front of him was very suitable as a divine beast to protect him. However, the prerequisite was that he could subdue it. Currently, the Qilin divine beast was like a trapped beast. Although the flames on its body were temporarily extinguished, they immediately grew again. It continuously charged at the sealed space, attempting to break through and escape. Unfortunately, the hailstones and waves formed by dozens of divine kings blocked it layer by layer. It was only at the peak of the 10th order intermediate stage, unlike the chaotic divine beasts that were already at the 10th order advanced stage. Moreover, its attacks were not as unpredictable as the chaotic divine beasts. However, this did not mean that it was captured just like that. The horn on its forehead began to ripple with circles of dark flames. The flames gathered bit by bit, and a terrifying aura rose to the peak. Whoosh! Sang Yen charged out from the horn, and a brilliant light flashed across the sky like a meteor. It heavily collided with the hailstones and waves. Chapter 12-13. Boom boom boom. True dragon pearl, white tiger fang, vermilion bird feather, black tortoise shell, Qilin horn, all of these represented the source of the divine beast's greatest power. The fire Qilin's horn attack was undoubtedly its most powerful attack. The divine fire condensed from the origin flames was like a dazzling light that heavily bombarded the barrier that blocked its path. The blockade formed by several dozen god kings was forcefully broken through by the great power. The fire Qilin seized this opportunity and quickly rushed out. However, just as it was about to charge out, Xian Shui shouted, "Elder Xian Ming, quickly stop it. We can't let it escape." As soon as Xian Shui's voice fell, the pinnacle god king called Xian Ming beside him made a move. Xian Ming's long spear danced as spear radiance pierced towards the Qilin. Ding dang ding dang. When his spear light struck the body of the Qilin mythical beast, it produced a series of ear-piercing collisions. The fire Qilin's scales forcefully took on many spear lights, and its body was sent flying far away. The fire Qilin knew that it couldn't get any better, so it roared and quickly fled in one direction. Meng Ran, use your power to help me. Xian Shui shouted at Meng Ran. He raised his speed to the extreme and rushed towards the Qilin. At the same time, a pair of swords appeared in his hands, one water and one fire, one long and one short. The water and fire divine swords were top-grade divine weapons, and the power they could unleash was definitely not inferior to Bing Wuji's divine ice blade. The two swords swung out in unison, and two different powers, one yin and one yang, began to fuse together to form an attack that resembled a Tai Chi diagram, which pressed down on the fire Kirin. The power of each Taiji diagram sword light was not inferior to a peak mid-level god king's attack. Moreover, the laws they formed were extremely targeted. Boom boom boom. A series of explosive sounds rang out. The fire Qilin kept on dodging and wanted to escape, but it was blocked by the peak god kings. At this time, the goddess of the Lotus sect, Meng Ran, finally moved. The divine physique had an unimaginable cultivation speed, but there weren't many who were as abnormal as Meng Ran. Of course, in addition to speed, she also possessed exceptional opportunities that no one else could replace. Because she had obtained the inheritance of the Lotus sect's first-generation leader who had already died. That generation's sect master was an existence that had become a supreme being. However, she had died in an accident. However, her inheritance had been preserved forever, and a portion of her remnant soul had also been preserved, waiting to be reincarnated. The first sect leader's name was Meng Ran. The remnant soul had already assimilated with Meng Ran's original soul. Not many people knew about this secret, only a few people in the Lotus sect knew about it. Because of this, the old sect master of the Lotus sect accepted Meng Ran as her direct disciple. In reality, she wanted to train Meng Ran as the next generation successor. No one knew if Meng Ran had obtained the inheritance or if she had been reincarnated. In addition, she had once obtained the Lotus Order's guardian divine artifact, the Lotus Throne. This lotus throne was a complete ancient divine artifact, and only the fated could obtain it. It was the weapon of the first leader of the Lotus sect, Meng Ran, as well as all of her cultivation treasures. Because Meng Ran had obtained her inheritance, she was able to summon this ancient divine artifact. At the same time, other than possessing powerful divine energy, this ancient divine artifact could also gather origin energy to speed up its master's cultivation. This was also the reason why Meng Ran could reach God King at such a young age. Of course, she did not immediately use that ancient divine artifact. Instead, she used another peak-level divine artifact. This was a water god tower. She held it in her hand, and waves of blue light constantly radiated from it. The powerful ripples of energy were no weaker than Xian Shuai's water and fire divine sword. Under the activation of Meng Ran's divine power, the water god tower shone with resplendent light. It gradually enlarged, and in a few blinks of an eye, it had become the size of a mountain. When the surrounding people saw the sudden appearance of the water god tower, they were all amazed. Their eyes were filled with envy. Go! Meng Ran's cold voice rang out. Her water god tower pressed towards the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin was first constantly attacked by the peak god king, while Xian Shuai continuously used the power of yin and yang to attack it. Even with its astonishing defense, many scales on its body were blasted off, and streaks of blood began to spurt out. However, it still resisted very tenaciously. Just as the water god pagoda was about to suppress it, its horn once again unleashed a powerful attack. The dark flames heavily smashed against the water god pagoda, causing it to deviate from its path. At the same time, the fire Qilin used Meng Ran's direction as a breakthrough point. It charged towards her, and its roaring flames burst forth once again. Its blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. However, when its gaze came into contact with Meng Ran, it smelled a familiar yet unfamiliar scent. It felt as if it had seen her before, and the violent power in its body seemed to be restored at this moment. Just as it was about to pounce on her, she once again controlled the water god tower and slammed it towards the fire Qilin. While the fire Qilin was distracted, the water god tower slammed into it. Bang! The fire Qilin fell from the sky, and its body directly smashed several mountains into smithereens. Meng Ran, you're still the best. Quickly imprison it. Xian Shuai said excitedly. Meng Ran's brows flashed with confusion. She clearly felt that with the fire Qilin's speed, it could have completely dodged, but it saw her stop, which was why it was struck by her. She did not understand what was going on. At the same time, she also felt a familiar feeling in her mind. She felt like she knew the fire Qilin. Meng Ran, what are you daydreaming about? Xian Shuai exclaimed again. Meng Ran returned to her senses, and once again urged the water god tower to suppress the fire Qilin. However, this time, the fire Qilin no longer emitted any origin flames. Its violent power had completely disappeared, and its blood-red eyes had also regained clarity. It hurriedly fled towards the water god tower, which was pressing down on it. It had suffered a series of injuries, and its speed was greatly reduced. Fortunately, it was still able to barely evade. However, the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus sect's divine kings had completely surrounded it, sealing off all its escape routes. The fire Qilin's eyes kept turning, as if it was thinking about something. Then, it raised its head to the sky and roared. Roar! Roar! A mighty roar that carried the majesty of an emperor spread in all directions. It seemed to be sending a distress signal for help. When the many holy beasts in the evil Horizon Valley heard the roar, they all came out from their hiding places. Their eyes were filled with a strong bloodlust, and they rushed towards the fire Qilin. Bestial roars resounded in the wilderness, and different holy beasts formed a beast tide. Their imposing manner was like the arrival of a magnificent army, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The pinnacle divine king Xian Ming immediately sensed the strange situation. He shouted, "Quick, capture it. There are many holy beasts coming this way." He took the lead and launched another attack at the fire Qilin. This time, he didn't hold back anymore. He stabbed at the fire Qilan's body, intending to injure it and take it away quickly. Xian Shui shouted at his men, "You guys block the holy beasts that are charging over." The Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus sect's divine kings immediately split up to block the incoming holy beasts. Xian Shui exerted all his strength to suppress the fire Qilan. At the same time, he said to Meng Ran again, "Meng Ran, quickly capture it. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape." Meng Ran nodded lightly. All her divine power started to burst forth, and streams of water energy burst forth from the Water God Pagoda. The Water God Pagoda pressed down heavily on the trapped fire Qilan. The fire Qilan was restricted in 3 directions, so it was impossible for it to resist. Furthermore, its body was injured, so its reaction was not as fast as before. It shouted at Meng Ran, "Sister-in-law Meng Qi, I'm Zizai." That's right, this fire Qilan was the wastrel that Ling Xiao had been separated from for many years. As for why it appeared here, that was a story for another time. Meng Ran's heart trembled. She only felt that the fire Qilan's voice carried a feeling that she hadn't felt for a long time. Fragments of memories kept flashing in her mind. However, the Water God Pagoda still pressed down on the fire Qilan mercilessly. Rumble. The fire Qilan was heavily pressed down by the Water God Pagoda, and it let out a painful cry. "Meng. Sister-in-law Meng Qi, I'm Zizai. Don't you remember me? I'm boss Ling Zhao's sworn brother," the fire Qilan roared at Meng Ran. "Hee, she's not called Meng Qi, but Meng Ran. She's my future woman." Xian Shui smiled proudly, then rushed in the fire Qilan's direction. The 2 yin-yang divine swords instantly stabbed into the fire Qilan's 2 front claws, pinning it to the ground. Roar! The fire Qilan was first pressed down by the Water God Pagoda, then its feet were stabbed by the 2 divine swords. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and the flames on its horn once again shot towards Xian Shui. Xian Shui had no way of dodging this terrifying attack. However, a circular shield with strange patterns on it appeared in his hand. It forcibly blocked the fire Qilan's attack, and he was only forced back a few dozen steps. The fire Qilan's attack was already comparable to the attack of a high-level divine king, but it was still blocked by the opponent. It was clear just how astonishing the defense of the shield was. "Qilan divine beast, submit to me, Xian Shui. I will be your greatest master, and I will lead you to become the greatest divine beast." Xian Shui used some kind of beast-taming power to speak to the Qilan. Just as the fire Qilan was about to lose its composure, an angry roar rang out from another direction. "Submit to your mother. Hurry up and release my brother, or all of you will die." Chapter 12-14. Xian Shui was the future young sect master of the Black Tortoise sect. He possessed the yin-yang physique and had reached the low-level God King realm at the age of 100. Not only was his battle prowess on par with a mid-level God King, he was also a beast tamer. It was just that his rank wasn't too high. The fire Qilan was already heavily injured. It was pinned down by the Water God Pagoda and nailed to its feet by the fire and water swords. It couldn't struggle free and its body was riddled with bloody wounds. It could be said that the fire Qilan was in a terrible state. Xian Shui's demonic voice attacked its pride and dignity. At the same time, it emitted a wisp of fire essence, trying to get closer to it. He didn't think the fire Qilan would directly subdue it, but it was enough if it could coexist peacefully with him. As long as he sincerely befriended it, it would unconditionally do everything for him. He understood the habits of spirit beasts. Unfortunately, the fire Qilan was a true mythological beast. It wasn't tempted by Xian Shui at all. It was just that it had lost too much blood and looked extremely dispirited. It looked at Meng Ran. It didn't understand why Meng Ran wanted to capture it. Wasn't she his woman? When Meng Ran saw the fire Qilan's sorrowful eyes, the soul in her mind underwent a shocking change. Pieces of memories that had long been obliterated gradually flashed through her mind. However, there was another strange force that was preventing the memory from recovering, forcefully sealing and erasing these memory fragments. But at this moment, a furious roar containing supreme dragon might rang out. "Submit to your mother. Hurry up and release my brother, or all of you can die." Suddenly, an abnormally domineering figure shot over from the distance. The restless sacred beasts quieted down one after another. The nearby god kings shivered. They all felt a vast power assailing their hearts. They couldn't help but feel a little nervous. A huge golden dragon surged over from the distance, causing the air to ripple. The perfect and domineering dragon's head and body made all the god kings sigh in admiration. This was the first time they'd seen a true dragon mythological beast. On top of this golden dragon, there was an extraordinary figure. He had a handsome and elegant face, a pair of sparkling dragon eyes, a slender and well-built physique, and the domineering aura of an emperor, giving off an urge to submit. He stood on top of the golden true dragon, further accentuating his disdainful aura. The suppressed fire Qilin let out a joyful roar. Roar! Boss, you're here. Meng Ran, who was in a daze, suddenly heard this roar. Her body quivered, and the memories in her sea of consciousness instantly surged like a tide. The mysterious power could no longer stop it, and it directly broke through all the obstacles, and finally, she regained her clarity. If you really like me, then use your actions to prove your ability. If you can surpass me one day, maybe I'll really consider being with you. Purple Sky Sect? I'll go. Meng Qi, marry me. Who wants to marry a heartless man like you? You have to marry even if you don't want to. If any man dares to have any thoughts about you, I'll kill him. Shao, how can you agree to her? Don't you want to be with me? Since this senior wants to take you as a disciple, you should agree to take this opportunity to go to the central region to understand the situation. In the future, I'll definitely go find you, and then we won't be separated. But, how long will it be before we meet again? It won't be long. If it's fast, it'll be 3 years. If it's slow, it'll be 5 years. We have to look further. Scenes of the oaths and promises of the past flashed through her mind. Her beautiful eyes overflowed with tears. She looked at the silhouette and murmured, Ling Xiao, my husband. Ling Xiao didn't notice Yun Mingqi at the moment. He was angrily staring at Xian Shui, and then at the fire Qilin, which was being pressed down by Ling Xiao. It was without a doubt the fire Qilin was the black sheep of the family. They had gone through thick and thin together, and shared a sky fire orb together. Ling Xiao and the fire Qilin were connected by flesh and blood. If the fire Qilin was injured, it meant that he was injured too. It was the most important brother in his life. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Ling Xiao rode the 13th prince over. The 13th prince's tail swept out, wanting to smash the water god tower away. Seeing that the tail was about to reach the water god tower, Ling Xiao seemed to think of something and immediately shouted, "Wait!" The 13th prince stopped. At that moment, Ling Xiao looked around and finally saw the familiar figure he had been looking for many years. His face was filled with excitement and joy as he exclaimed, Meng Qi, is that you? Looking back, he felt as if he had been separated from her for thousands of years. It was as if he had returned to the first time they had met. It was so vivid in his mind, as if it had only happened yesterday. That pure, beautiful, and perfect jade-like face was still as refined and beautiful as before. The only difference was that there was a hint of heroic spirit between her eyebrows, and her figure had become more perfect and mature. Every part of her body exuded an alluring fragrance, causing people to easily fall for her. Originally, they had promised to meet again in 3 to 5 years, but, in the blink of an eye, 30 to 50 years had passed. He missed her so much that he was about to go crazy. The heavens had pity on him. The heavens did not disappoint those who waited. He had finally found her. That familiar aura made him sure that she was Meng Qi, and not some Mengran. He forgot about the fire Qilin that was being suppressed. His figure swept down from the golden true dragon like the wind, and directly headed in Yun Mengqi's direction. However, before he could reach Yun Mengqi, the elders of the Lotus cult instantly blocked in front of her. One of the Peak Divine Kings shouted in shock, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Ling Xiao was blocked, but a token appeared in his hand. There was a snow lotus pattern on the token, and it shone brightly. "You are a member of my cult?" That Peak Divine King asked in astonishment. Ling Xiao didn't have time to explain to her. Taking advantage of her daze, he raised his speed to the extreme, directly avoiding her obstruction, and arrived in front of Yun Mengqi. He stared straight at her, and his thick palm slowly lifted up, gently wiping away the tears on her delicate face. "Mengqi, you have become even more beautiful," Ling Xiao said emotionally. This fairy-like woman in front of him was the first woman that had moved his heart, and the most important woman in his heart forever. Let go of the goddess. The Peak Divine King behind him was Yun Mengqi's protector elder. She cried out in shock and attacked Ling Xiao. "Elder Song, step back. He is my husband," Yun Mengqi said softly. Then, she threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace and cried bitterly. "Woo woo." She cried until her heart broke, until the heavens and earth dimmed, until all living things were filled with endless sorrow. All these years, she actually didn't know that she had a man that she loved the most. She actually forgot about him, forgot about the agreement with him, forgot about the oath with her. Although this wasn't her fault, she felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable in her heart. She caused him to reunite with her today. She felt that she deserved to die. She would rather not have this cultivation in her life, but she also hoped that she could be with him one day earlier, and live that kind of loving and nourishing life. The surrounding divine kings all felt somewhat sad. All these years, they had only cared about cultivating, and only knew how to constantly strengthen themselves. It seemed that they had completely forgotten many feelings. The fire Qilin, who was being pressed down, had its entire face collapse. It lamented, "Men value friends. Making friends without care." And in front of it, Xian Shuai's handsome face lacked that demonic smile. Instead, it was filled with a cold and evil aura. Waves of alternating yin and yang energy rose steadily, as if he really wanted to kill the man above. Now, Ling Xiao only felt very comfortable in his heart. It was very warm, and the feeling of hugging his wife was very satisfying. She hadn't changed. She was still his woman. He could understand her helplessness and grievance, but he didn't blame her. Ling Xiao gently cupped her face and said softly, "There are so many people watching, so you better not cry. Otherwise, they will think that I have abandoned you." Yun Mengqi's eyes flashed with tears as she looked at Ling Xiao and said, I want to cry because you've abandoned me. You said that we'd meet again in 3 to 5 years, but how long has it been? Tell me, have you abandoned me?" Ling Xiao felt wronged. He really couldn't explain everything that had happened in a few words, so he might as well not explain it. Using actions to prove it was the best choice. He lowered his head and domineeringly sealed her jade lips, sucking in the fragrance in her mouth to his heart's content. As he continued to probe deeper, Yun Mengqi also forgot where she was. She hooked her arms around his neck and responded to Ling Xiao's actions in the most passionate way. A kiss of forgetfulness. A kiss of passion. A kiss that melted like 1,000 years. Everyone was stunned. They quietly watched this scene and wailed in their hearts, this is too open. Xian Shuai finally couldn't bear it anymore. The goddess that he had set his eyes on had become food in someone else's mouth. Uncle can bear it, Aunt can't bear it anymore. He forcefully withdrew the water and fire divine swords that were nailed to the fire Qilin's legs. His entire body soared into the sky like an eagle spreading its wings. He coldly stared at the man and woman who were kissing passionately and shouted, "Quickly let go of Meng Ran." The man and woman who were immersed in love didn't seem to hear his words. Everything continued. "Bastard, how dare you ignore me?" Xian Shuai shouted angrily. At the same time, the water and fire divine swords rushed towards that damned man. However, the elder of the Lotus sect intercepted him one step ahead and said, "Young Master Xian Shui, it's better if you wait. I believe that Miss will give you a satisfactory explanation." Xian Shui gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and ignored the elder of the Lotus sect. He shouted at Ling Xiao again, "Quickly release Meng Ran, or else I'll make you die without a complete corpse." Chapter 12-15. This was the first time Xian Shui had been ignored like this since he was born. Yes, he was a disciple of the Black Turtle sect, but he was also the son of the current sect master. Moreover, his potential was astonishing and he was already known as the young sect master. It could be said that he was a man who grew up with many halos. He absolutely couldn't stand being ignored by others, and he couldn't stand the woman he liked being taken by someone else. Ling Xiao let go of Yun Mingqi and said, "Wait until I get rid of these flies, then we can have a good talk." Xian Shui had the urge to vomit blood when he heard this guy's words. He really wanted to shout, "This young master is the young sect master of the #1 sect in the Xian Sky region, and you actually use flies as an analogy? Are your eyes blocked?" Who knew that at this time, Yun Mingqi pulled Ling Xiao behind her and said to Xian Shui, "Xian Shui, he is my husband." This simple and clear sentence was enough to explain everything. Xian Shui found it hard to accept. He had already heard that Mengran had never been in contact with any man. "Mengran, you're lying to me. Since when did you have a husband? Do you think I, Xian Shui, am easy to deceive?" Xian Shui didn't believe it. Although he said he didn't believe it, after seeing the scene just now, he already believed it. It was just that he didn't want to face the truth. He felt that only he, Xian Shui, was worthy of such a beautiful woman. But now, there suddenly appeared a man who didn't seem to be any worse than him. This made his heart feel abnormally unbalanced. He thought, who is this guy? He can actually have a true dragon divine beast. Could it be, he is from the Dragon Gate? In the Heaven region, the most famous people who could have a true dragon divine beast as a mount were from the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, he couldn't think of anyone else who could have a true dragon divine beast as a mount. However, he didn't understand why someone from the Sky Dragon region would suddenly appear in the Xian Sky region. The name Mengran has already become a thing of the past. My original name is Yun Mingqi, from the Xian Ling continent. He and I are already husband and wife. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Yun Mingqi said coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that Xian Shui was the successor of the Black Tortoise sect, the strongest power in the profound Sky region, she would not have wasted her breath trying to explain. "Meng Qi, move the pagoda away first, the prodigal can't take it anymore." Just then, Ling Xiao thought of the prodigal who was bleeding profusely below and said. This water god pagoda was something that Ling Xiao had obtained by chance at the bottom of the Longtao River. At that time, he had thought that it was a saint artifact at most. He had not expected it to be a genuine top-notch divine artifact. Only then did Yun Mingqi remember that the fire Qilin was still under her water god tower. She immediately cried out, "I'm so sorry, Zai Zai." Then, she made a hand seal and withdrew the water god pagoda. The fire Qilin broke free. It roared and soared into the air again. This time, the surrounding god kings became cautious once again. At the same time, they completely sealed off its path. "Mengran, how can you let it go? It's mine." Xian Shui said solemnly. "Hee, it's yours? Open your eyes wide and take a look." Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Then, he called out to the fire Qilin, "Prodigal, come here." As Ling Xiao spoke, a fire attribute holy elixir pill appeared in his hand and he threw it towards the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin flew up shakily and swallowed the fire attribute holy elixir pill. A strong flame burst out from its body. Its injury started to heal, and its strength also recovered quite a bit. Then, it rushed to Ling Xiao's side as fast as it could and exclaimed, Boss, I finally see you again. This is great. The prodigal intimately rubbed its forehead against Ling Xiao's body. Anyone could see how much it depended on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a sense of excitement and joy that he had not felt in a long time. He had not expected to see the prodigal again. He gently stroked the prodigal's fur and said, "We brothers finally meet again. From now on, boss will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, I will kill them." As he spoke, Ling Xiao cast a cold and murderous look at Xian Shui. It was as if in Ling Xiao's eyes, Xian Shui was already half dead. Xian Shui only felt that the world was in chaos. He looked at the man in front of him. Not only did he snatch his woman, but he also snatched the divine beast that he had just captured. Moreover, they seemed to have a soft spot for this man, and there was also a peerless true dragon that belonged to him. What kind of man was this? How could he be so domineering and unreasonable? Not only did Xian Shui feel that it was unreasonable, even the surrounding god kings felt the same way. They all exclaimed in their hearts, "How unfair the heavens are." The prodigal roared excitedly and changed back to his human form. A handsome young man appeared in front of everyone. However, his body was full of wounds and he looked very distressed. "Boss, these people all want to capture me and hurt me like this. Let's eat them all together." The prodigal glared at Xian Shui and the people around him and said. The prodigal had been beaten up badly by them, so of course, he hated them very much. Ling Xiao looked around and said guiltily, "F***ck, there are so many god kings. I'm afraid that they will kill us before we can even make a move." Although Ling Xiao felt angry for the prodigal, he did not have the courage to kill all these people. It should be known that when he came to the Lotus sect from the Xiao family, he and Xiao Zhensai had only brought 20 protector elders. Now that he had received Yun Mingqi's message, he had hurried to the Evil Horizon Valley and asked the 20 protector elders to escort Xiao Zhensai back to the Xiao family. At that time, Ling Gang had wanted to follow Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had directly refused because he had the 13th prince. Unless an incipient God Realm expert took action, no one could do anything to him. Moreover, his power had reached the peak of a low-level God King and he had a high-level God Soul. With his many trump cards, he was not afraid of any danger. That was why he had refused Ling Gang's escort. It could be said that besides Yuro Fei and Xian Yi in the cauldron, he had no other helpers. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but Yun Mingqi said to the prodigal with guilt, "Zizi, I'm sorry. Sister-in-law was confused and didn't recognize you. You can beat me to vent your anger." The prodigal was indeed angry at Yun Mingqi. He also had human emotions. When he was beaten by his own family, he was also very sad. However, seeing Yun Mingqi apologize to him, his open-minded heart made him not angry at her anymore. "It's okay, sister-in-law. My skin is thick. I'll be fine soon." At the same time, the prodigal took out 2 or 3 high-level beast cores and swallowed them. Seeing the prodigal eat the beast cores as if they were candy, Ling Xiao recalled the first time he had met him. At that time, he and Yun Mingqi were in danger and fell into the ravine of the mountain. Later, he found the prodigal. It was also a glutton for beast cores, so he called it Prodigal. Now that he thought about it, he felt it was funny and warm at the same time. At that time, the 3 of them had just met. Today, they could meet again in the heaven domain. Perhaps this was the arrangement of fate. Perhaps the heavens had already decided it. "Thank you, Zizai. If you don't forgive me, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life," Yun Mingqi said very sincerely. Then, she said, "Don't blame them. They all thought you were the heavenly fire, so they came to capture you. Now that you're fine, I believe they won't dare to touch you again. Otherwise, sister-in-law will definitely stand on your side and seek justice for you." Ling Xiao really wanted to hug Yun Mingqi and say, "Wife, you know your husband too well. However, there's one guy I can't let go. Sister-in-law, just do what you say." The prodigal looked at Xian Shui with some reluctance. Ling Xiao looked at the furious Xian Shui and said, "I don't care about the others, but I have to settle the score with you. You stabbed my brother's hands. Since you didn't know, you can't be blamed. I'll let you off with your own arms. After reaching the Divine King realm, he already had the ability to heal himself. Ling Xiao said that he would cripple his arms because he wanted revenge. He could still heal himself. Ha! Mengran, do you think the same as him? Xian Shui asked Yun Mingqi while laughing wildly. Yun Mingqi looked at Xian Shui with a complicated expression. She knew that Xian Shui was from the Black Tortoise sect and had the title of young sect leader. If she really hurt him, he would definitely hold a grudge. Moreover, the overall strength of the people behind him was above the Lotus sect. She was afraid that not only would they not be able to hurt him, they would also be attacked by him. Ling Xiao seemed to see through Yun Mingqi's worries. He said to Xian Shui, "Today, even if the Heavenly King comes, your hands will definitely be crippled." Then, he sent a hint to the 13th prince and the prodigal. Although the 13th prince and the prodigal didn't sign a contract with Ling Xiao, they both left a trace of their original intent for Ling Xiao. This allowed Ling Xiao to sense their existence and send them messages. They understood tacitly and roared at the sky at the same time. Roar, roar. The roars of the two divine beasts shook the heaven and earth, as if they were sending some kind of message. The holy beasts that had arrived earlier all quietened down because of the 13th prince's arrival. Now, they became restless again. They roared in response, and one holy beast after another quickly appeared in the sky. Lions, tigers, wolves, eagles. There were all kinds of 9th to 10th rank holy beasts. There were thousands of them, and there were many that had rushed over from the depths. This huge lineup made all the God King's expressions change. All of them became nervous. They were all worried that if these holy beasts attacked together, it would be difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. This number was simply frightening. I'll give you a choice. Either cripple your own arms, or let them serve you. It's up to you. Ling Xiao said with a raised eyebrow. With such an army of holy beasts, Ling Xiao suddenly felt very heroic. A domineering aura of, "I'm the only one in the world," was born. Chapter 12:16. Ling Xiao already knew that divine beasts had the divine might to command all the spirit beasts in the world, not to mention the summoning of 2 top divine beasts. Even mutated spirit beasts had to lower their heads in front of them. How could they not listen to their summons? In this evil horizon valley, there was no lack of holy beasts. With their help, it was better than a magnificent army. Ling Xiao was overjoyed that he had thought of such a brilliant plan. Xian Shui's arrogant smile disappeared and was replaced with a gloomy expression. "Brat, you have to understand that my young sect master is a member of the Black Turtle sect. If you offend him, there will be no place for you in the profound sky region. I think we should just forget about this matter." The Peak Divine King Xian Ming shouted at Ling Xiao, then he said to Yun Mingqi, "Your Lotus sect better think about your position." Behind Yun Mingqi, the Peak Divine King Song Chui rushed to say, "Elder Xian Ming, our Lotus sect will definitely not participate in this matter." Song Chui did not want to offend the Black Turtle sect. Otherwise, even if their Lotus sect was the second largest power in the profound sky region, it was still possible that they would disappear from the profound sky region. Then why aren't you telling him to quickly withdraw these holy beasts? Xian Ming shouted coldly. Song Chui secretly exclaimed, "You think I don't want to, but they have to listen to me." She cast her gaze at Yun Mingqi, hoping that she could consider from the standpoint of the sect, or else she would really become a sinner of the sect. Yun Mingqi looked at Ling Xiao with difficulty. Although she had recovered all of her original memories, she still had the experiences of the past few decades. She had a strong sense of belonging to the Lotus sect because she had already completely fused with that Meng Ran. In her heart, she did not want to offend the Black Turtle sect, but she also did not want to make things difficult for her man. "Mingqi, you don't need to make things difficult for him. He injured my brother, so it is reasonable for my brother to summon his people to take revenge for him." Of course. If the Black Turtle sect dares to make things difficult for your Lotus sect in the future, I will definitely lead the beast race army to destroy their black turtle sect. I do not believe that Immerse sect can withstand 1,000,000 holy beasts, not to mention. I am a member of the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao said with certainty. It didn't matter if it was the people of the black turtle sect or the others. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at the many saint beasts around them. They definitely did not dare to doubt that Ling Xiao had the ability to do this. He, who had a divine beast to rely on, had a rallying power that even a tamed lion couldn't compare to. The Black Turtle sect members had reason to believe that Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. Moreover, Ling Xiao had revealed his other identity, which was that he was a member of the Dragon Gate. As Black Tortoise sect's people, they understood that the only people in the Heavenly Dragon sect who could possess a true dragon divine beast were the direct descendants of the Jin clan behind the scenes. The Kim people were from a famous ancient family in the Qinyu region. Even the Black Tortoise sect could not compare to them. Although they didn't believe that the Kim people or the Dragon Gate would start a war with the Black Turtle sect, who knew if they would dare to kill them on the spot? Fan Quanjing, who wasn't far away, finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore. He said to Ling Xiao weakly, "Young master, we're just passing by. I wonder if you can let us leave first." Tong Xiu also immediately said, "That's right. We sensed that there was some movement over here, so we just came to join in the fun. Please let us leave." What a joke. If they were implicated because of someone else's battle, then they would have died in vain. After all, no matter which side they were facing, they didn't dare to offend them. Ling Xiao glanced at them and said faintly, "It's fine if you want to leave, but, without any sincerity in your apology, do you think I'll believe your words?" The people of the Fan family and the weapon creation sect were all worried. Then what does this young master want in order to let us go?" Fan Quanjing asked. Tong Xiu also said, "That's right. As long as we can do it, we'll definitely promise you." In order to save their lives, they had no choice but to lower their stance. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Since you're so sincere, then, just do it according to your own circumstances." As Ling Xiao spoke, he continuously rubbed his fingers together, looking like a scheming businessman. They couldn't understand what Ling Xiao meant by rubbing his fingers together, but they could understand Ling Xiao's smile. It was so vulgar, so shameless. Fan Quanjing was the first to understand, and took out a flower that was as dazzling as the sun. This flower had 8 petals, and every petal was flickering like a burning flame. At the center of the flower floated balls of pure yang origin energy. This was a 10th level mid-stage 8 sunflower, and it possessed the power of extreme yang. It was a divine item that even a fire attribute divine king would covet. This is an 8 sunflower. I hope this young master will not look down on it. Fan Quanjing carefully brought it before Ling Xiao and said. He was a low-level divine king and a great saint master. Their statuses weren't low, but taking out this 8 sunflower was enough to make his heart ache. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed some joy, but he still pretended to be very reluctant. Fan Quanjing looked at Ling Xiao's expression, and then looked at the many holy beasts around him. He gritted his teeth and handed over 2 low-level divine herbs and 100 million god crystals. Only then did Ling Xiao reveal a satisfied expression. He patted Fan Quanjing's shoulder and said, "From now on, you're my friend. Have a safe journey, I won't be seeing you off." Fan Quanjing pretended to be grateful to Ling Xiao, and after saying a few words of thanks, he was about to leave with his people. Ling Xiao instantly frowned and said, "This is only enough to save your own life. If you want to live, then hand over your divine items. If I'm not satisfied, none of you can leave this place." He cursed in his heart, "Mother *****, I have to destroy my own image. What an untactful fellow." Everyone from the Fan family and the weapon creation sect cursed all 18 generations of Ling Xiao's ancestors in their hearts. Mother ****, could this guy be a bandit who became a monk? One after another, divine kings smiled and offered Ling Xiao the divine materials that satisfied him. Only then did they flee as far away as they could with incomparably pained expressions. They swore that this was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a shameless bandit. They prayed in their hearts that this bastard would be struck by the 5 thunder cauldron and die as soon as possible. When the people from the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus Order saw Ling Zhao's smile, a chill immediately rose from the soles of their feet. They were all afraid that Ling Zhao's gaze would fall on them. The people from the Lotus Order were lucky because they had Yun Mingqi on their side, so they didn't have to worry about being robbed. However, the people from the Black Tortoise sect weren't so lucky. Ling Zhao's gaze once again landed on Xian Shui. Have you made up your mind? Cripple your own arms, or let my brother's brother take turns on you. It's up to you. However, although I'm a patient person, my 2 brothers' patience isn't very good. Following Ling Zhao's words, the wastrel and the 13th prince, who had already turned into a human, roared at the same time, pretending to be very angry. Their roars caused the thousands of holy beasts in the surroundings to roar along with them. The earth-shattering roars scared the people from the Fen family and the weapon creation sect who had just left. They ran as fast as they could and left the evil Horizon Valley. Don't go too far. We're from the Black Tortoise sect, the strongest force in the Profound Sky region. You won't have a good ending if you offend us. One of the divine kings from the Black Tortoise sect couldn't help but jump out and shout. That's right. Let us leave quickly and our young sect master won't bother with you anymore. We're even now. We won't have any ideas about this Qilin divine beast. It's fine anyway. Let's leave some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Let's go. I don't think he dares to make us stay. The people from the Black Tortoise sect were used to being arrogant in this region. Even now, they were still trying to use this arrogance to cover up the fear in their hearts. They said they wanted to leave, but none of them dared to move a single step. Tell us how much compensation you want. We'll give it to you. Xian Ming looked at Ling Xiao and frowned. He had never thought that there would be someone who would dare to bully the people from the Black Tortoise sect. But now, there was someone who didn't give the Black Tortoise sect face. For the sake of Xian Shui's face, he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his index finger and shook it. I'm already giving Meng Qi face by asking him to cripple his own arms. If she wasn't here, you wouldn't be able to leave here alive. Just when Xian Ming wanted to say something, Xian Shui finally spoke. It's not impossible for me to cripple my own arms, but I want to fight with you first. No matter if I win or lose, I will cripple my own arms. I don't know if you dare to accept my challenge. Xian Shui looked at Ling Xiao and said faintly. The goddess was gone, the divine beast was gone, and his confidence was gone. All he had left was his face. He definitely couldn't lose this face. He wanted to let this brat know how powerful he was. What a joke. Now that I have the advantage in numbers, why would I play this boring game with you? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Huh, is that so? Could it be that you're such a coward? I really don't know what Meng Ran sees in you. In terms of strength, I'm stronger than you in the Profound Sky region. In terms of handsomeness, I'm better looking than you. In terms of name, I'm better sounding than you. In terms of strength, even if there were 2 of you, you still wouldn't be my match. I really feel sad for Meng Ran. Xian Shui sneered. Could it be that you think you can trick me with such a shallow method? How laughable. When Meng Qi and I were in love, who knows where you were playing in the mud? She knows what kind of person I am, so she won't feel sad for me. She will only feel happy for me. Ling Xiao sneered, then turned to Yun Meng Qi and said, Meng Qi, do you think I'm right? Yun Meng Qi obediently nodded, then hugged Ling Xiao's arm. Leaning against Ling Xiao, she said, with you here, I'm the happiest woman in the world. Look, the love between us isn't something a shallow person like you can understand. Ling Xiao disdainfully snorted, then revealed a dense killing intent. However, your arrogant words angered me. I've decided to give you a chance. If you can beat me, then I'll forget about this. If you can't, then not only will I break your arms, I'll also break your legs. You better think this through. Chapter 12:17. Xian Shui was indeed very handsome. But Ling Xiao firmly believed that Xian Shui was more handsome than him. Look at his slender female eyes, how could they be compared to his dragon eyes? Look at his delicate body, how could it be compared to his robust and mighty body? Look at his sloppy clothes, how could it be compared to his neat and tidy clothes? No matter which aspect, Ling Xiao felt that he was more perfect and handsome than his opponent. At the same time, he wanted to prove that other than being handsome, he was also good at fighting, enough to trample his opponent under his feet. Therefore, in order to prove these two serious issues to others, Ling Xiao decided to accept Xian Shui's request and let everyone know how perfect the man Yunmingqi liked was. Xian Shui sneered, "Fine, as long as you can defeat me, not only will I not continue to bother Menggran, I will also fulfill your wish. I will walk around you in the future." Ling Xiao shook his head, "I'm not pestering Menggran. She's Yunmingqi, not Menggran. Also, I won't ask you to take a detour. You just need to respectfully call me boss when you see me. I like it when people call me that. No problem, but, if you lose, I want you to submit to me," Xian Shui said arrogantly. He was very confident in himself. He was the most outstanding junior of the Black Turtle sect in the last 10,000 years. He had the most outstanding physique. He had the ability to defeat a mid-stage divine king. How could he not be able to defeat someone of the same level? This was absolutely impossible. In addition, he had his eyes on Ling Xiao's special ability. How could a person who could make two divine beasts follow him be an ordinary person? It was already a great opportunity for a person to have one divine beast follow him, but this guy had the two most disappointing divine beasts follow him at the same time. It simply made people go crazy with jealousy. So, if he made Ling Xiao submit to him, wouldn't that mean he had these two divine beasts? It had to be said that Xian Shui's idea was very perfect. But since he knew that Ling Xiao had the ability to make two divine beasts follow him, didn't he think that Ling Xiao also had the ability to make him submit? Many sacred beasts were temporarily dismissed. The people of the Black Tortoise sect and the Lotus Order also retreated. Yunmingqi was a little worried as she held on to Ling Xiao's hand and said, "He has a fire and water divine body, you must be careful." A long time ago, she had witnessed how Ling Xiao rose from a small family for her. So now, she believed that he would not let her down. He would definitely win. And, don't worry. After I break his limbs, I'll have a good talk with you, Ling Xiao said with a confident smile. "Boss, you must take revenge for me. Beat him up." The prodigal waved his fists and shouted. Ling Xiao smiled, his body gently floated out, and landed 10 meters in front of Xian Shui. "Come, let me experience the strength of the Black Turtle sect's young sect master, and see if he's someone who's all talk and no action." Xian Shui chuckled, "Very well, let me see if the proud son of the Dragon Gate is really stronger than our Black Turtle sect." The two peerless geniuses faced each other for a while. Both of them were existences that could step into the Supreme Being realm in the future. In the end, who was stronger and who was weaker would soon be revealed. The two groups of imposing aura shamefully rose, and a peerless golden dragon began to roar behind Ling Xiao, appearing incomparably mighty and powerful. Behind Xian Shui, a mysterious Tai Chi diagram appeared, and in the center of this diagram, there seemed to be the shadow of the legendary Black Tortoise. "Watch carefully, I'm going to punch," Xian Shui said, and his figure swept towards Ling Xiao with a strange pace. His pace looked very strange and slow, but in just a moment, he had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao, and punched. The speed of the fist was also extremely slow, and it seemed to be the style of an ordinary person, but this punch had an inexplicable rhythm, and the nearby space was smashed and distorted, pressing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, and he shouted in his heart, "Fist force realm of will." Bang! The fist pressed on the top of Ling Xiao's head, and a dull explosion sounded, and a lot of space power surged. Xian Shui raised his eyebrows, and he found that his punch had actually hit an afterimage of Ling Xiao. Your fist technique is not bad, but it's a pity that it's a bit slow. Ling Xiao laughed in another direction, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Hee, no matter how slow my fist is, there will be a time when it hits you. Xian Shui didn't mind, and smiled. He once again took a stance, and his power increased by several levels, and he attacked Ling Xiao. Every punch was still very slow, but each punch was a world, and the power of yin and yang mixed together carried a power that seemed to surpass tens of thousands of kilograms, and it could destroy heaven and earth, and it caused this part of the world to collapse. Bang bang. Waves of oppressive fist energy kept exploding, and a lot of spatial energy kept collapsing, causing spatial cracks to burst open. Ling Xiao felt like he was in a vast ocean, and it also seemed like he was in a sea of fire, and he was being bombarded by terrifying power from all directions. Ling Xiao sneered, and said, "Do you think this kind of power can deal with me? How naive." Ling Xiao began to counterattack. His figure danced, and his palms attacked with earth-shattering power. 2 golden dragon shadows burst out from his palms, and all the power from all directions was scattered. Shocking sounds rang out, and the terrifying power shook this part of the world to the point that it was about to be destroyed. "Sure enough, you have some power. Let me have a good fight." Xian Shui wasn't surprised by Ling Xiao's counterattack at all. He shouted in surprise, and continued to attack Ling Xiao with his slow fist art. Ling Xiao used the dragon subduing fist to clash with Xian Shui. Xian Shui's attacks became slower and slower, while Ling Xiao's attacks became faster and faster. The two figures had already flown to the 9th heaven, and the power of the various powers had turned this part of the world upside down. The dragon subduing palm was a top-notch god-tier palm art, and Xiao Feng relied on it to establish the prestige of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao had already comprehended the profoundness of the dragon subduing palm, and the power he unleashed would definitely make any middle-level god-king unable to withstand it. Moreover, he also had a trace of palm intent, and even a peak-level middle-level god-king would find it difficult to deal with it. However, Xian Shui's fist art was also so powerful, and with the fist intent, it was not the slightest bit weaker than his palm art. Ling Xiao couldn't help but look up to Xian Shui, and said at the same time, "Is this a tortoise fist? Fighting at such a tortoise speed? Humph, it's used to beat tortoises." Xian Shui snorted coldly. His fist art had a long history, and it was said that the founder of the Black Tortoise sect had created it by watching the Black Tortoise fight with other strange beasts. The Black Tortoise was a divine beast, but it was also a kind of tortoise, and tortoises were called tortoises by humans, and calling this fist art the tortoise fist art was a bit appropriate. However, it had an even more mighty name, called the divine martial fist art. Every punch of the divine martial fist was imitating the movements of the Black Tortoise, and the Black Tortoise's movement was originally very slow, and the older the Black Tortoise, the slower its movements. Therefore, every punch of the divine martial fist was known for being slow, and whoever could execute the fist art to the slowest realm would be able to unleash the highest power of the divine martial fist. The divine martial fist was divided into 3 realms, and the first realm was to use slow to stop, the second realm was to use slow to fight fast, and the last realm was to use slow to fight slow. Being slow didn't mean that it wouldn't move, and once it moved, it would have an earth-shattering and terrifying power. Xian Shui had already reached the high realm of the divine martial fist, and he used slow to fight slow. Just now, he used slow to fight fast, and he could completely seal off Ling Xiao's moves, and neither of them gained an advantage. He also understood that Ling Xiao indeed had some capital. Therefore, he planned to execute the third realm, using slow to fight slow. His momentum rose again, and the power around him seemed to be sucked in by him, becoming a vacuum, as if all the power around him had been sucked in by him. His fist momentum changed, and a fist style that didn't follow any slashes or conventional rules was slowly being executed. This punch seemed to take a century to execute, and it was extremely surprising. Ling Xiao looked at this tortoise-like movement, and his face was full of arrogance. Could such a slow punch hit him? Although Ling Xiao looked down on this slow punch, he didn't let his guard down. He used the fifth move of the dragon subduing palm, Hidden Dragon Don't Use. This was an extremely overbearing move, and he wanted to forcefully beat Xian Shui to death. However, when he made his move, Ling Zhao's expression finally changed. He suddenly found that his palm had become extremely tortoise-like, as if it was affected by the surrounding environment, and he couldn't execute the overbearing momentum that he originally should have. At this moment, the fist that looked extremely slow suddenly arrived at his chest. Bang! Ling Xiao only felt a pain in his chest, and his whole body was sent flying. At the same time, Xian Shuai's face was full of ancient waves, and he slowly punched again. Ling Xiao seemed to be unable to escape from his control, and he could only watch as the incomparably slow fists continuously landed on his body. The people of the Lotus sect were all stunned, while the people of the Black Tortoise sect looked incomparably happy. Such a slow punch can actually hit someone. This must be very strange. Didn't you notice that his fist energy contained fist intent? That is a realm that increases combat power. This should be the Black Tortoise sect's divine martial fist technique. It really is boundless. Looks like that person is bound to lose. Like I said, how can an unknown kid be Xian Shuai's opponent? It seems like Xian Shui is more suitable for our Mengran. You want to compete with our young sect master with this kind of strength? You really overestimate yourself. This is too funny. Young sect master is so powerful. So he has already comprehended the highest realm of the divine martial fist, using slow to fight slow. It seems like there aren't many people in the sect who can reach his level. I'm still stuck in the realm of using slow to stop. It's easy to use fast fists, but it's not that easy to use slow fists. Without Tenbin, even if they obtained the divine martial fists chant, they would never be able to comprehend its essence. Watch young sect master teach this kid a lesson. That's right, young sect master can definitely beat that kid down. Chapter 12-18. Ling Xiao felt like he was in a vacuum. All of his attacks were affected. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't unleash his true power. Instead, every time he unleashed a move, his opponent would seal off his attack, catching him off guard. Ling Xiao endured Xian Shuai's attacks, which were comparable to a mid-tier godly king's, but he didn't make a sound of pain. He was like a sandbag, allowing Xian Shui to attack him. He had no intention of resisting. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to resist, but he wanted to understand the profundities of Xian Shuai's vacuum field. Using battle to nurture battle and increase one's combat strength had always been Ling Zhao's motto. He could defeat Xian Shui in the blink of an eye, but he wanted to experience more of the essence of battle. For example, Xian Shuai's divine martial fist technique, which was worth learning. Of course, Ling Xiao had no interest in this tortoise fist technique. He just wanted to figure out which method he should use to break out of this predicament. However, something strange happened. When Ling Xiao allowed Xian Shui to attack, he realized that Xian Shui's fist technique wasn't as slow as before. Although it was still very slow, it was definitely not the same level. Ling Xiao seemed to have caught onto something. He kept thinking. If he could capture that spark, he would be able to see the flaw in Xian Shui's fist technique. Humph, aren't you very powerful? Turns out you're just a piece of trash. Xian Shui snorted coldly. The power in his fist reached its peak, and he blasted it toward Ling Zhao's face. Ling Xiao looked at the seemingly slow fist that was getting closer and closer. He raised an eyebrow. What is it that makes all my attacks slow down? What exactly is it? Seeing that the fist was about to reach Ling Zhao's nose, Ling Xiao was still deep in thought. A cold smile appeared on Xian Shuai's face, as if he had already seen Ling Xiao defeated by him. Bang! Xian Shuai's fist landed on Ling Zhao's face, but unfortunately, it was only an afterimage. In another direction, Ling Xiao revealed a proud smile and said, so that's how it is. I finally understand the mystery of this tortoise fist. Xian Shui didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to escape his fist at such a crucial moment. Then, He heard Ling Xiao insult their black tortoise sect's divine martial fist, which made him extremely angry. Naive. Xian Shui sneered. The divine martial fist appeared again. The Shenwu fist belonged to the black tortoise sect. There were only a few people who could comprehend the third realm of the Shenwu fist, and all of them were the top existences in the sect. There were only a few people who could comprehend the second realm of the Shenwu fist, and he was the only one who could comprehend the third realm. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could really see through the mystery of their divine martial fist. Xian Shui's fist carried a torrential fist intent, and slowly smashed in the direction of Ling Xiao. However, he missed again, and did not hit Ling Xiao. He didn't believe it, so he kept throwing punches at Ling Xiao. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch Ling Xiao's clothes. Are you going to run away like this? Xian Shui looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. He was a little suspicious. Did he really see through the mystery of the Shenwu fist? That's absolutely impossible. Don't worry, I'm just trying to see if my idea is true. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and then he said, now it's my turn to attack. After saying that, Ling Xiao really began to attack. Ling Xiao disappeared in front of Xian Shui, and the next moment, he was already in front of Xian Shui, and the dragon's subduing palm was waved again. Bang bang. Xian Shui did not have the time to react, and was bombarded by Ling Xiao. He only felt that his divine body had suffered the most serious impact. Even if he had a high-level defense divine art, he still could not withstand Ling Xiao's crazy attack. Pft pft. Xian Shui was repeatedly hit by the hidden force, and his body was seriously injured, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. In the end, Ling Xiao stomped fiercely on Xian Shui's face, and he sent Xian Shui down from the 9 heavens onto a mountain, causing the mountain to be smashed into powder. Bastard fist, it's just a so-so. Ling Xiao lightly shook his finger at Xian Shui, and said disdainfully. This time, the people of the Black Turtle sect and the Lotus sect were dumbfounded. All these changes seemed to have happened a little too fast. On Yun Mengqi's lovable face, traces of a heart-stirring smile flashed past. She knew that her man was the best. She suddenly wanted to know how this man of hers had survived all these years. Although she had a divine body, if she did not have a great opportunity, how could she have reached the divine king realm so quickly? However, her man had closely followed her footsteps, and even surpassed her. He must have had a hard time all these years. Yun Mengqi softly sighed in her heart, and she suddenly felt a great pain in her heart. Xian Shui did not die, and Ling Xiao's power only injured him. He once again rushed out, and he did not say any useless nonsense. The divine martial fist once again enveloped Ling Xiao. He wanted to prove that the divine martial fist was absolutely not easy to break. His vacuum aura once again appeared, and every punch was still so slow that it made people's hair stand on end. However, this kind of slow punch with incomparable power could no longer touch Ling Xiao's body. His aura seemed to have lost its effect on Ling Xiao. Why is it like this? Xian Shui did not stop asking, and his fist technique began to become a little faster. This speed was compared to before. In fact, in the eyes of others, it was still very slow, but in the eyes of Ling Xiao, it had become faster. This small change was sensed by Ling Xiao, and he sneered in his heart, as expected. It's useless, you can't hit me. Ling Xiao said faintly as he looked at Xian Shui. Xian Shui ignored Ling Xiao's words and continued to punch, but these punches were less and less threatening in the eyes of Ling Xiao. The reason why you were able to hit me just now was because I wanted to attack you. But when I attacked you, you were able to sense the direction of my attack through the aura around you. Thus, you were able to block my attack in advance and attack me in an advantageous manner. In other words, no matter how I attacked, you would be able to sense it in advance. This is also why I couldn't display my full strength. It's not that you've become stronger, but it's the essence of your tortoise fist technique. That's why you can predict the enemy's movements and stop them with silence. As long as I don't attack, or I don't attack according to the rules, and after I attack, I add some variations, then your fist technique won't have much effect on me. Ling Xiao dodged Xian Shuai's fist technique as he explained his understanding of the divine martial fist technique. Xian Shuai was completely stunned. He didn't expect that after fighting with Yi Futian for a while and gaining the upper hand, Yi Futian would comprehend the essence of their sect's unique skill, divine martial fist, just like that. This was a great irony. It should be known that for tens of thousands of years, countless heroes wanted to comprehend the divine martial fist technique, but none of them succeeded. Xian Shuai did not attack again, but Ling Xiao did not let him off easily. He liked to beat these so-called monstrous geniuses until they lost their confidence. More handsome than me, more powerful than me, bah. Ling Xiao scolded disdainfully in his heart. In order to prove this, he had suffered a beating from Xian Shuai for nothing. However, his skin was thick and his flesh was thick, so attacks that did not have the strength of a high-level divine king could not hurt him at all. Xian Shuai took a deep breath. He looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. I admit that you are the strongest opponent I have met among my peers so far. This makes me even more determined to make you submit to me. Next, I am going to use my real strength. Are you ready? Xian Shuai said faintly. A long and a short water and fire divine sword appeared in his hands, and his aura burst out again. Hee, it seems like you are really stupid. Come on, show me all your skills. I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to be my servant. Ling Xiao provocatively waved his hand at Xian Shuai and laughed. Xian Shuai did not say anything more. The two swords began to spin, and the power of yin and yang began to interact in his body. His body was wrapped in blue and red, and it looked very magical. A Tai Chi divine diagram appeared above his head, and a black tortoise roared in the Tai Chi divine diagram. Xian Shuai moved, and the long and short divine sword stabbed at Ling Xiao one after another. When he was quiet, he was like a cunning rabbit, but when he moved, he was like a cheetah. The sword momentum of the two swords was like a bolt of lightning, and it was extremely powerful. All the obstacles in the space were useless, and two divine lights were slashed out. The juniors of these great forces are really extraordinary, but how can they defeat me? Ling Xiao praised in his heart. His body was like an antelope hanging its horns, and he easily avoided Xian Shuai's attack by tricky corners. Xian Shuai's first move was just a test. Seeing that Ling Xiao had not taken out his divine weapon, he could not help but be a little annoyed. He crisscrossed his two swords again. Taiyin Taiyang's sword technique, first move, yin and yang blend. The sword momentum formed a Tai Chi divine diagram, and it shrouded Ling Xiao. The mysterious ancient diagram emitted a cold aura. The sword light did not move, but the sword momentum made people feel suffocated. Ling Xiao's expression became serious. A pair of golden gloves appeared in his hands, and he bombarded the Tai Chi divine diagram. Several golden dragons rushed out of his palms, and they met the Tai Chi divine diagram. Boom! Boom! The terrifying divine power caused great destruction, and it was unknown how much space was destroyed. The second move of the Taiyin Taiyang sword technique, yin-yang alternation. A blue and a fire sword momentum spun, sweeping in all directions with many sword momentum. The two forces constantly intertwined, and the surrounding 10,000 miles became a vacuum. The peerless true dragon seemed to break out of the sky. Its head roared, its body turned, and its tail swept, directly resisting the sword momentum. Countless majestic divine powers kept colliding, and waves of divine power light kept splashing. It was as beautiful as countless fireworks at the same time. Chapter 12:19. The yin-yang godly body was a rare godly body that could be compared to the ethereal body, but its combat ability was much stronger than the ethereal body. The ethereal body, on the other hand, had another magical use. Xian Shuai had the yin-yang godly body and had cultivated extremely well since he was young. He also had all kinds of resources from the Black Turtle sect for him to squander, so it was impossible for him not to be strong. Especially after he cultivated the ancient Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang sword techniques, it was almost impossible to find someone who could compete with him in the same level in the profound sky region. Even if he met someone of a higher level than him, he could still win. The source of Xian Shuai's confidence was all his strength. His crazy attacks had completely surpassed the standard of a mid-level god king, at least not inferior to a peak mid-level god king. He was definitely a monster born to fight. Ling Xiao didn't use his movement technique to deal with it. He wanted to test the power of his opponent's sword technique. Sure enough, he tried the attack that was like a violent storm. One yin and one yang, two destructive attacks that contained the power of origin, forced him to focus 120% of his attention to deal with them. After all, the sword qi that cut into his body made him feel extremely painful. He was completely sure that Xian Shuai had the ability to be so arrogant. Looks like if I don't show some of my true abilities, he'll really think that I'm weak. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he launched a series of powerful attacks with both his palms, dispersing all of the incoming sword attacks. Then, his figure turned into a blur and retreated out of Xian Shuai's attack range in a miraculous way. The ice and fire sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He pointed at Xian Shuai and said, "There's nothing great about cultivating two attributes at the same time. What you can do, I can do too." After saying that, Ling Xiao's figure exploded and he rushed in front of Xian Shuai at an extremely fast speed. The ice and fire sword slashed at Xian Shuai. First, a violent hail fell, then the wind and clouds suddenly turned into a raging fire that burned. One ice and one fire, the power of the cold and the heat alternated, making it impossible to guard against. Xian Shuai was indeed shocked by Ling Xiao's change of move, but fortunately, his reaction was also very shocking. Tai-Yin and Tai-Yang sword technique, third form, embracing yin and guarding yang. Numerous Taiji diagrams formed a strong defense, blocking Ling Xiao's cold and hot attacks from his body. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to increase his offensive. The extreme ice saber technique and the burning sky sword technique were both used by him to the acme of perfection. Every move turned into an earth-shattering attack, like the vast power of heaven, making people unable to resist. The people of the Black Turtle sect and the Lotus sect who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded. They had originally thought that Xian Shuai was already very powerful and terrifying, but when they saw Ling Xiao's terrifying attacks and the alternation of multiple attributes, they finally realized that this person in front of them really had the qualifications to fight against Xian Shuai, and might even win. Yin Mingqi didn't even blink as she stared at Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the most passionate love for him. "Boss, come on, kill that B*****starred." The prodigal waved his fists and shouted like a child. Xian Shuai fell into a disadvantageous position and was forced to retreat by Ling Xiao. Seeing that he couldn't maintain his defensive position, he suddenly changed his move from defense to offense. Tai-Yin Tai-Yang sword fourth style, yin-yang division. The two different attributes didn't fuse together to attack like before, but separated. A wave of water roared towards Ling Xiao's attack like a black tortoise, while another wave of raging fire followed to reinforce the attack. Bang bang. One yin and one yang, one water and one fire, overlapped and collided one after another, making a series of muffled explosions in the sky. Ling Xiao was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Xian Shuai's sudden counterattack. The second round of confrontation between the two temporarily ended in a tie. Xian Shuai put away his arrogant expression and looked at Ling Xiao, saying, "You actually cultivate three attributes at the same time, and to be able to cultivate to this level, you really are a genius among geniuses." At this point, Ling Xiao responded without modesty, "You flatter me, it's just a so-so. However, you still won't be my opponent. Prepare yourself, I'm afraid. I'll accidentally kill you, because there are some powers that I can't completely control." Xian Shuai said very solemnly. To be honest, from now on, he kind of liked Ling Xiao a little. Everyone shouldn't suspect that he was made of glass. He just had a feeling that he had met a rare opponent, and he didn't want such a good opponent to disappear from the world. As Xian Shuai's words fell, his aura actually soared again, and the clothes on his upper body were instantly scattered by him. An inexplicable power seemed to descend on him, and the change began. His handsome face became extremely gloomy, then snake-like scales appeared on his face, and his appearance became ferocious. After his body surged a little, pieces of shell-like things finally appeared and covered Xian Shuai's body. The others were stunned by this change. Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise, Is he transforming into a half-beast? Did he also refine a large amount of divine beast blood? Ling Xiao had once entered the dragon transformation pool and refined a large amount of dragon blood, which improved his fighting capacity and made him look like a half-dragon and half-human. Now, Xian Shuai's change was similar to his previous situation. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand. Shouldn't this change disappear after becoming a god king? In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know that Xian Shuai's body already contained the black tortoise's essence blood since he was a child, so he had this change since he was a child. It could be said that it was Tenbin's special talent, which was different from Ling Xiao's. Xian Shuai's bloodline had already formed the only bloodline that belonged to him. In the future, if he could become a supreme incipient god realm existence, his descendants would also enjoy the powerful effect of his bloodline mutation. This was similar to the ancestors of any ancient clan. With this transformation, Xian Shuai actually jumped a realm and reached the true power of a mid-level god king. When he borrowed the power of his divine body and the power of the extreme yin and extreme yang swordplay, he could probably even shake a high-level god king. Yunmengqi looked at Xian Shuai's transformation and felt his terrifying aura. Her expression became nervous. Are you ready? Xian Shuai held the water and fire divine sword and stared at Ling Xiao. This change was very powerful, but he couldn't maintain it forever. At most, he could only maintain it for a quarter of an hour. However, this quarter of an hour was enough for him to defeat Ling Xiao. Interesting, come on. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose, and a golden dragon's shadow surged. His aura instantly soared to the peak. Ling Xiao also used his full strength at this time. He was already at the peak of a low-level god king. With his combat power that was dozens of times stronger, he wasn't any weaker than a peak of a mid-level god king. With his powerful combat skills, he could also fight against a high-level god king. Ling Xiao had already changed the ice and fire sword to the golden dragon spear. Otherwise, the ice and water sword wouldn't be able to block the opponent's water and fire divine sword. I'm coming, Xian Shuai said in a hoarse voice. His speed increased by dozens of times. The water and fire divine sword in his hand slashed down at Ling Xiao. The power of the concentrated sword was dozens of times stronger than the previous attack. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him. His warlike blood was completely ignited. Xian Shuai's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. He waved the golden dragon spear to meet Xian Shuai's attack. The spear's shadow and the sword light crisscrossed, releasing a divine power that could destroy heaven and earth. Many forces splashed in all directions again, forcing the nearby god kings to retreat. The real fight between the two had only just begun. Powerful collisions tore open spatial cracks from time to time, and streams of chaotic energy could kill any holy emperor. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged over 1,000 moves. Neither of them was able to defeat the other. The battle was so intense that it made the spectators' blood boil. Too powerful. These two are simply abnormal. This is definitely not a strength that a low-level god king can possess. Xian Shuai's strength is expected, but it's also unexpected. However, that Dragon Gate brat is truly too shocking. No wonder he has two divine beasts following him. His achievements are definitely not a coincidence. That's right. I wonder what kind of physique he has to be able to contend against the yin-yang divine body. He must be the most monstrous existence within the Dragon Gate. Why is your vision so poor? Didn't you discover the secret of his increased combat power? He should be someone from the Sky Dragon region's Kim people. Kim people are one of the top ancient families in the Heaven region. Everyone was in an uproar. They were witnessing two outstanding young talents who could become the Sinjin of Goguryeo in the future. At the same time, they could also become peak existences at the incipient god realm. The more the two fought, the more dangerous it became. Each of their terrifying attacks was unleashed with all of their power. They wanted to suppress the other and defeat him. Ling Xiao was enjoying the pleasure brought by the powerful collisions. The feeling of climaxes came wave after wave. However, the more Xian Shui fought, the more anxious he became. He didn't think that he would still be unable to suppress Ling Xiao even after using his trump card, the forbidden power. If his opponent could endure for another 15 minutes, then he would definitely lose. At this moment, Ling Xiao used his magical body technique to approach Xian Shui. The golden dragon spear stabbed towards Xian Shui's chest. Xian Shui didn't even have a chance to dodge. The golden dragon spear had already pierced his body. Clang! However, the golden dragon spear did not directly pierce into the enemy's chest like before. Instead, it only pierced through a piece of the Xian Shui's tortoiseshell, causing the Xian Shui to be sent flying. Unfortunately, it didn't cause any serious damage. Damn, this tortoiseshell is so strong. It can even block a high-grade divine weapon. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. His own body was strong enough, but he felt that he could only block a mid-grade divine weapon's attack. It would be difficult for him to withstand a high-grade divine weapon. However, Xian Shui's tortoiseshell was really hard. It directly blocked the golden dragon spear's attack. In terms of defense, Xian Shui seemed to be invincible. Chapter 12:20. Unless you can hit me with every move, you definitely won't be able to defeat me. Xian Shui bluffed. He could only maintain it for a quarter of an hour. If Ling Xiao could keep it up, he would definitely lose. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, but used his actions to prove what he wanted to do. He increased the speed of his attacks, and every spear carried a power that surpassed 10,000 caddies, constantly stabbing towards Xian Shui. Xian Shui's two swords kept defending, blocking Ling Xiao's attacks one after another. I can't go on like this, or else the one who will lose will be me. I'm the strongest among the younger generation of the Black Tortoise sect, and I can even defeat those stronger than me. How can I lose to him? Xian Shui couldn't accept this fact, and he planned to kill him. After he forcefully broke through Ling Xiao, one long and one short, one water and one fire divine sword began to make some kind of profound slash. At the same time, all the divine power in his body gathered, alternating between blue and red. The surroundings seemed to be affected by his powerful aura, and it actually formed a storm that howled incessantly in the vicinity. Are you going to struggle on your deathbed? Ling Xiao sneered. He said it casually, but in reality, he was already prepared to deal with it. Xian Shui made his move. Taiyin Taiyang sword ultimate style, Yin Yang Buddha. With Xian Shui as the center, the power of Yin and Yang erupted, forming a huge Taiji diagram that continuously spun. Sword chi shot out in all directions, and in the center of the Taiji diagram, a mighty black tortoise seemed to be swimming out of the sea. It swam very slowly, but behind it, there were huge waves that pounced towards it. Both swords struck out, and the Taiji diagram and the black tortoise seemed to descend from the sky. Billions of sword chi descended, and the momentum was like returning to the universe, vast and mighty, with boundless power. Ling Xiao felt a suffocating aura descend, and he suddenly felt that he had become incomparably small. Even with his unparalleled speed, it seemed that it would be difficult for him to escape from the Taiji diagram. The Taiyin Taiyang sword technique was worthy of being an ancient divine art, and its power was far above ordinary divine skills. At the very least, none of the divine skills that Ling Xiao cultivated could be compared to this. This was also a sword technique tailored for the yin-yang godly body. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar, activating all of his power to its peak. At this time, in addition to competing in moves, they also had to compete in strength. If he wanted to break through this move of his opponents, then Ling Xiao had to use his aura to suppress his opponent, and he absolutely couldn't be completely suppressed by his opponent. Otherwise, he would probably lose for sure under this move. The first form of the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique, Tyrant Dragon descends to the world. The second form, Dancing with Dragons. The third form, Coiling Dragon ascends to the heavens. The fourth form, Chaotic Dragon Soaring. The fifth form, Tyrant Dragon rips the heavens. The sixth form, Annihilation of 10,000 dragons. The seventh form, Furious Dragon Roar. The eighth form, Bloodthirsty Dragon swallows the heavens. Ling Xiao instantly used all the moves of the Tyrant Dragon Spear art to meet Xian Shuai's attack. After all the moves were stacked together, it was as if tens of thousands of true dragons had been born into the world. The dragons danced wildly and carried a supreme divine might that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The divine powers of the two experts collided, and an earth-shattering explosion sound was produced. High up in the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was blasted until not a trace of air remained. Only an endless amount of spatial energy collapsed, and spatial cracks kept appearing. Numerous energies splashed in all directions, and hundreds of mountains below were hit until they were riddled with holes. The surrounding people retreated again and again. They couldn't see the situation clearly, and could only see the divine powers of different attributes colliding and exploding, blooming with stunning fireworks. Is this really the power that a low-level divine king can possess? The two of them really can't be judged by normal standards. They're too powerful, too abnormal. A person who can force the young sect master to this point is definitely the first person in the same realm. The people of the Sky Dragon Domain's Dragon Gate really live up to their reputation, but I firmly believe that the young sect master will definitely win. The people of the Dragon Gate are so powerful. No wonder he's the man that the goddess has taken a fancy to. He's not any weaker than Xian Shuai. Moreover, he has two divine beasts following him. It's really enviable. I hope he can win. No matter who wins or loses this battle, it's worthy of being recorded in history. In the battlefield, Ling Xiao used all his strength to fight, but he still couldn't resist the billions of sword energy formed by the Tai Chi divine diagram. The sword energy cut his body until it was covered in cuts and bruises. Blood flowed continuously, and white bones could be seen. Xian Shuai wasn't having a good time either. Although his strongest move had suppressed all of Ling Xiao's moves, Ling Xiao's strength was extremely powerful. It actually penetrated his sword energy and attacked him, piercing many holes in his tortoise shell and directly injuring his physical body, causing him serious injuries. Now, it was time to see who would fall first, and the one who could persist until the end would be the winner. Damn, how long will it take for him to fall? Xian Shuai kept waving the two swords in his hands, and sword energy and sword momentum kept surging towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao blocked wave after wave, and even caused a very strong counterattack. If he couldn't suppress Ling Xiao again, the mutation time would be over soon. He was extremely anxious. Ling Xiao's situation wasn't as good as Xian Shuai had imagined. Although he could withstand it, he had too many injuries. Although his divine body recovered quickly, it consumed a lot of energy, and he couldn't hold on much longer. However, Ling Xiao had been clenching his teeth and persisting. This was a kind of indomitable spirit that he had gained after experiencing countless battles of life and death. Looks like I can only use that move. Ling Xiao was sweating profusely. His dragon eyes stared at Xian Shuai, who was making a move, and was ready to use his trump card. He no longer blindly attacked, but spun the golden dragon spear as a defensive force. His other hand was empty, and he gathered his remaining strength. He raised his index finger, and a five-colored divine power emitted a powerful brilliance. Lose. After Ling Xiao blocked many sword energies, he pointed his finger at Xian Shuai. Swoosh. A five-colored finger radiance, like a meteor, broke through all obstacles and shot towards Xian Shuai. This finger radiance was extremely fast, as if it had penetrated the distance of billions of light sounds, making it difficult for people to catch it. Xian Shui only saw a flash of light, and a strong sense of danger instantly attacked him. Without thinking, a thought flashed, and a circular shield appeared in front of him, producing a mysterious and powerful aura that blocked in front of him. This shield was a top-notch divine artifact that had once blocked an attack from the prodigal's horn. However, when the finger radiance was about to reach Xian Shui, it instantly split into countless finger radiance that bombarded Xian Shui from all directions. What? Xian Shui was shocked by this sudden change. The countless finger radiance had already bombarded the position where he was standing, and a deafening explosion sound was heard. 3 Divine Finger Division 3rd Finger, Extreme Urgency. The power of the 3 Divine Finger Division 3rd Finger was stronger than the previous one. Ling Xiao had already reached the Divine King realm, and could already use all 3 fingers. The 3rd Finger, Extreme Urgency, was the most powerful finger force, and it combined all his 5 attributes of divine power. Furthermore, it had the ancient Emperor Divine technique that increased its power by tens of times, so its power was unimaginable. Ling Xiao broke free from the attack of the Tai Yin and Tai Yang sword technique, and all the pressure was gone. He immediately absorbed all the origin energy in the surroundings to recover his strength. At the same time, he carried the golden dragon spear and rushed towards Xian Shui. He could feel that Xian Shui's divine shield defense might be able to block the power of his 3 divine finger division. He had to defeat Xian Shui before he could recover. As expected, when the power of the finger radiance disappeared, Xian Shui was still standing well, but he had retreated 100 meters from his original position. However, the tortoise shell on his body was riddled with holes and many cracks. That finger wasn't for nothing. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the maximum, and his body came in front of Xian Shui, and a new round of attack was launched. Although the power had decreased by a lot, it still had a lot of power. Xian Shui was already at the end of his strength, and he no longer had the strength to respond to Ling Xiao's attack. He could only use the round shield to block many of Ling Xiao's attacks. Clang clang clang. Intense sparks flew everywhere, and Xian Shui was forced to retreat by Ling Xiao. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Suddenly, the snake scales on his face and the turtle shell on his body disappeared, and his aura instantly fell back to the low-level Divine King realm. Bang! Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear hit Xian Shui's shield again, and Xian Shui instantly fell from the sky like a meteor. He couldn't hold the shield anymore, and it flew in one direction. Ling Xiao wanted to continue attacking, but Xian Ming, the peak divine king of Xuanwu sect, had already rushed out and exclaimed, "Please have mercy, we have lost this battle." Xian Ming caught Xian Shui and the divine shield, and immediately took out an elixir to feed Xian Shui. Xian Ming had no choice but to admit defeat for Xian Shui. He knew that after Xian Shui transformed, he wouldn't be able to use his divine power for a period of time. How could he be a match for Ling Xiao in such a situation? Lost. Young sect master actually lost. How? How is this possible? It's not that young sect master isn't strong enough, but the opponent is indeed stronger than him. This is simply abnormal. No wonder the Heavenly Dragon sect is stronger than our Black Turtle sect. I'm afraid this is the best proof. It's simply hard to accept. The other party said that he would cripple the young sect master's limbs. I'm afraid that the current situation will affect him quite a bit. Xian Ming faced Ling Xiao, who was slowly descending, and said faintly, "If you agree to bet, you must be willing to lose. I will honor the bet of my young sect master." After saying that, a short blade appeared in his hand, and he fiercely stabbed it towards Xian Shui's legs. Then, an invisible aura controlled the short blade to cut off the tendons of Xian Shui's hands. Everything was done cleanly, without any sloppiness. Both his hands and feet were stained with blood, and he looked extremely ferocious. Elder Xian Ming. Xian Shui revealed an extremely sad expression as he called out softly, "Are you satisfied?" Xian Ming ignored him and asked Ling Xiao, Chapter 12:21. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Xian Ming would be so protective of his master. He admired this kind of person. After all, this kind of person was the most loyal existence. I can't make the decision on this matter. Everything depends on what my brother says, Ling Xiao replied, then looked at the prodigal and said, Prodigal, this person has suffered from the person who injured you. What do you think? Boss, whatever you say, the prodigal replied. Its face was full of excitement, as if Ling Xiao's victory over Xian Shui was its victory. Ling Xiao nodded, then looked at Xian Ming and said, since that's the case, then forget it. I hope that you won't hold this grudge against the Lotus sect. If there's anything, you can come at me. Otherwise, you won't have it easy either. Xian Ming looked deeply at Ling Xiao, nodded lightly, and was about to leave with Xian Shui. However, Xian Shui said in a weak voice, wait, bring me to him. Xian Ming didn't understand what Xian Shui wanted. Young sect master, your injuries, it's fine, I just have to fulfill a promise I made just now. Xian Shui said with a bitter smile. Xian Ming could only follow his words and bring him to Ling Xiao. Boss. Xian Shui looked at Ling Xiao and said very seriously. He was completely convinced of his defeat in this battle, letting him know that there was always someone better out there. Back then, he knew that he had a physique that others couldn't compare to, and he also had all kinds of powerful divine skills to rely on, which made him feel that he was invincible. Now, he recognized his own situation. He had to guard against arrogance and impatience, and concentrate on training to increase his battle strength. His future path was still a long one. He lost to Ling Xiao, so he fulfilled the request he had promised Ling Xiao, and willingly called out, Boss. This was not only a promise he made to lose this battle, but also a lesson to encourage himself to improve, so that he would always remember today's defeat, and spur himself to fight for all the glory that belonged to him one day. The difference between a genius and a mediocre person was their mental state when they failed. Geniuses were like Xian Shui, becoming braver the more they faced setbacks, while mediocre people would only find all kinds of excuses to avoid reality, and in the end, they would become useless trash. From this point of view, Xian Shui was undoubtedly the former, and he was also an important cornerstone for him to step onto the path of supremacy in the future. Ling Xiao couldn't help but look up at Xian Shui. He chuckled and said, You're a man, but don't have any ideas about my woman in the future. After pausing for a moment, he said, You're welcome to challenge me again anytime. Don't worry, one day, you will be defeated by me. Xian Shui said with an open-minded smile. With that, he closed his eyes and allowed Xian Ming to lead him away. The people of the Black Tortoise sect didn't need to stay any longer, so they followed the two of them out of the evil Horizon Valley. Yunmingqi couldn't wait to rush to Ling Zhao's side and asked, Xiao, are you all right? Ling Zhao's body was in a sorry state. The golden blood had dyed him red, but the wounds on his body had already healed. After reaching the 7th form of the ancient emperor's divine arts, and he was already at the divine king realm, his recovery speed was definitely incomparable to others. Ling Xiao stepped forward and lightly embraced her. I'm fine, I just used up a little too much energy. I'll be fine in a bit. Without using the god-controlling art and the power of his divine soul, Ling Xiao felt the thrill of being able to deal with this kind of monster with a special divine body and a strong backing. He couldn't help but think back to Yuan Zhantian and Wu Bufan in the profound spirit continent. The two of them also had a physique that others couldn't compare to, and he didn't know what realm they were at now. If they were all in the heaven realm, their cultivation speed would definitely not be much slower than his. People like them who were unwilling to submit to others and were unwilling to be ordinary, he believed that one day, they would also choose to come to the heaven realm. Perhaps one day in the future, they would even become his formidable opponents. That's good, then hurry up and recover from your injuries, don't let it become a hidden injury. Yunmingqi said with concern. Listening to Yunmingqi's soft and gentle words of concern, Ling Xiao only felt like he was dreaming. He fiercely sucked on Yunmingqi's delicate lips again, then said, Let's talk while we recover from our injuries. Ling Xiao had just met with Yunmingqi, so naturally, He had endless words of love to say to her. Yunmengqi's delicate face revealed a tender and alluring expression, then she glanced at her fellow disciples and said, This isn't too good. Her previous cold appearance was completely due to the influence of Meng Ran, but now that she had completely defeated her and taken back everything that belonged to her, she naturally wouldn't be cold anymore. Moreover, she and Ling Xiao were intimate, so she didn't want to be watched by so many people. That's easy, let them return to the Lotus sect first, then we'll have a lot of time. Ling Xiao suggested. Is this okay? Yunmengqi asked. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. In any case, with my two brothers here, no one can hurt us, so there's nothing for them to worry about. Ling Xiao said. Yunmengqi nodded, then flew over to the Lotus sect's side and explained to them. After a round of discussion, the people of the Lotus sect still listened to Yunmengqi's words and agreed to return to the Lotus sect first. Miss, we can go back, but you have to go back later, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to the old sect leader. Song Chui said with a difficult expression. Seeing such an outstanding man, even the goddess who had always been high and mighty would fall for him. She was really afraid that Yunmengqi would be abducted by him. If that was the case, then she would be in big trouble. Yunmengqi nodded and said, Elder Song, don't worry, I'll return very soon. She naturally had to return, there were still some things that had to be explained clearly. Of course, this time, she definitely wouldn't be separated from her man. Once the people of the Lotus sect left, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to catch up with the wastrel. He hurriedly told it to wait outside a mountain with the 13th prince on the excuse of recuperating from its injuries, while he and Yunmengqi began to tell each other about these years of separation and longing. Mengqi, I'm sorry. If I didn't make you follow that witch, we wouldn't have been separated for so many years. Ling Xiao hugged Yunmengqi and apologized very deeply. Yunmengqi naturally knew who that she was. She hugged Ling Xiao back and said, There's nothing to be sorry about. Back then, even if we didn't agree to her request, I'm afraid that she would still come at us forcefully. At that time, we couldn't beat her. She paused for a moment and then said, Did you kill her? Yes, when I arrived in the central region, I found the sect that she spoke of. Only then did I realize that I had been tricked by her. I couldn't find you and her, so I completely destroyed her sect. I lost all news of you, but I still continued to search for your whereabouts. Ling Xiao slowly told Yunmengqi some of what he had experienced back then. When Yunmengqi heard that Ling Xiao had established his own power in the central region, she couldn't help but feel admiration for Ling Xiao. However, when she heard that he had found Yin He but couldn't find her, he must have been disheartened. She couldn't help but hug him even tighter. She didn't expect that this man had never given up on searching for her all these years. He loved her so deeply. He started roaming the Xianling continent as a small king stage martial artist, and then he used his own strength to bravely charge into the heavenly region's stronghold. Finally, he came to the heavenly region. Although he said it in a relaxed manner, she could still feel that he must have experienced many difficulties along the way. He must have struggled to survive in adversity to come here. She was already very satisfied and happy to be able to make him sacrifice so much. Her tears couldn't help but flow down, wetting her clothes. She was moved to the point that she didn't want to be separated from him for the rest of her life. She wanted to make it up to him for all these years and let him know that she loved him just as deeply as he did. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Ling Xiao gently rubbed Yunmengqi's face with a pained expression. Laugh, the one who should be apologizing is me. It's been hard on you all these years. Yunmengqi sobbed. Silly girl, can't you see that I'm still fine? If I hadn't experienced all these things, how could I have the strength I have today? I'm afraid that even if I met you, I wouldn't dare to acknowledge you. Ling Xiao lightly scratched Yunmengqi's delicate nose as he said. Yunmengqi deeply snuggled up to Ling Xiao and said, No matter what your strength is, you are the man I love the most. You are my, Yunmengqi's, husband. Hearing Yunmengqi's words, Ling Xiao also felt very gratified. All these years of longing for her were worth it. That's right, tell me how you've been all these years? Ling Xiao asked. He had countless doubts in his heart. He really wanted to know what kind of extraordinary experiences Yun Mingqi had gone through. Yun Mingqi let out a light breath and sorted out her thoughts. Gradually, she began to recall what she had experienced after she separated from Ling Xiao. At first, she was deceived by Yin He and thought that Yin He sincerely wanted to accept her as a disciple. But after living with her for a year, she gradually discovered that the cultivation technique that Yin He taught her was very evil. It actually required her to absorb the Yin Qi of corpses for energy. She began to realize that Yin He wasn't a good person. She wanted to escape from Yin He's evil clutches, but she knew that she wasn't her opponent. Until one day, they met the Holy Emperor of the Lotus sect who came from the Heavenly Region Fortress. She was chosen by the Holy Emperor and was taken away from Yin He. In front of someone stronger than her, she couldn't resist at all. When she knew that she was going to be taken away from the Central Region, she tried to resist, but it was all in vain. Just like that, she was taken to the branch of the Lotus sect in the Heavenly Region Fortress. In actuality, that branch was the original land of the Lotus sect. It was the place where the first leader founded the sect. That place also contained the inheritance of the first leader. Because Yun Mingqi had the water god's body, she obtained the inheritance of the first leader. But because of this inheritance, she forgot about Ling Xiao and almost turned into another person, Meng Ran. Because this inheritance not only greatly increased Yun Mingqi's strength, but the remnant soul of Meng Ran also wanted to assimilate Yun Mingqi's soul to achieve its goal of resurrection. But Yun Mingqi's soul was unwilling to be controlled by her. There was still a portion of her soul power and consciousness that wanted to resist. In the end, because of the appearance of the wastrel and Ling Xiao, she completely assimilated Meng Ran. Chapter 1222. Although Yun Mingqi's journey couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao's, she had also experienced all kinds of unexpected changes. Fortunately, her luck was not bad. With the advantage of her divine body, she was able to live a peaceful life. Furthermore, she had obtained unimaginable inheritance and resources, allowing her to reach the divine king realm at such a young age. It was enough to make others envious. When Ling Xiao heard Yun Mingqi say that because she had accepted the inheritance of the first-generation patriarch of the Lotus sect, including the remnant soul, her sea of consciousness was almost taken over by the other party, causing her to forget everything in the past. Only then did Ling Xiao understand why Yun Mingqi hadn't come looking for him when he was searching for her, causing him to think that she had died. Fortunately, it's all over now. No one can separate us again, said Ling Xiao softly. Yun Mingqi had been found, the wastrel had also been found. Only his master, the demonic emperor, was left to come out of the chaotic burial space. At that time, he would return to the Xianling continent and bring his family over to be with them. Everything would be perfect. He could then pursue the pinnacle of power with peace of mind and reach the pinnacle of the martial way. Yun Mingqi caressed Ling Xiao's chest and said affectionately, "We won't be separated again." Ling Xiao felt Yun Mingqi's increasingly mature and perfect figure. The fragrance of her lotus bath quietly entered his nostrils, causing his thoughts to gradually become active. He didn't say anything else. The two of them just leaned against each other like that. His hand gently slid down her waterfall-like hair until it landed on her back. Separated by a thin veil, he could feel her sparkling and translucent skin. He gently caressed it, causing the beauty in his arms to flush red. When his hand touched her perky jade bottom, she couldn't help but tremble. She raised her beautiful face and pressed her jade lips against his thick lips. When the two lips collided, there wasn't too much of an intense reaction. There was only a silent moisturizing gentleness. But as that pair of demonic palms moved back and forth on her body, she became more and more aroused. A warm current slowly flowed out from between her legs. She suddenly yearned to be pampered by this man. She hooked her arms around his neck, and the strength of her tender lips increased. Her jade tongue began to become incomparably active, continuously teasing him. Occasionally, Her nostrils would emit rapid breathing sounds. It was simply the most arousing temptation. How could Ling Xiao suppress the impulse in his heart? He had been separated from Yun Mengqi for so many years. He naturally wanted to spend some time with her. He used more and more strength to caress Yun Mengqi's body, unknowingly covering her full and firm chest. That soft and supple feeling made him want to touch her even further. He fiercely tore apart the veil in front of her chest. Hiss! An ear-piercing sound of satin ripping rang out, increasing the arousal even more. Yun Mengqi had already felt Ling Xiao's scorching and rough love. Her body gently trembled as she hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck. Her beautiful eyes carried a misty color as she softly said, "Xiao, love me fiercely." It was as if she was possessed. She also tore apart the clothes on his body. The two of them were at the peak of the mountain, with the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. They began to naked face to face. There was nothing to say about the man's figure. Those strong and well-proportioned golden muscles looked so valiant and powerful. The woman's figure was even more perfect. Her snow-white skin was rosy, making people want to take a bite out of it. That full jade peak, willow-like waist, flat stomach, fragrant garden, round and beautiful buttocks, slender and beautiful legs, every part of her was filled with a primal temptation that could move one's soul. Ling Xiao looked at this immortal body that was like a perfect jade carving. His blood vessels surged and his mouth opened and his tongue became dry. Yun Mengqi shyly hugged Ling Xiao's dragon body. She gently twisted her body. That aroused look was even more pitiful. "Idiot, what are you looking at?" Yun Mengqi's voice was like that of a mosquito. "Beautiful. Mengqi, you're so beautiful." Ling Xiao revealed an incomparably sincere expression as he said. Then why don't you quickly love me?" Yun Mengqi hugged Ling Xiao's dragon body and softly said. The beauty had already given the signal. How could the handsome guy dare to disobey? He hugged her and kissed her passionately while pinching her soft parts. He even let her sit on his stomach. The golden dragon spear quickly rushed towards the jade dragon acupuncture point with a majestic aura. "Ah!" A scream that carried a mixture of pain and excitement rang out above the clouds. The sound gradually rose and fell in a certain rhythm, sometimes high and sometimes low. It was like a piece of music that kept reverberating melodiously. The sun set and the moon rose, the moon set and the sun rose. Day and night revolved, and the stars moved. Decades of yearning were all expressed in the most wonderful way, and the most direct confession. After the Mount Wu mountain, the two of them were still not in a hurry to do other things. They still snuggled together, as if they wanted to stay in this moment forever. However, the good times didn't last long. Ling Xiao sensed the message from the prodigal and the 13th prince. Someone was coming over. "Someone is coming, let's go and take a look." Ling Xiao quickly put on a set of clothes and said to Yun Mengqi. Yun Mengqi revealed a look of displeasure. It wasn't easy for her to spend more time with Ling Xiao, but they were disturbed by others. After Yun Mengqi put on her clothes, Ling Xiao summoned the prodigal and the 13th prince over. As soon as the prodigal landed, he immediately said, "Boss, someone is chasing after another guy from the divine race." The 13th prince revealed a sinister look and said, "That guy should be from the chaos race, the sworn enemy of our dragons. I didn't expect him to appear here. I must eat him." There were enemies among the 9 divine beasts, and the dragon's enemies were the white tiger, the chaos race, and the 3-legged golden crow. "Oh right, when I entered the evil horizon valley, I heard that a chaos divine beast appeared here. It seems like it's this one." Yun Mengqi said. "I heard that there are divine beasts in the depths of the evil horizon valley. It can't be the chaos race, right? If that's the case, we should leave first." Ling Xiao frowned and said. The prodigal said, "Boss, don't worry. It's not the chaos race inside. It's just a branch of our Qilin race, the Qilin Dark Lion. Our black Chelan race is no longer here, so the Chelan Dark Lion has occupied the territory. That's good. Let's go and see what the legendary Chaos Divine Beast looks like. Ling Xiao said excitedly. He couldn't help but think that if he could take down this Chaos Divine Beast, wouldn't he have 3 divine beasts? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Not far from here, the Chaos Divine Beast had already hidden itself. Bing Wuji, the other people from the Ice Blade Alliance, and Mo Inyo, who were chasing it, were attacked by many holy beasts. Fortunately, none of them were low-level divine kings. Their combat power was extremely strong, and they killed many holy beasts. Damn it, this Chaos Divine Beast has hidden itself. I can't sense its aura. Bing Wuji cursed. They had been chasing Chaos Divine Beast for several days, but it still escaped. Naturally, they were very unwilling. Mo Inyo said, "Don't worry, it should be recuperating nearby. I have a way to find it." After saying that, Mo Inyo put his divine Bodhi bow in his hand again and knocked a divine arrow. Whoosh! The divine arrow was actually shot high up in the sky. This made the people from the Ice Blade Alliance feel very strange. However, when the divine arrow suddenly fell in a certain direction, everyone was extremely shocked. Targets that have been shot by my divine bow don't die. Every arrow from my divine bow can find its location. Mo Inyo explained proudly. After a pause, he pointed in the direction where the divine arrow was falling and said, "Let's hurry over there. The Chaos Divine Beast is over there." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a black hole appeared and swallowed the divine arrow until it lost its direction. No one knew where it had landed. Bing Wuji was determined to capture the Chaos Divine Beast. He roared in shock and swung the ice-sealing divine saber in his hand in that direction with all his might. The extreme cold emitted by the ice-sealing divine saber was simply unbearable. The area within 1,000 meters was immediately frozen by the saber force. However, he alone could not take down the Chaos Divine Beast. Several black holes appeared in succession and immediately shattered the large piece of ice. Roar! The Chaos Divine Beast was furious. It did not expect these humans to chase it so fiercely. In that case, it might as well swallow them all. Mo Inyo, hurry up and shoot at it. Bing Wuji shouted anxiously. If not for Mo Inyo's divine Bodhi bow, the people from the Ice Blade Alliance would not have been able to take down this divine beast. However, how could Mo Inyo not know that the Ice Blade Alliance was borrowing his strength? He was not that stupid. If he really helped them take down the Chaos Divine Beast, would he still have a share? Perhaps it would even burn the bridge after crossing it and kill him instead. At this thought, Mo Inyo could only reply to Bing Wuji, "I no longer have any divine arrow feathers. We can only work together to kill it head-on." Bing Wuji cried out, "What, you don't have any divine arrow feathers anymore?" Mo Inyo replied, "That's right." Then, a trident appeared in his hand and he attacked in the direction of the Chaos Divine Beast, indicating that he indeed did not have any divine weapons left. Damn it, they actually dropped the ball at such a crucial moment. Bing Wuji cursed in his heart. Then, he shouted to the people from the Ice Blade Alliance, "Everyone, surround it and capture it. We cannot let it escape." As soon as he gave the order, the people from the Ice Blade Alliance all attacked the Chaos Divine Beast. The attacks of dozens of divine kings were naturally extremely terrifying. However, the Chaos Divine Beast seemed to be gambling on its own. It once again unleashed its godly might that could swallow the heavens and absorb the earth. Its huge mouth seemed to have become incomparably huge. A deep black hole suddenly appeared and sucked in all the attacking forces. At the same time, many divine kings could not help but fly towards it. They were so frightened that they were at a loss. Don't be afraid. It's already at the end of its life. Put in more effort and attack it with all your might. Bing Wuji shouted as he slashed at the Chaos Divine Beast more than 10 times. Chapter 12:23. The Chaos Divine Beast sucked in all the energy. It was like a level 12 tornado, and it was the eye of the tornado that sucked in all the energy. Its body only surged for a while before it shrunk again. At the same time, it began to move. Several black holes appeared in front of the Ice Blade Alliance's Divine Kings, sucking them in and turning them into powder. Bing Wuji was filled with hatred. If Mo Inyo could shoot a few more arrows, this Chaos Divine Beast would definitely be captured by them. At this crucial moment, it actually said that it had no more arrows, causing them to suffer heavy losses. However, the situation did not allow him to retreat. He had to capture this Chaos Divine Beast. At this thought, he gritted his teeth and threw many divine lightning balls in the direction of the Chaos Divine Beast. The Chaos Divine Beast sucked them in without hesitation. This was a tragedy. Many divine lightning balls began to explode. Its huge body began to fall. The people from the Ice Blade Alliance were overjoyed. A few of them dashed towards the Chaos Divine Beast, wanting to capture it. However, the Chaos Divine Beast was extremely cunning. It was only pretending to be dead. Although it was severely injured, it was not dead yet. The few divine kings who were near it were immediately sucked in by it, and all of them were swallowed into its stomach. The people from the Ice Blade Alliance were shocked. They ran as fast as they could to get away from the Chaos Divine Beast. The Chaos Divine Beast didn't chase after it. It rolled its eyes and dashed towards a direction. It happened to be the direction where Ling Xiao and the others were rushing over. The True Dragon Clan and the Chaos Clan were old enemies. When they saw each other, they were naturally extremely jealous. Roar! The 13th prince roared angrily. He immediately transformed into his original form and charged towards the Chaos Divine Beast. The people from the Ice Blade Alliance and Mo Inyo were stunned when they saw the sudden appearance of the True Dragon. This is a True Dragon Divine Beast? It's too powerful, too perfect. How did it get here? Could this evil Horizon Valley be the territory of the dragons? But there are no records of this. I don't think so. Look, there are people coming over. I wonder if they are humans or divine beasts. It's a great honor to see 2 divine beasts in a row. If I can take them all under my command, that would be great. Stop daydreaming. It's already very lucky to be able to capture one of them. Don't you see that the aura of this true dragon is not inferior to that divine beast of chaos? With our strength, I'm afraid it's extremely difficult to capture it. So, should we retreat or stay? Bing Wuji and Mo Inyo were extremely shocked as well. They did not expect to attract such a big fellow. Bing Wuji did not think that they would be able to take on this high-tier true dragon, so he immediately yelled at his people, "Everyone, retreat." Regardless of whether this true dragon was a friend or foe, it was not something they could get involved in. The only thing he could do was to get away from this place and see if he could reap the benefits. The people of the Ice Blade Alliance had left, so how could Mo Inyo dare to stay? However, Mo Inyo had become Bing Wuji's prey. He had coveted Mo Inyo's divine Bodhi bow for a long time. They had lost so many people and could not take down the divine beast of chaos, so they could only ask for some compensation from Mo Inyo. In another direction, the true dragon of chaos dashed towards the divine beast of chaos, wanting to tear it apart and devour it. However, the divine beast of chaos was extremely cunning. It was already heavily injured and could not fight against the true dragon of chaos. It spat out many miscellaneous items from its mouth and formed a powerful attack towards the 13th prince. The 13th prince roared, and all the miscellaneous items were turned into powder. The divine beast of chaos took this opportunity to escape. The 13th prince roared, and his dragon body shook as he charged towards the divine beast of chaos. However, the divine beast of chaos was determined to escape at full speed. It was like a huge ball that kept rolling, and its speed was extremely fast. At the same time, it left behind many devouring black holes to stop the 13th prince, so that he could not catch up to it immediately. The 13th prince was furious. He could not ignore these black holes. Although he forcefully turned them into nothingness, this hindered his speed. Just as the divine beast of chaos was about to escape from the void, a ray of fire shot out from another direction. Swish! This ray of fire was very powerful, and the intensity of the fire was extremely ferocious. Before the divine beast of chaos could escape, it was hit by the fire that came out of nowhere. Roar! The divine beast of chaos was injured by the origin source flame, and it let out a blood-curdling shriek. Its skin and flesh were immediately charred. Originally, this kind of high-grade origin flame could incinerate anything that came into contact with it into nothingness. However, this divine beast of chaos was also very powerful. It was a divine beast of the 5 elements, so it was immune to the origin source power of the 5 elements. The origin source flame did not burn it into ashes. In fact, it only injured a small part of its skin and flesh before it was expelled from its body. It could no longer cause any harm to it. However, it was already heavily injured after being continuously chased by Bing Wuji and the Moin Ox. Now that it was being attacked by the origin source flame, it was even worse, and its speed had decreased significantly. At this moment, the 13th prince had already arrived behind it, and his dragon head pounced towards it without any hesitation. The divine beast of chaos was shocked. It rolled away and barely managed to avoid the 13th prince's bite. However, it could not avoid the next one. The 13th prince's dragon tail swept across and smashed into its body. Bang! Bang! The divine beast of chaos fell from the sky, and a dozen mountains collapsed as it crashed into them, causing a huge dust storm. The 13th prince's dragon body swayed, and he pounced towards the divine beast of chaos again. Just as he went down, an extremely powerful sucking force was produced, and many ancient trees and rocks in the vicinity were swept away. The 13th prince's body also trembled as he was sucked in by the divine beast of chaos. However, the 13th prince spat out a terrifying golden light at the divine beast of chaos. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it was enough to destroy the entire mountain range. If the divine beast of chaos was not injured, it might be able to swallow the 13th prince. However, given its current situation, how could it withstand the attack? It would probably be smashed into pieces if it continued to swallow. The 13th prince's huge body shrunk, and it rolled to the side. Although it managed to avoid most of the attack, its body was still blasted into the air. It seemed that the 13th prince was seriously injured. Ling Xiao, who was watching the battle from afar, was overjoyed. He shouted at the 13th prince, "13th, don't eat it yet. Leave it for me." The 13th prince had already arrived in front of the divine beast of chaos. He wanted to swallow it in one bite, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he obeyed Ling Xiao's will. He used his dragon claws to scratch the divine beast of chaos's body. The divine beast of chaos was badly mutilated, and a strange liquid flowed out continuously. The divine beast of chaos howled in pain. It wanted to put up a last-ditch struggle, but the 13th prince shook it a few more times before it became obedient. Ling Xiao immediately brought Yun Mingqi and the prodigal boy over to the divine beast of chaos. Looking at this meaty thing, Ling Xiao really couldn't tell that it was a divine beast of chaos. Its appearance was extremely ugly compared to the divine beasts of True Dragon and Qilin. Forget it. It's a mythological beast after all. Let's just take it. Ling Xiao was very unhappy in his heart. If these words were heard by other divine kings, they would probably all wish to hack him to death. Damn it, the other godly kings all wanted to capture this divine beast of chaos and make it submit to them, but they also lost their lives because of it. Yet, Ling Xiao was so unwilling to catch it. Was there any justice in this world? This couldn't be blamed on Ling Xiao. After all, the two mythological beasts that followed him were so perfect and mighty. Ling Xiao walked in front of the divine beast of chaos and said, "Submit to me. As long as you're willing to follow me, I'll spare your life." After pausing for a moment, he added, "Don't worry, I will definitely not restrict your freedom." Ling Xiao knew that divine beasts had their own dignity and pride. They would definitely not sign a contract with any human. It was already good enough that they could be on equal footing. The divine beast of chaos revealed a sinister look and said with difficulty, "Human. I'll eat you." As soon as it finished speaking, a suction force burst forth from its mouth and sucked Ling Xiao in. It seemed like it still didn't understand the situation and wanted to cause more trouble. Ling Xiao wasn't sucked in by it, but the 13th prince threw it towards another mountain. Bang! The mountain was smashed into powder by its body. "Boss, don't waste your time. The divine beast of chaos not only hates dragons, but also humans. They think that they are the rulers of the world and the most outstanding and great race. They won't submit to any other race," the prodigal boy said from the side. He knew a little about the secrets between divine beasts. Ling Xiao was depressed. It seemed like it was impossible to subdue the divine beast of chaos. However, Ling Xiao didn't want the 13th prince to eat it. It was the body of a divine beast, after all. Its body was full of magical materials, so it couldn't be wasted. In the end, the divine beast of chaos was tortured to death by the 13th prince. Ling Xiao immediately picked out its beast core. This beast core was very different from the beast cores of other spiritual beasts. It was diamond-shaped and had 5 different colors, representing 5 different elemental powers. This beast core was definitely the best item for a divine beast of chaos like Wu Bufan. He could refine it and directly obtain the divine beast of chaos's ability to devour heaven's might Tenbin, as well as some other magical effects. Unfortunately, although Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elemental powers, he lacked earth and wind, so he couldn't enjoy the power of this beast core. Of course, other than the beast core, the divine beast of chaos also possessed an origin treasure, which was its gall of chaos, also known as the gall of devouring. That was the source of its ability to devour everything. As long as one could refine the chaotic blood essence and devour it, one would be able to obtain its devouring ability. It didn't require a body of chaos. This was definitely its most valuable divine item. Chapter 12:24. Ling Xiao also did not have the fortune to enjoy such a good source divine item. After all, his body contained a large amount of dragon blood, and the primal chaos was the archenemy of the dragons. If he really wanted to refine its blood essence, it would probably be futile. He could only keep all these good things with a downcast face. Sigh, it's also a sin to have such good luck. Ling Xiao struggled in his heart and sighed. If others were to hear these words, they would probably fight to the death with Ling Xiao even if they had to risk their lives. "If you don't want these good things, you can give them all to us." Not far away, a portion of the Ice Blade Alliance's divine kings who had been paying attention to Ling Xiao and the others, saw that the Chaos Divine Beast had been taken down, and all of them were extremely envious. However, they did not dare to go up and rob it, and could only watch as the others kept it. "Elder Lan, what should we do?" A member of the Ice Blade Alliance looked at Lan Wen and asked. Lan Wen reprimanded lightly, "What can we do? Elder Wuji is not here. With just the few of us, can we deal with that true dragon? Let's go. I hope that Elder Wuji can take down the Moin Ox. At least we can get some good luck, otherwise, the others would have died for nothing." After saying that, he did not dare to stay any longer, and brought the others in a direction. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi had long sensed their presence. Yun Mingqi recognized their origins and said, they should be from the Ice Blade Alliance. Ice Blade Alliance? They don't look like good people. They actually want to pick up Ping Yi, but they seem to be quite tactful. They don't dare to hit us. Ling Xiao sneered. He was actually hoping that these people would dare to touch them. He was still thinking about when to create a group of followers of the Divine King. After Ling Xiao accepted the Chaos Divine Beast, he did not plan to leave the Evil Horizon Valley for the time being. The Evil Horizon Valley was a forbidden area that many Divine Kings felt was dangerous, but to Ling Xiao, it was nothing. In the future, as long as there were no divine beasts in the mountain range, as long as he brought along the prodigal son or the 13th prince, he could casually plunder the holy grass and divine grass in those territories. After all, those holy beasts were all under the pressure of the divine beasts, unless they were abnormally powerful transformed holy beasts. Ling Xiao wandered around the evil cliff valley, searching for all sorts of divine and holy grasses. At the same time, he didn't forget to flirt with Yun Mingqi, leaving behind traces of their love. The two of them were like newlyweds, having so much fun that they forgot about their duties. Ling Xiao also made use of these few days to understand why the prodigal would appear in the heavenly region. It turned out that the reason the prodigal had left him was to complete a mission given by their race. That was to find the other Qilin clan's territory and challenge their new prince. Only after it defeated the princes of the other clans would it have the qualifications to become the newest generation of Qilin emperor. Then, it would unite the scattered Qilin clans and restore the glory of the flourishing era. It was just that the Qilin clan had long already completely dispersed. It was hard to find where the other branch clans were. Perhaps they had gone extinct a long time ago. At that time, the prodigal brought the earth-flaming tiger deep into the dangerous lands of the Xianling continent, but he didn't find their branch Qilin. However, they accidentally entered a forbidden land. In order to save it, the earth-flaming tiger was shredded into pieces by the power of the forbidden land, while the prodigal was sent to an array and directly teleported to the heavenly region. It could be considered lucky to be able to escape from that terrifying forbidden land. After coming to the heavenly region, it naturally didn't dare to go to the humans' territory. Because it knew that the divine beast clan would all become the target of the humans' capture. Hence, it continued to complete its mission. It began to shuttle through the various mountain ranges and forbidden lands in search of their branch Qilin. At the same time, it continuously hunted other spirit beasts and swallowed their beast cores, allowing it to continuously grow. If it only relied on swallowing beast cores, it wouldn't be able to advance from the middle stage of the 8th level to the middle stage of the 10th level in just a few decades. In the heavenly region, it had unique resources and conditions. It had also swallowed many fire attribute treasures, which naturally allowed it to increase its speed of advancement. And in this period of time, it finally found the territory of a branch Qilin clan. That branch was the Wood Qilin clan. The prodigal originally had the ambition to challenge the other clan's prince. However, it realized that its strength was too far away from the other clan. They weren't on the same level at all. The other clan didn't accept its challenge at all. They only treated it as a child of another clan. The Wood Qilin king even specially conversed with the prodigal. The prodigal knew that its so-called mission could no longer be fulfilled. Because it wasn't known how many of the 7 main clans of the Qilin clan had already gone extinct. Even if there were still survivors, it was unknown where they were living. Wanting to find them one by one and reunite them was undoubtedly a dream. The prodigal suffered a huge blow and left the Wood Qilin's territory. However, even if it couldn't complete anything, it still wanted to continue searching for the whereabouts of the other clans. It hoped that all of the Qilin clan could unite once again. This was the inscription that its grandfather had told it. After many years of trekking over mountains and rivers, venturing into many dangerous places, the prodigal finally found the Black Qilin clan's territory within this evil valley. It immediately went deep into the hinterland to search. However, it found out that the Black Qilin clan had long moved away. Only the Qilin Dark Lion clan with the Black Qilin's bloodline was left there. The prodigal was extremely disappointed. It almost wanted to give up on its belief and decided to stay here for a period of time. However, the Qilin Dark Lion clan told it a place that was beneficial to the prodigal's cultivation. Because that was the only place in the evil valley that had a large amount of original source fire. It was also there that the prodigal discovered the existence of an original source fire seed based on its senses. With its gluttonous personality, it naturally wouldn't let it go. After a series of twists and turns, it directly swallowed the original source fire seed. This time, it was a tragedy. The original source fire seed's level wasn't low. If it directly swallowed it, it wouldn't be able to digest it. Although its strength increased explosively because of this, it also couldn't control the excess energy, causing it to almost enter a state of madness. It continued to toss and turn within the evil Horizon Valley, hoping to dissipate the excess energy. But because of this, it was mistaken for the original source fire by others. Later on, there were people who came to capture it, but they were all burned to death by it. Later on, Yunmingqi and the others appeared. Many godly kings joined forces to attack it. The god power of the hail and waves bombarded it again and again. Finally, the excess energy was used up and it returned to its normal state. There was no need to say more about what happened after that. Prodigal, what plans do you have in the future? Are you still going to continue your so-called mission? Ling Xiao asked. The prodigal shook his head and said, "It's useless. I can't find the whereabouts of the other clans. Even if I find them, they won't think the same way as us. If I didn't meet you again, I might have stayed here or thought of a way to return to my clan. Now, I'll just follow you. My second grandpa said that you're my lucky star. In the future, you can bring me back to my clan. Otherwise, I don't know how to go back." That's good. In the future, if you follow me, no one can bully you," Ling Xiao said happily. His relationship with the prodigal was something no one could understand. One had to know that the prodigal was his first divine beast, and he had gone through thick and thin with him before. There were many experts in the heaven domain. With the prodigal as a strong helper and the 13th prince's help, where couldn't he go? "Oh right, boss, where's Xiao Jin and Dragon Lady who used to be by your side? Why did they become this big guy again?" The prodigal glanced at the 13th prince and looked at Ling Xiao with some fear. "Dragon Lady is in our ancestral land, the East Ocean Dragon Palace. I've settled Xiao Jin down. He's too weak, so he won't be of much help," Ling Xiao replied. "That's true. When we get back, I'll give him something good to eat. I believe he'll become even stronger." The prodigal was very excited when he thought of his little brother, the Golden Wolf King. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao and Yunmingqi had brought the prodigal and the 13th prince around the evil Horizon Valley for nearly a month. They had also obtained many holy items and materials. This was a huge fortune to anyone. Just as they were about to leave the evil Horizon Valley, the 13th prince's sharp senses detected a human hiding in an extremely hidden pool not far away. "Come out, we already know of your existence," Ling Xiao said faintly. However, that person didn't move and didn't reply. Ling Xiao could only frown slightly and punch in the direction the 13th prince pointed. The dirty pool was blasted into the air, and a figure was blasted out. Ling Xiao realized that the figure was actually sealed in ice. Only a weak aura could be felt. Ling Xiao had seen this person before. He seemed to be one of the people who had come with the Ice Blade Alliance to kill the divine beast of chaos. He was Mo Inyo. He was in this state because he was being chased by the Ice Blade Alliance and was almost killed by Bing Wuji. He was in a terrible state. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. One of his hands had been chopped off and his entire body was sealed in ice. He had no energy to break the ice and heal his injuries. No wonder he couldn't shout just now. He was about to die. Ling Xiao murmured to himself as he looked at the dying Mo Inyo. Then, he looked at Yunmingqi and asked, "Should we save this person? Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Let's save him," Yunmingqi said kindly. "Hee, all right. I also think we should save him." Ling Xiao smiled with a complicated expression. He didn't think he was a good person. He wouldn't save Mo Inyo for nothing. After all, the martial world was dangerous. Who knew if the person he saved would take revenge on him? No one knew for sure. Therefore, Ling Xiao might as well use him as the first test subject under the soul lock. He wanted to see if he could control him. At that time, he could save him again. Chapter 1225. Ling Xiao found a cave abode and left Yunqimeng, the prodigal, and the 13th prince outside. He was not in a hurry to dissolve Mo Inyo's ice seal. Otherwise, with the other party's abilities, he might be able to recover from his injuries. Ling Xiao adjusted himself to his best condition and used his spiritual power to cast the Soul Lock incantation. The Soul Lock incantation penetrated the layer of ice like invisible chains and barged into Mo Inyo's sea of consciousness. Mo Inyo was originally sealed in ice, and even his soul was numb from the cold. He was injured by Bing Wuji's ice-sealing divine blade. Although he was lucky enough to escape with a secret skill, he was unable to dispel the absolute cold force. It invaded his body and destroyed it, which was why he was in such a situation. It was also a good time for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had thought that he would have to spend some effort to lock on Mo Inyo's soul. However, it was surprisingly easy now. He did not need to spend much effort to lock on Mo Inyo's soul. In the future, Mo Inyo would be under his control. After doing all this, Ling Xiao used his flames to slowly melt the ice on Mo Inyo's body. With the supply of heat, Mo Inyo also had the ability to heal himself. After all, after reaching the Divine King realm, his body had become extraordinary and became a divine body, which had the magical ability to heal himself. Moreover, Mo Inyo was already a peak Divine King. It was normal for him to be able to heal himself when he was seriously injured. However, with his speed, he would not be able to recover without at least a month's time. Ling Xiao took out a healing divine pill and fed it to Mo Inyo, as well as some healing divine spring water. He believed that Mo Inyo would recover very quickly. Taking advantage of this boring time, Ling Xiao decided to seal himself here for a few days to completely merge with the 9th Yang Meridian. As for the 9th Yang fire, Ling Xiao had already found it. He just had to ask for it from the prodigal. The Qilin Holy Fire was an origin flame that was on par with the heavenly fire. Now that the prodigal had swallowed another origin flame, its power had increased greatly. At the same time, its holy fire would naturally be of a higher level. It would definitely surpass the level of the heavenly fire in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Therefore, he only needed to use the origin flame provided by the prodigal to refine it, and he would naturally be able to fill the 9th Yang Meridian, allowing him to perfect the 9 Yang fire. At that time, he would be able to unleash the power of the 9 suns. His combat strength would definitely increase by another level. By then, he would be able to use the power of the 9 suns. And his combat power would definitely increase. After Ling Xiao refined this origin flame, the 9th layer of the Ashen Flame's sacred sun was finally cultivated. The 9 sun-burning heaven art had also reached its most perfect state. He circulated the power of the 9 yang and felt that all the acupoints in his body were filled with endless yang energy. Every punch of his felt like it could destroy the sun, moon, and stars. Along with the success of Ling Xiao's divine technique, Mo Inyo had already recovered his divine power. His broken arm had also grown back. With the completion of Ling Xiao's divine art, Mo Inyo had recovered his divine power. His broken arm grew back. It didn't look like he was injured at all. The Soul Lock curse had already completely controlled him, making him treat Ling Xiao as his master. He would never betray him. When he saw Ling Xiao, he immediately knelt down respectfully and said, "Greetings, master." Mo Inyo didn't dare to betray Ling Xiao, so he told him about his situation. Ling Xiao also had a better understanding of him. Mo Inyo didn't dare to betray Ling Xiao, so he roughly explained his situation. Ling Xiao also had a better understanding of him. Ling Xiao did this so that he could be more careful in the future, so that he wouldn't get into any trouble. "Take out your divine bow and let me see," Ling Xiao ordered. He learned from Mo Inyo that the reason he was chased by the Ice Blade Union was because he had the ancient divine tool, the Bodhi Divine Bow. Mo Inyo took out the Bodhi Divine Bow and handed it to Ling Xiao and said, "Although the Bodhi Divine Bow is an ancient divine tool, without the Bodhi Divine Arrow, it is impossible to display its true power. So that's how it is. Then give it to me, you have no use for it," Ling Xiao said directly. Mo Inyo, of course, wouldn't go against Ling Xiao's wishes. He immediately erased the blood essence, making it ownerless, and offered it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to accept it. This was an ancient divine tool, it could save his life at a critical moment. He naturally wouldn't leave it for Mo Inyo to use. I wonder if I can use Old Man Green's branch to make the arrow? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he lightly pulled the bowstring. The Bodhi divine tree was ranked first among the 9 great divine trees. It was not something that just anyone would have the opportunity to find. Using its branch as an arrow was undoubtedly a dream. The tree of immortality in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea was one of the 9 great divine trees. Therefore, he wanted to see if he could use its branch as an arrow. Of course, this idea only flashed by for a moment. If he really wanted to use the tree of immortality, with that guy's stingy personality, he would probably have to haggle over the price. Therefore, he was thinking if he should think of another way to get the divine arrow feathers. In any case, Mo Inyo still had many arrows made from other divine materials. Although they couldn't display the power of an ancient divine tool, they could reach the power of a top-grade divine tool. After doing all this, Ling Xiao brought Mo Inyo out of the cave and prepared to bring Yunmingqi, the prodigal, and the 13th prince out of Evil Horizon Valley. At this moment, a gust of wind came from afar. The terrifying aura seemed to ignore the distance between them, and in a flash, it was right in front of Ling Xiao and the others. The newcomers were 20 or so divine kings from the Ice Blade Alliance, led by Bing Wuji. From the looks of it, they were here for Mo Inyo. However, they didn't attack immediately. Instead, they looked at Ling Xiao and the others with fear. Bing Wuji first glanced at Mo Inyo coldly, then his gaze landed on Ling Xiao. He cupped his hands together and said, "Little brother, I am Bing Wuji, an elder of the Ice Blade Alliance. The person behind you is someone our Ice Blade Alliance wants to capture. Please hand him over to us." The Ice Blade Alliance was as powerful as the Lotus Cult, second only to the Black Tortoise School. Bing Wuji introduced himself in hopes that the people in front of him would fear them and not clash with them. After all, there was a true dragon divine beast among them. If they angered the other party and were annihilated by the other party, they would have died in vain. They had already suffered a double loss by not being able to capture the Chaos Divine Beast. If they couldn't even get their hands on Mo Inyo's Divine Bodhi Bow, they would suffer a great loss. Ice Blade Alliance? What small sect is that? I've never heard of it. Also, he's my servant now. I don't care what happened between you two. It's all in the past. Do you understand what I mean? Ling Xiao looked at Bing Wuji with a proud expression. Back in the Xiao family, Ling Xiao had killed the people of the Ice Blade Alliance. He didn't have a good impression of them. If it weren't for the fact that they had more people, he would have killed them all. In this world, there was no right or wrong. The only thing that mattered was whose fist was bigger and harder. If they weren't afraid that he had a true dragon divine beast, they wouldn't have been so nice to him. How is this possible? Little brother, you must be joking. Bing Wuji said in surprise. What? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I don't even care about the Black Tortoise sect, let alone your tiny Ice Blade Alliance. Get lost. Ling Xiao shouted domineeringly. Others like to use their power to oppress others. He wanted to know how it felt to oppress others. After being shouted at by Ling Xiao, the faces of the people of the Ice Blade Alliance turned red. They had never been yelled at like this in the Black Tortoise sect. Even the Black Tortoise sect had to give them some face. What? Do you want to fight us? Where's 13th? Ling Xiao laughed coldly and asked the 13th prince to step forward. The 13th prince took a step forward. Without saying anything, he roared at the people of the Ice Blade Alliance. Roar! The terrifying sound wave of the dragon's roar shook the people of the Ice Blade Alliance. One by one, they were sent flying by the sound waves. Only 3 or 4 high-level god kings were forced to take a few steps back. However, their eardrums were ruptured, causing them to bleed. Many of the mountains on their bodies crumbled. It was clear how terrifying the 13th prince's dragon roar was. Bing Wuji had already guessed that the 13th prince was the true dragon divine beast in human form. However, after hearing the impact of the sound wave, he was finally sure. While his ears were bleeding, his mood was terrible and he was afraid. Retreat. Bing Wuji didn't have the courage to challenge Ling Xiao and the others anymore. He shouted at the people behind him and immediately fled. He didn't dare to challenge a true dragon divine beast that was stronger than Hun Dun just because he had more people. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was going on when he died. The 13th prince wanted to give chase, but Ling Xiao stopped him. He didn't have time to waste with them. It was better to return to the Lotus sect first. He still had to settle the matter between him and Yunmingqi. He definitely wanted Yunmingqi to follow him back to the heavenly dragon domain. He didn't want to be separated from her again. However, Yunmingqi's identity was a bit complicated. It wasn't that easy to get the Lotus sect to let her go. On the way back to the Lotus sect, Ling Xiao let Yuro Fei come out and introduce her to Yunmingqi. Yuro Fei already knew of Yunmingqi's existence. She felt that a woman that could make Ling Xiao unable to forget must be very beautiful and outstanding. However, after seeing Yunmingqi for the first time, she still felt that Yunmingqi was even more perfect than Ling Xiao had described. Any man who saw her couldn't help but fall in love with her, and any woman who saw her would feel inferior. Ling Xiao had also mentioned to Yunmingqi that he already had many women by his side. Yuro Fei was one of them. When Yunmingqi saw Yuro Fei, she was also attracted by her mature charm and enchanting figure. She praised in her heart, "What a sexy and flirtatious big sister. No wonder she can charm people with her smile." Both women were deeply in love with Ling Xiao. Naturally, they wouldn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao when they met for the first time. They chatted naturally and eventually called each other sisters. Chapter 12:26. At first, Ling Xiao was afraid that Yunmingqi wouldn't be able to get along with the woman by his side. After all, Ling Xiao understood this girl. She seemed to be easy to talk to, but deep down, she was a very proud person. Now, it seemed that after being separated for dozens of years, all the affection between them was enough to wipe out any obstacles. The only thing Ling Xiao was considering now was how to convince the Lotus cult. With the effect of refining divine pellets in the Lotus cult for a month, the current Bailua would be easy to deal with. The key was still the old master of the Lotus cult, who was also Yunmingqi's so-called master. According to Yunmingqi, she was a true incipient god realm existence. Convincing her would be the hardest. However, Yunmingqi revealed that her master wanted her to get in touch with Xian Shui because she wanted her to have a good relationship with the Black Turtle sect. After all, now that her master Bailua was in charge of the Lotus cult, everything was well managed. There were already signs of improvement, so Yunmingqi didn't need to inherit the position of master. As long as she could establish a good relationship with Xian Shui, when Xian Shui took over, he would definitely form an alliance with the Lotus cult. This would naturally strengthen the Lotus cult's position in the Profound Sky region. However, her master was also conflicted. Yunmingqi's future was immeasurable. Marrying her to the Black Turtle sect would only strengthen their force. Therefore, her master told her to first get on good terms with Xian Shui, but also to keep a distance from him. Everything would be decided after seeing clearly. The reason why Yunmingqi said all this was to discuss how to persuade her master. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's conditions weren't any worse than Xian Shui's. He was even better. The only pity was that Dragon Gate wasn't in the Profound Sky region, so he lost this biggest advantage. However, Ling Xiao decided that no matter whether she agreed or not, she couldn't stop him from being with Yunmingqi. He also wouldn't stay in the Profound Sky region. After all, he already considered the Kim people as his own family. How could he choose to stay here? Moreover, he still planned to return to the profound spirit continent to bring his people to the heaven region. Although they had slowed down on their journey, they still returned to the Lotus Order in the end. Ling Xiao really couldn't think of a better way, so he could only lay his cards on the table. No matter what, Yun Mengqi was his wife. If the other party really wanted to make things difficult for them, he would have to ask the people of his clan to help him. As soon as they returned to the Lotus Order, Bailua personally led people out to welcome them. This put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao. I didn't expect Divine Teacher Ling to know my junior sister. This is really fate. Bailua's charming face was filled with a radiant smile as she called out to Ling Xiao and Yun Mengqi. From her expression, there was not the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on her face. Ling Xiao thought to himself, maybe the situation isn't that bad. Sect leader Bai, this is indeed fate. Back then, I came to find Mengqi, but I didn't dare to confirm if she was the person I was looking for. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on me and she was my former wife. I really have to thank your cult for nurturing her. Ling Xiao went straight to the point. His words undoubtedly indicated that the matter of him refining the divine pill in the Lotus Order was because of Yun Mengqi. Bailua smiled without batting an eyelid. I was wondering why Divine Teacher Ling treated our Lotus Order so well. I thought it was because of Elder Lu, but it seems like I guessed randomly. Yun Mengqi stepped forward and said, Sect leader, I will personally report this matter to Master. Junior sister, don't worry. Master already knows about your matter. She probably won't blame you. Bailua smiled and said to Yun Mengqi. Yun Mengqi was pleasantly surprised. Really? Master didn't blame me? Of course it's true. The person Master loves the most is you. Bailua said with certainty. Ling Xiao seemed to have sensed from Bailua's passionate expression that things might not be so simple. Yun Mengqi had obtained the inheritance of their first-generation sect leader. This was a great opportunity, and it was also because of this that the Lotus Order brought everyone from the Heavenly Region stronghold back to the Heavenly Region. It could be seen how much importance the Lotus Order placed on Yun Mengqi. How could they easily send her back to his side without the slightest bit of objection? Forget it, we'll deal with it when the soldiers come and the water comes. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He followed Bailua and the others into the Lotus Order. He was once again arranged to temporarily rest on Lu Fangyi's mountain peak, while Yun Mengqi first returned to find her master to explain everything. Lu Fangyi impatiently asked Ling Xiao, Is my junior martial uncle really the person you're looking for? Ling Xiao nodded and said, That's right, she's my long-lost wife. What? She's your wife? Lu Fangyi said in shock. That's right, it's the real deal. Otherwise, why would she be with me? Ling Xiao nodded his head, then said, Thank you, Sister Lu. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find her. If you need any help from Ling Xiao in the future, just say the word, I will definitely not refuse. Ling Xiao was very sincere. He was very grateful to Lu Fangyi from the bottom of his heart. If not for her telling Yun Mengqi that he had gone to the Evil Horizon Valley, he really wouldn't have been able to find her so quickly. Lu Fangyi was both happy and worried. She was happy about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yun Mengqi. She felt that Ling Xiao was qualified to be her junior martial uncle, but she was worried that their old sect leader wouldn't be able to pass. You don't need to be so polite to Sister Lu. Since you call me big sister, I will recognize you as my little brother. After all, Jin Kai and I have been good sisters for many years. Lu Fangyi laughed. No matter what, she had to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao first. Such a young godly apothecary, his future was limitless. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how Yun Mengqi would be scolded by her master, someone came to pass on a message, telling Ling Xiao to go see Bailua. Ling Xiao did not hesitate, and immediately followed the deacon of the Lotus sect to the main hall of the Lotus sect. Bailua smiled and said to Ling Xiao, Divine Teacher Ling, please take a seat. Ling Xiao did not sit, but asked Bailua, Sect leader Bai, I wonder why you summoned me? He was thinking that the other party was probably going to discuss the matter of Yunmingqi with him. Sure enough, Bai Yilua asked, I wonder how Divine Teacher Ling plans to live with my junior sister in the future. Why don't you stay in our Lotus sect and become an elder of our sect? This way, you and my junior sister can live together, and it won't affect your cultivation. What do you think? Ling Xiao did not even think about it, and immediately said in a powerful voice, Mingqi will definitely follow me back to the Heavenly Dragon region to live. We can't stay in your sect, but if there is anything your sect needs us husband and wife to help, we will not shirk our duty. Bai Yilua did not expect that Ling Xiao would not tactfully discuss with her, and instead directly expressed his position. This caused her expression to sink. Divine Teacher Ling, you have to think it through, this is the territory of our Lotus sect. My junior sister is my master's favorite, the future supreme protector of our sect. It is absolutely impossible for her to follow you back to the Heavenly Dragon region. Bai Yilua also replied very straightforwardly, her tone even containing a bit of threat. She was a dignified sect leader, so it was naturally impossible for her to be so easily intimidated by Ling Xiao. Instead, she counterattacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that taking away Yunmingqi naturally would not be so easy, so he immediately replied, Sect leader Bai, you have to understand that Mingqi is my wife, and she was already my wife before she came to the Lotus sect. Could it be that you want to force her to stay? Is she your wife? But she is my sect's goddess, Meng Ran. She obtained the inheritance of our first-generation sect leader, so she is a member of our Lotus sect. If you want to be with her, then you have to stay. Besides, our Lotus sect is not some small sect, wouldn't it be unfair to you? Bai Yilua replied. Sect leader Bai, your Lotus sect is indeed not some small sect, but our Dragon sect, I, Kim people, am also not some small sect. If you really want to force my wife to stay, then I have nothing else to say. In the future, I will definitely have my sect's elders come to seek justice for me. I don't believe that your profound sky region can do anything to my sect's elders, not to mention that my side is in the right. Ling Xiao laughed wildly with some anger. If the Lotus sect really wanted to use force, then Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to obtain any benefits here, so he could only bring up the clan behind him. He did not believe that the Lotus sect did not have any misgivings. Bai Yilua's beautiful eyes looked straight at Ling Xiao. She really did not think that Ling Xiao would not leave any leeway, and spoke so confidently. She had already heard the report of what had happened in the Evil Horizon Valley from the other elders who had returned. Ling Xiao had 2 divine beasts, a 10th level high-level true dragon and a 10th level middle-level fire qilin. Just these 2 divine beasts were following him. It could be seen that he was the kind of person favored by the heavens. If they could make him stay, their Lotus sect would naturally benefit endlessly. In addition, Ling Xiao had relied on his own strength to defeat the young sect leader of the Black Turtle sect, Xian Shui. It was enough to show how boundless his battle strength and future was. Moreover, he also had the identity of a divine medicine master. Every condition was absolutely enough to make people go crazy with jealousy. When she knew that her junior sister was Ling Xiao's woman, Bai Yilua wanted to take the opportunity to make Ling Xiao stay, but she never thought that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant, not leaving any leeway for discussion. It really gave her a headache. It seems like there's no room for discussion. What I mean is for you and junior sister to be together. As long as you spend most of your time in the sect, you can occasionally go to the Sky Dragon domain to visit relatives. This is the best of both worlds. Bai Yilua softened her tone. It's not that there's no room for discussion. Just like you said, Mingqi will definitely go back with me, but I will definitely allow her to visit the Lotus sect often. After all, this is also her maiden home. In the future, if there's anything in the sect, we won't delay it. Isn't this also the best of both worlds? Ling Xiao replied. Bai Yilua knew that there was no point in continuing. She sighed lightly, I can't make the decision on this matter. If you can get my master to agree, then I have no problem. If she doesn't, then you can't take junior sister away. Chapter 1227. Ling Xiao didn't back off from Bai Yilua's negotiation. He knew that Bai Yilua was just the vanguard. The real show was still with Yun Mingqi's teacher. Ling Xiao was taken to the Forbidden Land in the deepest part of the Lotus cult. This snow mountain was the place where Mu Lian, the master of the Lotus cult, cultivated in seclusion. As soon as Ling Xiao stepped into this place, he could feel the vague energy around him. He was afraid that there were many King God realm experts guarding this forbidden land. Without the token or an order, no one could step into this place. This was also the place where Yun Mingqi usually cultivated. The concentration of origin energy here was the densest. Ling Xiao was taken to a spacious cave. Yun Mingqi was standing obediently by a middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman was beautiful with a mature and charming body. Her aura was ethereal like a fairy. She seemed to blend into every corner of the cave. People felt that she was sitting there naturally and harmoniously. When she looked at Ling Xiao, an invisible aura flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ling Xiao felt as if dozens of mountains were pressing on him with a cold aura. It made his chest feel heavy and uncomfortable. He almost knelt down on the spot. It was a show of strength. It was also a small test for Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't someone who would yield easily. His aura surged instantly. His power was dozens of times stronger than before. He stormed forward like a tsunami. A peerless true dragon appeared behind him. He ignored Mu Lian's pressure and bowed to her. Junior Ling Xiao of the Kim people greets you, precursor. The Kim people were one of the top ancient clans in the Heaven territory. As a member of the Kim people, Ling Xiao wasn't modest anymore. Facing the master of the Lotus cult, who was also an incipient God realm expert, he showed his arrogance. Mu Lian was a little surprised. Then, she said, "It seems that you have some ability." No wonder the young sect master of the Black Turtle sect suffered a loss. After a pause, she continued, "But if you want to take my disciple away just like that, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough." "Master." Yun Mingqi anxiously called out. "This has nothing to do with you," Mu Lian said coldly. Yun Mingqi didn't dare to resist, and could only helplessly look at Ling Xiao. "Huh, what a joke. Meng Qi is my wife. Even if you are her master, you have no right to stop us," sneered Ling Xiao. "As long as I want to, I can erase her memories at any time. She will no longer be your wife." Mu Lian said faintly. "You." Ling Xiao was so angry that he was speechless. The other party's strength was there for all to see. Even if he summoned the two great divine beasts, he still wouldn't be able to take advantage of Ping Yi. If what the other party said was true, then Yun Mingqi really wouldn't be the original her. "Tell me, what do I have to do to make Mingqi leave with me?" Ling Xiao lightly breathed in, calming himself down. Since the other party had called him over to negotiate, there was definitely room for discussion. Mu Lian didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to calm down under such pressure. She couldn't help but look up to him in her heart. She indifferently said, "You stay with Mingqi. You can squander all the resources of the Lotus sect. You can definitely become a supreme existence within 5,000 years." Her tone was very certain. She knew Yun Mingqi's potential, and she also knew that Ling Xiao wasn't ordinary. Therefore, in her heart, she hoped that they would stay together. That way, the Lotus sect would definitely become even more powerful in the future. "No, this condition is not negotiable." Ling Xiao immediately refused. "Could it be that you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Mu Lian said in a deep voice. "I know you have the ability, but as a member of the Kim people, how can I be below you? Even if I'm willing, my clansmen absolutely won't allow it." Ling Xiao resolutely said, then he continued, "If you can let Mingqi leave with me, in the future, we will definitely regard your sect as our family. Naturally, we will do our best to help you with anything. Also, you should know that I also have the identity of a divine alchemist. With my current potential, becoming a supreme alchemist god in the future is absolutely not a problem. Don't you want your sect to have a good relationship with me?" At that time, as long as there are divine materials, I can refine a supreme god pill. I think there wouldn't be anyone who wouldn't like it. What do you think? Ling Xiao had no choice but to reveal all the cards he could rely on. If the other party still didn't allow Mingqi to leave with him, then he could only shed all pretense of cordiality. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Mu Lian indeed hesitated. She was now suspecting whether Ling Xiao was the reincarnation of a supreme alchemist god or if he had received the inheritance of a supreme alchemist god. Otherwise, how could he reach the god-king realm at such a young age and be a divine alchemist at that? If she hadn't understood everything about Ling Xiao, she definitely wouldn't have believed Ling Xiao's words. Divine alchemists were already extremely noble existences. To become a supreme alchemist god, they were definitely the noblest people in the heaven territory. Even her incipient god realm identity couldn't be compared to them. In the heaven territory, the number of supreme alchemists who had become a supreme alchemist god could be counted on one hand. And in the Xian sky region, there wasn't a single supreme alchemist god. They were all concentrated in the Tianyuan continent, the divine land of alchemists. Ling Xiao's words were also to make Mu Lian hesitate. Other than worrying about his identity, she also had to consider his future prospects. Whether it was for Meng Qi's potential or for the long-term development of the sect, it all depended on her choice. If she still forced Meng Qi to stay, then the Lotus sect would offend the Kim people. At the same time, they would also offend an existence who had the chance to become a supreme alchemist god in the future. At that time, even if the Lotus sect was as strong as the Black Turtle sect, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Yin Mingqi's expression was rather nervous. She really hoped that her master would really agree. Of course, she also had feelings for the Lotus sect that she couldn't part with. Master, please help us. When I have time, I will come back to see you. The Lotus sect will forever be my home. In the future, even if Meng Qi becomes a supreme, I will still be a member of the Lotus sect, Yun Mingqi pleaded from the side. Mu Lian looked at Yun Mingqi with a complicated gaze and sighed heavily. If she was just a relatively outstanding disciple, she definitely wouldn't have said anything and let her be with Ling Xiao. However, Yun Mingqi had inherited everything from the first-generation leader, including the ancient divine item, the divine lotus throne. This was the reason why Mu Lian wasn't willing to let go. Originally, although she had the intention of having Yun Mingqi and Xian Shui be on good terms, it was only to have them be on good terms. She didn't actually plan on having Yun Mingqi marry him. Fine, I agree to let Meng Qi leave with you. However, aside from taking good care of her, you also have to do what you said just now. Otherwise, even if you have the protection of the Kim people, I won't let you off. Mu Lian said very seriously. After some deliberation, she knew that this was the only way for the Lotus sect to flourish for a long time. If she really did stop them from being together and truly erased Yun Mingqi's memories, then that was equivalent to offending an existence who could become a supreme alchemist god in the future as well as the Kim people of the Sky Dragon region. This truly wasn't worth it. Thank you for your help. Ling Xiao thanked her very politely and bowed slightly towards Mu Lian. Yun Mingqi, on the other hand, was so excited that she started crying. Master, don't worry. No matter where I am in the future, I will come and see you when I have time. Mu Lian pulled Yun Mingqi and said with a kind expression, your man was able to go through so many dangers to find you from the Xianling continent. This kind of man is indeed worth trusting, and I believe that he will not mistreat you. The key is that you have a man, so you must think more about the sect and supervise him so that he can grow up as soon as possible. I hope to see the moment he becomes a supreme alchemist god, and our Lotus sect will once again soar because of you. Yun Mingqi nodded her head repeatedly and said, I will. If he really becomes a supreme alchemist god, I will definitely let him refine more supreme god pills for the sect to repay Master. It's good that you have this kind of heart. Master did not treat you sincerely in vain. However, you must remember that your inheritance belongs to the first-generation leader of our Lotus sect. In the future, no matter where you are, you will always be a member of the Lotus sect, understand? Mu Lian said. Yun Mingqi naturally agreed with incomparable joy. Just like this, Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi being together was already a matter that was settled, and it was also a matter that everyone was happy about. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to bring Yun Mingqi back to the Xiao family to take a look and understand the situation between the Xiao family and the River Diagram sect. However, the Lotus sect had already received the news that the Xiao family had the support of the Dragon Gate, so the River Diagram sect did not dare to provoke them anymore. In addition, the Lotus sect had announced to the world that they had formed an alliance with the Xiao family, so the River Diagram sect was even more restrained. They did not dare to do anything excessive to the Xiao family, and they were even more afraid that the Lotus sect would form an alliance with the Xiao family to deal with them. After hearing this news, Ling Xiao was relieved. He was still hesitating whether or not he should go and see Xiao Ling again. In the end, he decided not to disturb her anymore, and let her grow up in peace. Ling Xiao also did not leave with Yun Mingqi immediately, because Yun Mingqi wanted to spend more time with her master. She was afraid that after this separation, she did not know when they would meet again. After all, the distance between the two great territories was too far. Ling Xiao naturally fulfilled this little wish of hers. But who knew that he would stay in the Lotus sect for a full half a year? In this half a year, he had already lost count of how many divine pills he had refined for the Lotus sect. Only then did he realize that he had really been ruthlessly squeezed by the Lotus sect once. If he had not strongly urged Yun Mingqi to hurry back to the Heavenly Dragon territory with him, he probably would have stayed for a few more days. Before leaving, Ling Xiao still received a gift from Mu Lian. It was impressively 3 snow lotus kings, a rare high-level divine material that was hard to find anywhere else. In addition, Bai Yilua also gave Ling Xiao a lot of benefits. Although Ling Xiao could be counted as half a person of their Lotus sect, they could not let Ling Xiao work for free. Otherwise, if they wanted Ling Xiao to refine pills in the future, they would not put in so much effort. Chapter 12:28. Sky Dragon Area, Dragon Gate. This was the Heavenly Dragon Domain's largest overlord faction, and it was a faction that everyone wanted to join. However, this powerful force wasn't as glorious as it looked. The factions didn't get along well with each other. Today, the competition in the Dragon Gate was on the table. 2 years ago, Ling Chen, the master of the Dragon Gate, had mobilized the Dragon team to help the Xiao family in the mysterious sky area. People of the Divine Bodies faction had accused him of not considering the big picture and damaging the reputation of the Dragon Gate. Anyway, when people from different areas crossed the border, the incipient God Realm experts guarding the territory gates would stop them. Thus, the Divine Bodies faction had seized the chance to criticize Ling Chen's improper way of handling things. Later on, after the Dragon team had returned, someone had fanned the flames and wanted to dismiss Ling Fei from his position as the 5th commander. Of course, the members of the Kim people wouldn't give up their power. However, the Divine Bodies faction had started to spread rumors in the sect. They said that the Kim people were xenophobic and that people who weren't from their clan couldn't be put in important positions. Thus, the atmosphere in the Dragon Gate was foul. Although Ling Chen had used some forceful methods to warn some people, the effect was the opposite of what he wanted. Not only couldn't he quell the rumors, but he also made them more real. Because of this, some people had started to discuss whether they should replace Ling Chen as the master of the Dragon Gate and replace him with someone else. Of course, these people were the founding elders of the Dragon Gate. The founding elders of the Kim people hadn't joined the discussion yet. No matter what they said, as long as the founding elders of the Kim people didn't show up, Ling Chen would never be the master of the Dragon Gate. Unless they thought that they were qualified to go against all the members of the Kim people, it wasn't the time for them to tear off their faces. The reason they were pressuring Ling Fei like this was to get rid of Ling Fei so that they could replace him. As long as they could support the Dragon team, their voice in the Dragon Gate would be more important, and they would be closer to their goal. Coincidentally, something else happened to Ling Fei. He had actually punished an elder in the sect without permission, severely injuring him. When this matter reached the hall, Ling Chen had no choice but to remove Ling Fei. Then, under the suggestion of many elders, he replaced him with a peak divine king from the divine physique faction. Ling Chen's actions showed that his authority and prestige had been seriously challenged. Because of this, Ling Fei was disappointed with what Ling Chen had done. At the same time, he hated the divine physique faction that dared to provoke the Kim people. He was so angry that he returned to the Kim people to cultivate for a long time. He swore that he would never return to the Dragon Gate. When he reached incipient God realm, he would go back and teach those people a lesson. Inside the Heavenly Dragon sect, after Ling Fei was captured, the Jin clan's younger generation were all very indignant. They frequently used all kinds of reasons to challenge the Divine Body faction's people. They wanted to let them know who the true ruler of the Heavenly Dragon sect is. Among them, Ling Muxin, Ling Muren, and Ling Yuelu of the new generation stood up to challenge their peers of the Divine Physique faction. With the ancient emperor's divine technique, they could subdue the king god at the same realm. However, when they encountered a low-level godly king by the name of Nie Dao, all three of them were defeated. And because of Nie Dao's appearance, the divine physique faction's momentum became incomparably fierce. Eventually, Ling Muxin and the others used their connections to investigate Nie Dao's identity. It turned out that he was the personal disciple of the founding elder of the faction. He was a low-level king god who was only 88 years old. He cultivated the fire element and had a powerful fighting competence. In the Dragon Gate, he was invincible at the same realm. Many juniors of the Kim people challenged Nie Dao. He defeated all of them within 10 moves. The momentum of the new generation of the Kim people was in a disadvantageous position. At this moment, two people were preparing to fight in the arena. The surroundings were already crowded with many people. They all wanted to see who was stronger and who was weaker in this battle. And this time, the one who challenged Nie Dao wasn't a junior of the Kim people. It was Chang Haoyou of the middle faction. Chang Haoyou, Ling Muren, Ling Muxin, and the others had all become low-level king gods not long ago. However, Chang Haoyou was a dual elemental cultivator, so his fighting competence was definitely one of the best among the new generation. Back then, Chang Haoyou followed Ling Xiao to the Xiao clan. However, when Ling Xiao went to the Lotus sect, he didn't bring Chang Haoyou along. Instead, Chang Haoyou stayed behind to help them. After the Xiao clan's crisis was resolved, he returned to the Dragon Gate with the people of the faction. However, as soon as he returned to the Dragon Gate, he heard all sorts of things that were unfavorable to the faction master and Ling Fei. In the following months, the new generation of god kings kept clashing. Although the people of the Kim people had the upper hand in the beginning, the situation took a turn for the worse after Nie Dao appeared. He had already chosen to follow Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao hadn't returned, he could only challenge Nie Dao on behalf of Ling Xiao and destroy the prestige of the Divine Physique faction. However, he had seen Nie Dao in action. He didn't have much confidence in this battle. He only hoped that he could fight Nie Dao to a draw. Nie Dao had an ordinary face. He definitely wouldn't attract any attention in the crowd. However, he had an aura that could easily subdue others. It was as if he was born to be a ruler. When Nie Dao accepted Chang Haoyou's challenge, he already understood all of Chang Haoyou's resources. He knew that Chang Haoyou didn't represent the middle faction, but Kim people's faction. He couldn't help but hate Chang Haoyou a little more. Nie Dao clasped his hands behind his back and said to Chang Haoyou, "You're an outstanding figure, but you're willing to be someone else's subordinate. Don't you feel ashamed?" Chang Haoyou replied, "There will always be people who are born to be leaders, and there will always be people who can only be the leader's shadow. I'm that shadow, and I'm not qualified to be a true leader." That does make sense. Haven't you noticed that I have the temperament of a leader? Come and follow me. I won't mistreat you. Nie Dao said calmly. His tone was filled with an indescribable majesty. There will always be one leader, and there will always be one shadow. Chang Haoyou's words made his position clear. You're so stubborn. Nie Dao snorted. I'll let you have 10 moves. If you can force me to make a move within 10 moves, I'll consider it your victory. Arrogant. Chang Haoyou shouted in shock. A pair of divine swords appeared in his hands. Two divine lights, one yellow and one green, swept towards Nie Dao. The moment this move was unleashed, the surrounding spectators were all in an uproar. This was the first time they had seen Chang Haoyou make a move after reaching the Divine King realm. The power he unleashed was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary low-level Divine King. He was truly worthy of being a genius who could be compared to Ling Muxin and the others. However, they were not optimistic about Chang Haoyou's chances. After all, Nie Dao had already won 8 consecutive victories against Kim People's men, and Chang Haoyou's strength should be about the same as Ling Muxin's. If even Ling Muxin couldn't defeat Nie Dao, how could Chang Haoyou possibly win? Sure enough, Nie Dao seemed to have practiced some kind of footwork technique. He relied on his extreme speed to dodge Chang Haoyou's attack. Even though his attack had missed, it did not mean that Chang Haoyou had admitted defeat. He crossed his two swords and cut towards Nie Dao at the same time. Several double-colored scissors filled the entire stage, wanting to cut Nie Dao's waist. Nie Dao's expression did not show the slightest hint of panic. His footsteps followed a strange trajectory as he weaved through the scissors. At this moment, Chang Haoyou let out a loud shout and caught up to Nie Dao's figure. His two swords were like shooting stars as they slashed towards Nie Dao. He attacked continuously, one move after another. His power was extraordinary. Chang Haoyou took advantage of Nie Dao's underestimation to take him down in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Nie Dao was like a slippery mudfish. He could always find a flaw in his attacks and avoid them without being able to injure his opponent at all. Earth Prison would spike. Chang Haoyou let out a cry. His yellow divine sword created many earth wall-like attacks that surrounded Nie Dao. His green sword transformed into sharp wooden spikes that pierced towards Nie Dao's head. This was an ultimate move that combined capture and attack. It was breathtaking. Even Nie Dao revealed an expression of admiration for this move. However, it was not enough to injure him. Before the earth wall could envelop him, he had already dodged out of its range. None of the sword lights that came crashing down missed. Chang Haoyou was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. He had used all of his trump cards, which were absolutely capable of withstanding a peak-level godly king. However, he could not do anything to Nie Dao at all. He suspected that Nie Dao had another wind attribute. Otherwise, how could his speed be so extraordinary? 10 moves have passed. You're going to lose. After Nie Dao dodged Chang Haoyou's most powerful attack, his clothes were finally torn. He let out a cry and used his palm as a saber to attack Chang Haoyou. This saber strike was ferocious. It was like a torrential wave of fire descending from the sky. It was also like the roar of a peerless ferocious beast. Layers of earth radiance appeared on Chang Haoyou's body to defend himself. At the same time, he sent out many more sword lights in an attempt to disperse the fire saber. Unfortunately, when he came into contact with the fire saber lights, he discovered that it was merely a feint. It actually did not contain much power. Oh no! Chang Haoyou knew he had been tricked. He shouted in his heart and increased his defensive power again. However, at this moment, a fire palm ruthlessly smashed towards his chest. Bang! This fire palm was extremely powerful and terrifying. Chang Haoyou's earth attribute defense was directly cracked. His chest took the full brunt of the palm strike and he was sent flying. A mouthful of blood spurted out. When his body landed heavily on the ground, his chest had already caved in. There were still traces of flames burning and dancing. The scorching wound caused Chang Haoyou to scream repeatedly. He had no choice but to use his divine power to forcefully expel the flames from his body. However, this flame seemed to be a type of fire source. He spent a great deal of effort to extinguish it. Many of his ribs were broken. Although his divine power had extinguished the flames, many of his muscles were charred. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth. He looked extremely pathetic. The surrounding people could not bear to see him like this. This Nye Dao was too good at torturing people. What a waste. Nye Dao said disdainfully. After a pause, he said, I believe that Ling Zhao's strength is about the same as yours. You're both trash. It seems that I will not be able to find a worthy opponent in the same level as me in the sect. Hee, is that so? Then let this trash fight you. Who knows, maybe you're even worse than a trash. Just as Nye Dao finished speaking, a cold laugh came from not too far away. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.